Welcome to day 2 of the RotoWire Fantasy Football Marathon. 50 analysts on. We had about 25 yesterday, about 25 today. We're getting right at it. Mr. Bob Harris is in the house. Bob, always excited to see you. You know Bob, of course. Everybody on the planet does. At Football Guys now, a little bit different. Always on Sirius XM Fantasy, host there. Bob will tell you at the end when and all that because he's always on. Formerly Football Diehards. And, of course, Fantasy Sports Writer Association Hall of Famer Bob Harris. You're going to talk rookie receivers with me today. We got about 10 minutes. I'm going to wind you up and let you go and maybe ask an occasional question.
Sure. Great seeing you. Great working with you on there this weekend. Big treat for me. So, to everyone I saw, it was great seeing you. I hope I remembered you. I hope we had a good conversation. Like, it happens fast. Like Jim Coventry says, it's like speed dating. So rookie wide receivers this year, I think we've all, come to grips with the fact that it pays to draft rookie wide receivers. And this isn't this isn't necessarily a new thing, right? We've seen this goes back. We can go, Puka Nacua last year, one of the best rookie seasons in NFL history, wide receiver 4 finish. We say Jamar Chase, wide receiver 5 in 2021, Justin Jefferson, wide receiver 7 in 2020. We could say Michael Thomas, wide receiver 7. Odell Beckham Jr., wide receiver 7 as a rookie. Evans, wide receiver 13. We can go back to Anquan Bolden in Arizona, wide receiver 3 out of nowhere. And, of course, the GOAT rookie wide receiver, Randy Moss, in 98, finished as wide receiver 1. So we know these outcomes are well within the range of possibility. And in the case of players like Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors, I think those guys are in good spots. I know I can hear the wheels turning out there. Well, Malik Neighbors doesn't have the best quarterback. It's okay, people. He's going to be all right. Last year's Adam Thielen would like you to know that you could be maybe wide receiver 12 over the first 12 games playing with a rookie quarterback who threw 11 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, right? In one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Don't overplay the quarterback card. And whether it's Daniel Jones, as I expect, or if it had to be Drew Lock, realize that Malik Neighbors is good. And so, but I put this into context, Jim, of what we're paying to get them. Marvin Harrison Jr., I will be happy to draft him too. Yes, he has a better quarterback. I think this offense is better as well. If you saw late season Kyler Murray, this offense was in the tops in red zone offense, 414 yards a game, I think, or near the top of the league. They were a juggernaut down the stretch last year, and they were good upon Murray's return, but they really had it dialed in late in the season. So expecting Marvin Harrison Jr. to reach that, undrafted that what is he right now? Still wide receiver 9 ADP. It's entirely possible. But if you're picking between those two guys, I made the same argument. You heard me make it on the stage at the Expo a year ago. If you're thinking about drafting Bijan Robinson based on the draft capital expended and all the things that we were drafting it based on, why weren't we drafting Jahmyr Gibbs higher than round 4? And so we see the same thing now. We see Harrison going early round 2. We see Neighbors still in round 4. I'm probably going to have more shares of Neighbors than I am of Harrison at this point, although not against either of them. But I think that's the thing. The rookies come in ready to play. This huge, big play threats both of them. So I like a lot to like about them. And like if Rome Odunze had landed in a less crowded receiving room, we'd probably be having a similar conversation about him.
There's no doubt. So there are other rookie receivers that kind of come in there low, a little bit lower in the fantasy pecking order. Keon Coleman goes to Buffalo. It's an interesting receiver room. No receiver on that team requires a double team anymore.
Right.
Stephon Diggs did. Defense are probably going to bunch up a lot. League play 73% zone. Probably a lot more tight windows with extra bodies. Keon Coleman's an outside ball winner. How do you think he pairs up with Josh Allen?
So I was all in on Keon Coleman to start out. In fact, when we were doing the broadcast, when the draft was going on, I was doing a live stream with Football Guys, and I thought I predicted the pick, and I thought it was a great landing spot. I still like all that, but talking to the people on the ground there, the expectations are a little different than what mine are. Right? I talked to Ryan O'Halloran from the Buffalo News, and he's as even-keeled a reporter as you're going to find out there over the course of his time in this business. And he said, well, they're kind of hoping for like a Gabe Davis. And I'm wait, Gabe Davis has not caught 50 passes yet. I'm not sure this is what I'm after. So Keon Coleman right now, wide receiver 45. You're not overpaying for him. I agree with you. I think he's a good red zone weapon there, maybe more so than in Dalton Kincaid, who I think will be the leading target getter. But maybe the areas of the field he worked not as conducive to the touchdown scoring, where the areas where Keon Coleman works will be more conducive to that. So I'm not against taking him at the right spot. Wide receiver 45, get him as your wide receiver 4 or 5, depending on how you build your roster. I don't think that's out of line at all. But I've dialed back my expectations a little bit based on what O'Halloran was telling me.
Another high draft pick, Xavier Legette. And we think about Bryce Young last year. Obviously, he had a bad situation. The offensive line was bad. They did invest in the interior of that line, which certainly helps. But it really seemed like Bryce Young was better off getting the ball out quickly, maybe a little more middle of the field. Well, Legette really projects me, again, more of an outside guy, maybe a guy they want to get vertical some. Is that a skill set that meshes this year with Bryce Young? What are your thoughts on Legette?
I thought they drafted that guy last year, and his name was Jonathan Mingo, and he's getting better this year. I don't know. I haven't been all in. Like, the draft capital expended seems great. Here's the thing about bad offenses and less than stellar quarterback play. I'm less worried about the less than stellar quarterback play. We've seen it time and time again, and it's not just the Bryce Young example. We can go back to receivers who have far exceeded expectations. But the receiver that's going to far exceed expectations here is Deontay Johnson.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's my concern here. When I'm dealing with offenses that are bad offenses, and how bad was this offense? Tied for the Patriots for the lowest scoring offense in the NFL last year. So am I averse to skimming the top? So I'm not mining deep. I'm skimming the surface of these players. There are a couple players I'll draft on this team. I'm not looking to mine the depth. I'm watching the depth. I'm fine with it in Dynasty, but in redraft, my interest is limited to Deontay Johnson, Jonathan Brooks, depending on how I build my running back room, and Chuba Hubbard, depending on how I build my running back room. Waiting to hear about his knee injury, though, from yesterday.
Yes. Now, Bob, I know the Chiefs invested a high pick, Xavier Worthy, ran incredibly fast at the combine. My initial question was the Chiefs organization looking to occupy safeties, because teams have really been crushing down on them, ganging up on Kelsey, really limiting those windows, and teams did not fear any deep threat. I know Marquise Brown's hurt for a little while. He'll be back eventually. He's a big speed asset too. Do you see Worthy more of a clear out the field guy for everybody else, 165 pounds too, or do you see him as somebody that's going to have like a real role in the offense?
I do. I think the comp has been to Deshaun Jackson, right? More so than Tyreek Hill. And you can go back to Deshaun Jackson's rookie season in Philadelphia. He was reasonably good. So, I mean, and when you talk to the draftniks, I'm not one of those, but you talk to the draftniks, they'll tell you that, there's more to Worthy's game than just speed, right? That he's a tough receiver. He makes contested catches despite his size, all those things. So I'm interested, but I think what you said is mostly true. Patrick Mahomes' average depth of target has dropped every year since Tyreek Hill left. I think last year was his lowest.
7.
And yeah, so I just this seems like a move. Adding all the speed seems like a move to get things going. I think there's a guy we're overlooking in this equation is Rashee Rice. I understand why there's a fear of suspension. My fear of that is moving to next year, because I don't hear anything about this. I know my football guys colleague Drew Davenport has a thread on that. He follows these things very carefully, an attorney by day, and it seems like this is going to move out. We don't have any information. So you look at the current pricing, I'm probably going to have way more Rashee Rice right now than Xavier Worthy. I had more Marquise Brown, but the thing is, none of these guys are being drafted as top 3 assets right now. So if you have a hunch, or you feel comfortable with one, or if you think this is the time the Chiefs get their rookie wide receiver right, Sky Moore and Mecole Hardman and others would like you to know that they don't always do that. Then sure. I don't think it's not cost prohibitive to invest. And if I'm investing in something, Matt Waldman calls it the cleavage of NFL ability speed. He says, I'm got to keep my eyes up. I go with the old coaching adage, the old coaching cliche. There's 2 things you can't coach in the NFL, at least at this level. It's size and speed. Yep. Worthy has more of that than anybody we've ever seen at the NFL scouting combine.
I love that. And remember, John Madden, speed kills. Love that line, right? Oh, my gosh. One last one before I get you out of here, Bob. Jalen Polk, again, more of an outside ball winner. Right now, Jacoby Brissett's probably in the lead, competent to get the ball to a receiver. Drake Maye, obviously, we really don't know what he is. High draft, obviously, 3rd pick in the draft overall. Thoughts on Jalen Polk as a rookie?
Yeah, I think he's kind of been overlooked, right? And just due to the circumstances of his final season there in Washington. I like him. Again, this is an offense that I'm not going to be mining deep for talent, right? And obviously that goes away in Dynasty. I'll invest in Polk. Javon Baker I will invest in as well in that offense. But right now, if their names are not Ramondre Stevenson or Hunter Henry, and Hunter Henry, is a tight end too, who I think, if he becomes a trusted target, could have a little, I think he's tight end won in 36% of his games last year. So
Yes.
I think he could increase that this year. But all that aside, I do like Polk as a player, and I like Javon Baker as a player. I just don't know if this offense is in a position to maximize their abilities just yet. I'll maybe let that shake out. But you said something about Jacoby Brissett, assuming he's a starter. I want to go back to, 2022? I think there was 11 games he started. He was quarterback 15 in Cleveland, playing in the same offense for Alex Van Pelt. So serviceable, right? So maybe more so than, let's say, a Bryce Young was for Adam Thielen last year. So I don't want to overplay it. It's more about just the general proficiency of the offense overall, more so than the quarterback in particular.
Bob, tell everybody, the 5 people on the planet who don't know where to find you, but also tell them how they can get on to Football Guys.
Go to footballguys.com, get the free daily email update. It's every day, every story in football, summarized, explained, me, Sigmund Bloom, Cecil Lammy. I also do a brief podcast, 10 minutes every morning. It's like an offshoot of the email update. It's called The Daily Update. You can find it on your podcast platform of choice, or go to my Twitter feed at Football Diehard. You'll find all my articles, rankings, and everything else there. You'll find me on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio weeknights. And this will be, I'll give you the regular season schedule. It'll be weeknights Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 10 p.m. Saturday, we'll simulcast on NFL Radio and the Fantasy Channel, 8 to 11. Sunday, 11 to 1, pregame show with Jeff Mans. My other shows with Mike Dempsey, of course. So check all that out, and go hit footballguys.com and follow me at Football Diehard to catch all the little variances and other fun things I've got going on.
Bob, as much as I appreciate your football knowledge and your media personality, appreciate you as a person. You're a good person. Glad to call you a friend. Thank you for hopping on my show. We will interact soon. Have a wonderful weekend.
Talk soon, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, everybody, we're kicking it off here. We got a long way to go today. I think we're on for 6 hours today. Going to get this marathon. We're going to get these 50-plus guests on to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts. And if you're looking to get ready for that draft quickly, you're looking for an in-season edge, you can check out the free RotoWire trial. No credit card needed. You just head over to rotowire.com/Jim. You can check out our rankings, our articles, everything we've got to offer. Again, free for 2 days. Check it out before your draft. And with that said, the guests keep coming in. We have got Kevin Murray in the house. I saw him at the Expo last week. You can find him at FF Unlimited, the creator there, Football Guy staff. And Kevin is great with bringing people together, giving you great ideas about having fun leagues besides just the fantasy football part. Kevin, welcome in. Give me some ideas about what people can do to spice up their leagues a bit.
I will certainly do that. But first off, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's always great to see you, Jim, coming fresh off of that Expo weekend. There's so much wisdom in that Canton community at that time, right? And the fantasy community is so special. You know, we got incredible analysts, but even better, incredible people. So pleasure seeing you in Canton. It's just wonderful to experience that. I love what Bob Lung puts together. But when it comes to leagues, a lot of things you can do. I think, from my perspective, the fantasy football league experience, that's the foundation. That's the foundation of this great game. It's the best social media or social network that I can think of, right? It allows you to keep, friends connected. My home league, it's friends from elementary, junior high, high school, college. Like it's the best. And it gives you an opportunity to, again, stay connected. That's what it's all about when it comes to just the foundation of the game. So obviously, live drafts, a live draft is the best way to kick off a fantasy football season. You can do destination drafts, which are incredible. But that live draft, you can get people together and make it a spectacle. From my vantage point, the more you hype up the draft and you make it fun, you get championship banners and trophies and speeches, and you just make it a fun. You get one opportunity each year to make this draft special. So you got to kick it off right. And that's just to try to blow it out the water when it comes to just the spectacle of a draft. That's my thing. So definitely try a live draft if you can. If you haven't done it in years, put together a group. If you can't make it this year, keep that in mind. Get the targets out there when it comes to who you want to, help join your league, and set it in motion for next year. Get that live draft going. That's the key.
That's really important. Now, I see you got a jersey on there. From a little bit, I can see it looks like a Steve Largent jersey.
Hey, it's Blue Friday in the Pacific Northwest, so here we go.
It's Steve Largent, correct? From what
Yeah,
I
it
can see,
is,
I'm trying to
indeed.
pick up. I see an 8 here and 0. That's fabulous. Steve Largent, one of the best ever to play. Just missed those days. Kevin, as we're going through the Fantasy Football Expo, I think about what you do at Fantasy Football Unlimited. And a lot of people are watching this marathon, and we're getting a little better than the speed dating version we get at the Expo. You're getting a few minutes with people here. Tell people about some ways to get to really know some of the analysts in this business based on what you do.
Well, it's a blessing to me to have the podcast that I have and connect with the analysts out there. I've just been able to meet so many great people in this game. When I discovered the fantasy football community, it opened up a whole world. I was, a passionate player for years and years and years. And then I discovered this community. So many great people, incredible analysts. But on the podcast, on the Fantasy Football Unlimited podcast, I interview people like you, incredible analysts. I want to help connect consumers with analysts that they can identify with. Everybody has, different personality. There's, a ton of different ton of great analysts in the game. I feel like as a player, the more you connect with those analysts and enjoy the entertainment that they provide on their own podcasts and their own shows, and also trust their advice, the more you fall deeper in love with the game of fantasy football. And to me, it all kind of comes back to, again, that league experience. I feel like it's better when people are more in love with the game of fantasy football. So in order to have a great league, you want people that are all in, that are dedicated to fantasy. And the best way to do that is to find analysts that you connect with, consume their content, and just enjoy this great game.
So, Kevin, we got to do a little fantasy here. Pacific Northwest, we got to talk some Seahawks. They bring in Ryan Grubb from the college ranks. We're talking about a spread offense. We know they got rid of Colby Parkinson, Will Dissly. That tells me we're going to see some 3 receiver sets, more than the 2 tight end sets we saw back in the day. Ken Walker might have a little more space to run. What are your thoughts on how this offense is going to work?
I'm excited. I'm not technically a huge Geno guy, but I think the weapons are there. He's a solid, steady veteran. He's due for a strong comeback season. He's ultra talented. Last year was quite misleading when it comes to just the routes he was running and the way they utilized him. The talent is there. I think he's a great, buy in fantasy drafts this year. It might start out a little slow because Tyler Lockett's not going anywhere. DK is not going anywhere. But in those 3 wide receiver sets, JSN's going to get a lot of action. And obviously, if there's any injuries, all of a sudden he is the man out there. I would definitely, advocate for JSN this season.
Yeah, I still have some leagues. We're in the 8th round of 12-team leagues. I'm getting them yesterday in a draft. That exactly is what happened. I'm like, wow, it's a little bit late. And he was the 7th round in some drafts a little bit earlier, but interesting. And I'm happy to see that. How about Ken Walker? I've seen him as like a boomer bust runner. He get a lot of 1 or 2s, then he breaks the 15. But I really think even with the 12 personnel they ran, which was 2 tight ends, they were inviting extra defenders in the box. They knew Pete Carroll, even though he wasn't the offensive guy, they knew he was in the mix and they were going to run. Do you think the 3 receiver sets we're expecting from Grubb and maybe a little more aggressive approach in the run game, do you think this benefits Ken Walker? And also, how much of a factor will Charbonnet be into Walker's work?
I think Kenneth Walker is the man here. I mean, I think he's ultra talented. You've seen it in his rookie season. You saw it last year in bursts. He's very talented. This is a perfect situation for him. He can actually, do well in the passing game too when he gets those opportunities. He had some games where he, definitely handled his share. Charbonnet, I think he's just a solid backup, solid handcuff. I don't know if he's going to really impact Walker if Walker's healthy as much as people might think. I think that, if you get Walker, it doesn't hurt to invest in that handcuff later on. But Walker is set for a great year, and he's a perfect example of a great value in fantasy drafts.
So I'm typing in a name right now because I want to make sure I get the year right on it. But DK Metcalf had that 1,300-yard season, but now it is like way in our rear view mirror. It's 2020 he had that year. Since then, he's around 1,000, 1,100-yard guy, does score touchdowns. Is there any chance with a new coach like Grubb in that we could see something closer to that big season in 2020 Metcalf? Or is he who he's been the last 3 years with just one crazy season thrown in?
No, I think there could be an uptick in production for DK. He's a great value in fantasy drafts, definitely getting overlooked by a lot of players. But DK, he's ultra talented. if Geno's healthy, and the offensive line should be better this year, I mean, I think they're going to be targeting downfield more often. I think DK is set for a strong season.
So now the last one, you mentioned him earlier. Tyler Lockett will be 32 a month into the season. And Kevin, I checked these ages. Thielen's 34. There's another somebody I remember who was 34, fantasy relevant, but they're kind of like all fading off. Keenan Allen's 32, injury history the last couple of years. DeAndre Hopkins is still playing well, but not nearly. He had so much he could lose and still be good. Lockett was 16th percentile after the catch. His 122 targets is like the most he's seen in his career, yet his yardage was in the 890 range, which is way lower than he's had. Those trouble me. Thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think that he's been an incredible player throughout his career, and just an amazing route runner. I mean, his hands are incredible. So phenomenal player. It's probably time for him to fade a little bit, and I think JSN's the perfect candidate to take that spot. Lockett, I mean, again, he's had an amazing career, but I think this is the time where I'd probably pass on Tyler, get JSN on your rosters.
The NFC West could be fun this year. I mean, the Seahawks have the new coach in there. The Cardinals, a year removed for Kyler from the injury, and they bring in Marvin Harrison. 49ers, as of right now, have Ayuk. They still got the Avengers around Brock Purdy. And, of course, the Rams, if Cooper Kupp is healthy, which leads me to that last question. The talk is Cooper Kupp wasn't healthy last year. The talk is he's healthy now. He is over 30. He had only 2 seasons with 1,100 yards. He had the 1,100 and then he had the Superman season in 2021. People are blowing up his ADP. In a high-stakes draft, I said he went on the 1-2 turn. That is as high as I've seen it. Quick thoughts on Cooper Kupp.
I'm optimistic about Cooper Kupp's season. I'm not going to take him at the 1-2 turn. No. If he falls to me in drafts, I will not hesitate to draft him. I think that he's due for a good season. He's due for a bounce back. I know that, age-wise, that's definitely a factor. But I'm taking Cooper in fantasy drafts when he lands at the right ADP.
Yes.
I think the talent is there. He is, when he's healthy, Stafford loves him. I'm on board.
So, all right, I said it was last question. I lied. If Cooper Kupp is what we think, and if he is healthy and the offense centers around him, Puka Nacua is a first-round pick. Can they coexist with that draft cost? Can they coexist?
I don't think so. I think that that's where I might be a little hesitant to take Puka. I'm just not going to do it at that value, at that ADP.
Because in the 10 games when Kupp came back from the initial PUP list, 5 of those games out of the 10, Puka was under 50 yards. That says something.
It does.
Puka was very early heavy and then late heavy. And in that middle, he had a couple 100-yard games in that 10-game stretch. It was a 10-game stretch, but it was like bookends. And at that draft cost, if you believe at all that Cooper Kupp's healthy, it is very concerning. Kevin, we did talk about yourself, but remind people again where they can find you and anything else you'd like them to know as we head out.
Let's go. Yeah. So Fantasy Football Unlimited, it's a portal into the industry. Links to every resource out there in fantasy. Great site to check things out if you're looking for new content. When it comes to the podcast, check it out. Fantasy Football Unlimited. You can find it everywhere: YouTube, Apple, Spotify. If you like these industry analysts, hear more about them. Listen to their stories. Hear about their journeys. It's a fun thing that I get to witness. Whenever I do these interviews. Obviously, Football Guys, an incredible resource. Make sure you're checking out everything that the Football Guys is doing. And as for me, at Dr. KJ Murray on Twitter X or at FF Unlimited as well.
I appreciate the heck out of you, Kevin. Always great to see you. Have a great rest of the draft season and the rest of the season. Hopefully we collaborate at something soon.
Sounds good. Tell Andrew Cooper I said what's up.
You just did. Awesome news. All right. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, everybody, we're continuing on, having a great time. Remember, RotoWire has the coolest draft kit app in the industry. Our tech team is off the charts, insanely good. So many full-timers that are just so brilliant. Anyway, they provide you a second and undraft experience. You can download the RotoWire draft kit app to get access to our player projections, custom rankings, industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before draft day. See why we're the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. And with that, the Coop is in the house. Man, Andrew Cooper, man, so happy to see you. You find him at Coop A Fiasco, lead NFL analyst at Fantasy Alarm, host on Sirius XM. To my knowledge, we're going back to back on Sundays again this year.
We got re-upped. You guys back
Yes.
Sunday morning?
Sunday morning.
The boys are back in town. The boys
yes.
are back in town.
9 to 10 Eastern. You catch the RotoWire guys. 10 to 11. You catch the Coop and the Bender. And it is going to be a blast. Coop, I love it because when you put down the topic, you put fullbacks. And I knew what that meant. It means 21 personnel. We got some 49ers. We got some Dolphins. We got some Ravens. And we got some Texans. I don't know if I'm leaving anybody out. I'm going to let you wind up and go here because you got 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You and me, we're big real football guys, right? That's the thing is that we like talking real ball. That's why I love getting on with you because we talk real football and then we say, okay, how does this translate to fantasy football, right? So when you were taking topics down the sheet, I threw fullback in there and I knew that the only other person in the industry that sees the word fullback and says, yes, let's go, that's Jim Coventry, right? So what I've been doing, and I'm working on an article, should be coming out next week, is we talk about target consolidation, right? That's what we want, right? It's very rare to have 3 pass catching guys from the same team. And like, it's insanely rare to have 4, although we have seen it a couple times. 2013 Broncos, Peyton Manning threw 55 touchdown passes. You and I, a shopping cart could have been a tight end 1 with 55 touchdown passes, right? Give it a little shove, But when I look for target consolidation, I ask myself, who are the guys on the field that are not getting the football? How do we find these players? Because you have to have pass eligible guys. I'm not talking about tackles here. I'm talking about guys that are eligible to catch passes that aren't doing it. Because the more snaps those guys get, the more highly the targets can be consolidated, right? So you mentioned the 49ers, which is the perfect example, the prime example. Last year, according to Pro Football Focus, they were dead last in pass attempts. Depending on where you look, they're bottom 3, whatever source, right? How did they have so many fantasy relevant guys? Well, if you take the snaps for Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, and the snaps for Charlie Warner, the blocking tight end who is now with the Falcons, they combined for over 800 snaps. Those 2 players combined to play more snaps than Deebo Samuel. They played more snaps than Brandon Ayuk, right? And those dudes combined for 20 targets, Jim. 20 targets. So, of course, the more those guys play, the more highly consolidated the targets are going to be among Ayuk, Deebo, Kittle, and CMC. And that's how you get that. I mean, even then, though, those guys were inconsistent from week to week. So what Jim and I have been kind of digging through is saying, okay, we know the teams. You mentioned the other ones, right? And they're all Shanahan coaching 2 teams. So Dolphins with Alec Ingold, Texans with Andrew Beck, and also Ben Skowronek. You see he's wearing number 26, Jim?
Yes.
So the question now becomes, are there more of these coaches from this tree that we can look at, and what other teams that have used fullback in the past might be willing to use it, right? So you look at teams like the Ravens with Patrick Ricard, right? That's highly consolidates those snaps. One I really like this year, Jim, Clint Kubiak going over to the Saints, right? The very first so you look at the 49ers and you look at the Texans and you look at the Dolphins. They have the fullback and they have an elite left tackle. Trent Williams in San Francisco, Teron Armstead with the Dolphins, and Laramie Tunsil, right? What do the Saints do? They bring in Clint Kubiak. First thing they do, free agency. Bing, boom. They bring in 2 fullbacks, Adam Prentice and Xander Horvath.
Yes.
Yes. This is has anyone else mentioned Xander Horvath on the podathon so far?
You and I would be the only ones that ever go there.
We're the only ones dropping Xander Horvath.
We're degenerates.
Yeah, right. They also went out in the draft, 1st round pick. They take a left tackle, Fuaga, right? So he's setting up that scheme. What does that mean? That means they're going to have more fullback. They're going to have blocking tight ends out there, and it's going to be Chris Olave in a highly consolidated role. And who do you think? Rashid Shaheed?
Juwan Johnson, if his foot's healthy?
Oh, but how I would love that. I would love that.
Because think about it. We still got to get Shaheed can run a lot of routes. They run him deep too often. Carr gets real shaky if he doesn't have time. Coop, I want to run this by you real quick. Last year, Olave was running too many go routes, just straight down the field, and Carr had no time. This offense with Kubiak, we know the alpha gets a lot of quick slants. It's going to be a different paradigm of how Olave is used. I want you to talk about that.
I'm in, man. And that's the thing is that these the trickeration, as my dad has always called it, right? For these offenses with the 49ers, with the Dolphins. And I know the league is trying to I think it was their fault for calling it cheat motion, right? The quick out motion, which is they basically put a guy in the slot and have him just sprint towards the sideline and then kind of time it where he's turning upfield right as the snap goes. They're going to be watching that. Tyreek Hill was definitely taking some vertical steps before the snap. There's no doubt. I've seen it in the highlights, right? So they're trying to stop that. But with these quick plays, what they essentially do is they set you up to either hit you with the quick one while you're thinking about the run, or hit you with the play action. And that's how you get those big George Kittle plays. That's how you get the drags across the middle where you're like, how is no one covering Debo? They run the play action one way and then the drags coming back the other way. I think it's all set up. It's a perfect situation. It's great for Olave. It's great for whoever the wide receiver 2 is. I'm hoping Shaheed. We'll see on that. And it's great for the running backs. Alvin Kamara running behind a fullback with a brand new left tackle. Hopefully his back is okay. I know he's got a little bit of a back issue, but I mean, with the rest of that roster, Kendrick Miller, he's been banged up. You're not hearing good things. Jamal Williams, I love the guy, but yeah, I don't know. So very exciting. And then, I keep looking around. I'm like, who else is going to use the fullback? Who uses these blocking tight ends, right? Arthur Smith, he brought in the fullback. He uses the blocking tight ends. I saw the Giants added Jakob Johnson, but I don't know.
Saw that.
Do you have any interest in the Giants, man?
Wan'Dale Robinson, I do.
Okay. Hit me with it, dude, because I can be sold.
After the bye, he was coming off the ACL injury, right? He only had one game with 40 yards through week 12. After the bye, he looked like he worked through the ACL. He had 3 of 4 games over 55 yards. That was the player that we saw that could get open in a nanosecond. And Malik Neighbors get a lot of attention. But when they got to get it out quickly, Wan'Dale in the slot could get a lot of catches. He was 69th percentile yards after the catch, Coop, but that includes the whole season when he was still rehabbing, like coming back from ACL. He's more of an 85th, 90th percentile after the catch guy. Thoughts?
The key, you and I know the key. It's that slot role where you stay on the field for 2 wide receiver sets, right? The all-time greatest fantasy season on a points per game basis is Jerry Rice. So let's just comparing anyone to Jerry Rice isn't fair. So let's just exclude that. Okay. The all-time best fantasy season for wide receiver number 1 is Cooper Kupp. And that year he ran the 4th most routes from the slot of any player. And he ran under 300 routes outside, but he stayed outside for 2 wide receiver sets. The number 3 all-time season behind Cooper Kupp and Jerry Rice is CeeDee Lamb last year. And guess what? He ran the 4th most routes from the slot. Coincidence that's the 4th most, but that's the best role in fantasy football. It's the Keenan Allen role. The year that Chris Godwin went bonkers, and Chris Godwin again this year, maybe. Yeah, we're giving it all away today, Jim. We're giving it all away. But, it's for RotoWire, so we got to hook everybody up. But if he gets that role where he stays on the field for 2 wide receiver sets, it's wheels up. The concern, of course, is that if they have Darius Slayton, please just go away, right? Like because Malik Neighbors is going to be out there every snap. Do they want to have Jalen Hyatt out there every snap? Do they want to have Darius Slayton out there every snap? Or do they want Wan'Dale Robinson? I'm willing to bet on Wan'Dale. So
same. Oh my gosh. Hey, full circle before we close this out. We mentioned fullbacks earlier. What I want to point out, what you talk about is like I said, you got the 49ers, you got the Dolphins, you got the Texans, and you got the Ravens. You use a lot of the fullback in different passes. All of their average depth of pass are at the very top of the league because they automatically manipulate box outs. Defenses have to play more heavy on defense because they know the running game could crush them. Thoughts on how and why, like a minute or 2, how these teams are attacking because of using that fullback on the field?
Because it's these shells, right? And that's the thing is that the defense has gotten so conservative with the shells. You know what I mean? Like, look at the Jets, man. It's like ridiculous. Because they even got Michael Carter in the slot, but the shells on the outside, they're forcing everything over the middle. The 49ers are going back to old school and saying, hey, you're not going to have people up here in the middle. Well, we're just going to smash mouth football you with fullbacks and big boys and pulling. I mean, they pull Trent Williams like a guard. They pull the guards, right? So they're like, we'll smash you up. And then the moment you come in there and say, we're going to stop that, they pull your pants down with a big chunk play. You know what I mean? And that's all George Kittle has, 16 40-plus yard plays. And the next closest guy is Kelsey. And then after that, it's like 7. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they get you, dude. And that's the it really, in my opinion, it's it's combating boring football, and it's bringing that back. It's saying, oh, you're going to sit back there. We'll eat you up underneath. And then when you finally step up, then we're going to rip off a big play. So I love to see it. I want to see more fullback out there, because the more those guys play, the more the ball goes to somebody else. And that's what I like.
Coop, Kittle had averaged like 87 catches in his first 2,000-yard seasons. He only needed 65 catches to get there because of the explosive plays you get by manipulating those box counts. Coop, we could talk about this all day long, but time constraints kind of rule us out otherwise. Please tell everybody where they could find you, what you've got going on, and how they could get involved with Fantasy Alarm.
You find me on Twitter at Coupe Fiasco. I'll be on the SiriusXM tonight, 6 to 8 p.m. Jim, I'm actually going to be on SiriusXM Thursday and Friday, 6 to 8 for the rest of the football season. They said they want more football, so I'll be rocking, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, that's a win for the fantasy community. Go ahead, Coop.
And make sure you do one last thing, that you stay tuned right here for the incredible lineup, including Mike Florio. Absolute gem. I met him this weekend at the Expo. What a guy. So cool thing you put together here, Jim. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for letting me talk fullback. Nobody ever lets me talk fullback,
but I do. And we will work together soon. We'll talk soon. Coop, have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
Later, buddy.
All right, we're rolling along here. RotoWire, and you're watching on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube. It's a newer channel for us, less than a couple months old. Content goes up every day to get you ready for your fantasy drafts and the fantasy season when it's in progress. If you like videos like this, please consider hitting the subscribe button. Click notifications button. Please hit the like. We'd love it. But again, if you want more of the channel, just check us out. No further wait time here. We got Michael Fabiano in the house. Fab, so excited to see you, my friend. You're an FSWA Hall of Famer, formerly of CBS, NFL Media. Dude, you are the man. So happy to see you. I'm going to let you just start talking some early round players to target and avoid and let you kind of roll with it.
What's up, buddy? Happy to be on here with you, pal. Yeah, you enjoying yourself? I mean, these seem like long days, right? I mean, how long are these programs that you're running every day?
I did 5 hours yesterday. We'll do 6 today. But you know what, Fabs? Just letting everybody else talk and just let everybody else shine. They hear enough of my big mouth. So now we get to hear other people that are smarter and better looking and all that good stuff.
When do you pee?
So last night, I used to be a teacher. Before I did football full-time, I was a full-time teacher. So I had to learn how to not go to the bathroom. So that muscle memory was kind of there. So I was good yesterday.
Yeah, you're like the Scott Hansen of fantasy football.
Oh my God,
Scott only eats carbs in the morning before red zone, and then he doesn't drink anything. And he doesn't pee the entire time. He's ridiculous.
He has no choice.
I know. I couldn't do it. I got the bladder of an 80-year-old woman. So I'm always going to the bathroom. Anyways, you know me getting off the tracks as always, but players to target early for me, one guy that I'm surprised isn't going higher is Saquon Barkley. I've been in drafts where I'm seeing him go mid to late second round. I'm like, did I miss something? Is everyone so worried that Jalen Hurts is going to tush push every single touchdown inside the 5 that Barkley's not going to get an opportunity? I don't know. That just seems weird to me. I think he's a late first rounder. No question about that. A guy that I'm a little nervous about, though, is Puka Nacua. And here's the thing. When you talk about top 24 picks at wide receiver, you're pretty certain that the player you're drafting is the alpha, right? I mean, Tyreek's the alpha. Jamar's the alpha. Justin's the alpha. We keep going. CD's the alpha. Is Puka the alpha in Los Angeles? I don't know.
Yeah, not so much.
I don't know. Cooper Kupp, and I get it. He's been hurt the last few years. I understand. I totally get it. But when you look at the numbers that Puka put up with Kupp compared to without Kupp, his numbers were good with Kupp, but they weren't elite. And they certainly weren't worth a guy being picked in the first round. So I still have a lot of redrafts to go, but in the redrafts that I've had, I don't have them. And I'm not saying that he can't put up great numbers. Cooper Kupp, everything you hear right now is that he's healthy. And what happens if he plays 14 games this season or more? Right. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, the targets that Puka would get, are not there. No. You are drafting Puka Nacua in the first round, or at least in the top 15 picks, assuming that Cooper Kupp misses time. Because if you're not assuming that, then Puka Nacua is not worth a top 12 to 15 pick. He's just not.
Now, Fabs, you in the middle of that, the beginning, you mentioned CD Lambs. Yeah, we don't question that, but we do wonder. Jerry always seems to pay his guys.
Don't get me started.
What do you?
Don't get me
But
started.
I have to because people are taking me to 102.
Can I swear?
Oh, probably. Please not.
Jerry Jones makes me mental. I hate him.
Thank you.
Listen, he is a great businessman. Great businessman. The guy's a gazillionaire. Okay. I wish if Jerry would adopt me, I would gladly let him sign the papers. Okay. He doesn't know jack diddly poo about what to do with these contracts. He has continually screwed things up when it comes to money. I don't get it. And the Cowboys, this could be the last year the Cowboys team, as we currently see it, is on the field together. Because you got to pay CD. I'm sorry, if you lose CD Lamb, I mean, you're going to lose your fan base.
Right.
Dak is going to be worth what, 50, 60 million
60,
a year?
60, yeah, 60.
And so like so let's say, and listen, I'm a frustrated Cowboys fan, okay? I've been a Cowboys fan since I'm 8. So I remember the catch. Everything bad that's happened to the Cowboys and good, I've been around for that. A lot of people who are Cowboys fans have not been. And a lot of those fans, it sucks because they haven't had a championship, right? I mean, the Cowboys haven't been to a Super Bowl since 95. We haven't gotten to a conference championship since 95. I have no problem drafting CD Lamb where I would have drafted him before the holdout became a thing, because I just don't see a scenario where he misses a large part of games. And I would be kind of surprised if he didn't play in week 1, to be quite honest with you. But Jerry Jones, for all the things that he's done right, he doesn't know how to run a football team. And this is another thing too. The Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable franchise in sports. Okay. In sports.
Yes.
Right. I mean, right up there with my other beloveds, the New York Yankees. And don't come at me because I like the Cowboys and the Yankees. Screw off. All right. Whatever. It hadn't been that great to be a Cowboys Yankees fan the last, 20 years. Trust me. So I don't know why the Cowboys are so freaking cheap. Like, remember back in the early 90s, they like waited to give Emmett money. And, it took us 2 games at the beginning of the season. I think it was 92, 91. I can't remember, but they didn't pay him. And then when we went 0-2, they're like, oh geez, we better give Emmett the bag here.
Remember that.
I don't understand. We didn't sign anybody in the offseason. I'm sorry, I say we because I'm a Cowboys fan for over 40 years. We signed nobody.
And they went
Nothing.
All in. They said, yeah,
all in is, you're going to make me swear. All in is a bunch. I don't know what the hell Jerry means by all in. And, he talks about the glory hole, which I would assume is going back to the Super Bowl. Hey, Jerry, you ain't going back there with the way you're running this freaking team. It's not going to happen. No. And also keep in mind, I'm sorry, I'm ranting. You opened up Pandora's box.
Oh, you're good.
We didn't beat anybody last year. Good. We didn't beat anybody good. No. The only good team we beat was the Eagles, and they were in the middle of just absolutely going sideways. We beat nobody. We got to the playoffs. Home game, became the first 2 seed to lose to a 7. All right. And Green Bay, I mean, they're a good team, but come on. We didn't beat anybody. And that's why now the schedule is going to be harder. You're playing a first place schedule. It just sours me. I see Cowboys fan with the Giants on camera. No, so here's the thing. I have a lot of helmets behind me. And I have them all listed like in the divisional order. So the Giants are basically where they finished last year. You guys can't see it because I can't pan up and down on here. But yeah, that's going to change because once week 1 starts, we get into the matchups and I put all the helmets in terms of the matchups. And I hate the Giants. I'm a Cowboys fan from Connecticut, so I hate the Giants more than any other team. And I guarantee you, they're going to be in on Dak next season. They're going to be in. It's going to be like a nightmare. It's like, it'd be like if Troy Aikman went and played for the then Redskins, right? You're like, no, like what the hell is that? And it's not even like, listen, Dak is a good quarterback. And I don't even mind, like, if they let Dak walk because he's going to make $60 million. I got to be honest with Jim. I'm not heartbroken over that. That's a lot of money for guys that won jack. It's a lot of money but they went and tried to, they tried to bring in Trey Lance and think maybe he could be something. Trey Lance stinks. And I kick myself in the cojones because I liked him coming out of school because he was a mobile quarterback in the Niners. I have a lot of faith in that front office and their coaching staff, and they wanted him so bad they moved up to get him. I'm like, there's something here with Trey Lance. I like this kid, and he hadn't done anything. So I don't know. I know I've gone on a just Cowboys rant here. I'm not worried about CeeDee Lamb. I was in a draft over the weekend, and I got him at 5. And that's like the lowest I've seen him fall, and I will gladly take him. If he falls to me, I have no problem with it. Again, I don't know what's going to happen, but the Cowboys, like, think about it. Our wide receiver group, Brandon Cooks after CeeDee Lamb. Jalen Tolbert is intriguing, I think. Like, I want to see maybe what he can do this year. But we got nothing because we didn't sign anybody. We didn't do anything.
Royce Freeman.
Dude, and
Sorry.
I know, listen, I love Zeke. Okay, I was excited when the Cowboys drafted him. I know he's a running back. He went, 4th overall or whatever it was. I am a running back truther. And I've had to kind of unlearn what I've learned, Yoda. And now I draft wide receivers early, which is weird to me because I love running backs. I've always been a running backs truther. I mean, my first championship that I won back in 98 was on the shoulders of Terrell Davis and Fred Taylor. Like, I love those guys. This is the worst backfield the Cowboys have had since Troy Hambrick. Like, think about it.
Yes.
Even the year we had Darren McFadden, remember Joe Randall was the starter for like the first 6 games, and he was a knucklehead, and they cut him because he had off-field issues. And McFadden came in and actually was good. This is the worst bat. Like, Zeke is what, 2.8 yards per carry?
Yeah.
Right? Royce Freeman's a journeyman. Deuce Vaughn's shorter than me, and I'm not tall. I like, honestly, like, I think, like, from a fantasy perspective, the guy to go and get because he's going to be cheap is probably Rico. But I mean, I don't know about him either. I think it's a mess. It is an absolute mess. The Cowboys are going to have to throw the ball a lot. And that's another thing, too. If you're leaning on Zeke Elliott to run the ball 250 times, you're going to be in trouble. That guy he's going to have more, yards lost on runs. It's going to be just a disaster.
Now,
another thing, too, is, go ahead.
Real quick. That leads to a fantasy question. My take on Zeke, and I want you to tell me right, wrong, or what you think. Zeke is not going to be an interior runner. He might get some carries, but he still can pass protect, which means he can catch some passes. He's a good pass catcher. And also at the goal line, he will be a factor. So if he simply got a lot of receptions and goal line work, his team will probably score points. Does that give him good fantasy value, even if he doesn't have the rushing yards?
I think his ceiling is a flex in a PPR league. His ceiling. Now, keep in mind, last year when he played for the Patriots, and then, when Ramondre went out, and he was getting most of the touches. I think he averaged right around like 20 touches a game, which is a lot. His yards per carry average was crap. But a lot of what he did from a fantasy perspective was as a pass catcher. So he's catching, 4 or 5 balls out of the backfield. Yeah. That's where his saving grace will be. If he can catch the ball out of the backfield, we know he's a good pass protector, as you mentioned. And so, but I mean, I really think his ceiling is flex, right? I mean, his ceiling is being like a top 36 running back, something like that, top 30 but he's going to have to catch a lot of balls, and he's going to have to be the primary goal line guy. And the Cowboys don't really have anybody else near the goal line, so I understand that. But that's the pie in the sky. That's the but I'm not drafting Zeke as more than an RB4. I don't want him as a 3. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
like if you go hero running back and you're trying to cobble together a running back 2 room, he's one of the pieces you take a dart at.
No question. Yeah, no question about that. But again, the running situation, it's going to be ugly. Like, he's going to have to be a pass catcher. He's going to have to catch, 40 balls out of the backfield and get goal line opportunities. If he can catch 40, score 8 to 10 touchdowns, I mean, yeah, you got something there. You don't have elite, but you've got something there, and maybe you get a draft bargain. I'm trying to talk myself into being positive about the Cowboys because it's been so long. Like, every single year, I know that the kick in the cojones is coming. I just don't know when it's coming. And I've already, we got the Browns in week 1. I got Mizanin already, breaking my stones and talking trash to the Miz for those of you who are in the WWE. We're probably going to lose that game. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that if the Cowboys have CD, he will be a stud again. There's no question about that. That is low-hanging fruit. Dak should be terrific. They're going to throw the ball a ton. And remember, I mean, Dak Prescott's playing for a lot of money. So staying healthy and producing, not throwing interceptions like he did a couple of years ago, would really behoove him. And if he could get this team, which I think is worse than last year's team, it's worse than last year's team, to the playoffs and win a few playoff games, Dak Prescott's going to make a ton of dough and maybe be gone from Big D.
No doubt. Fabs, appreciate the heck out of you. You do wonderful work. Remind people where they can find you and what you've got going on.
Over at Sports Illustrated, si.com/fantasy. I'm going to be on Westwood One with Amber Theo Harris, the fantasy football forecast. That will start the beginning of the season. And I cannot make the announcement yet, but follow my Twitter or my X and my Facebook and my TikTok and all that other crap, because I've got an announcement that's coming out today. And for all of you who used to listen to myself and the great Lindsay Rhodes on Sirius XM, may be interested in what I'm about to tell you. So keep tabs on the social media today, folks.
We didn't break the news, but we got a precursor to the breaking of the breaking
It's
news.
a tease. That's what they call it.
Oh, man, pro. Fabs, can't wait to hear what the news is. Have a great start to the season. Look forward to working with you soon.
All right, brother. Take care, man. And, try and get yourself a little bit of cup of water, but don't
overdo it.
Don't go pee. You got to keep, you got to have that palate's got to be a little bit moist at least.
Exactly. Got to keep the pipes all
No
ready
tea.
to roll.
No
Appreciate
tea.
you,
Then you're in
Fabs.
trouble. Yeah.
No,
All right, brother,
big
later.
trouble. Take care. All right, everybody. RotoWire has daily shows on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87. You can catch us on weeknights 8 to 10 Eastern. Now, the preseason on weekends, 1 to 3 Eastern. Starting week 1, that'll change a little bit. On the weekends in the regular season, 2 to 4 Eastern Saturdays. Game day morning, myself, Alan Seslowsky, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Sunday morning's game day, but preseason, we're still on in the afternoons. Excited to bring on my friend Drew Davenport. Drew Davenport, so glad to see you at the Expo. You find him at Drew Davenport FF. We'll talk about your work at the end so people make sure they're finding you if they don't know you. Drew is on the Football Guy staff, Auction Brief Pod, auction draft expert, and he has a couple belts to prove that from the Kings Classic, which he won the auction at 20 and 21. And this year, you got to add another one to get that trifecta. Drew, you're coming on to talk legal updates first and then some auction tips. Welcome. What do you got for us on the legal front?
How's it going, man? Thanks for having me. I don't know about following Fabiano and leading off for Marcus Grant. I'm sandwiched in between a couple of legends there, but thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people still talking about some things that just aren't true in these couple of cases that are hanging out there. People are still talking about Rashee Rice's December court date being important. It's not important. I can't stress this enough. That December court date is the first time that they have scheduled the civil trial. That's the first civil trial date. That never happens. It's not going to happen. And plus, we know the NFL doesn't care about civil cases. So, 98% of the time they don't care about them. So I'm not worried about that case in December. What we need to be worried about is whether or not there's an indictment yet in the Rice case. I'm just a little bit skeptical that they've indicted the case yet. And I know people are saying, well, he was already charged. Yes, they can be charged by the police agency without an actual charge being filed by a grand jury that indicts for a felony. I don't understand why we haven't heard more about the case since they said he was being charged. That's my only guess. I don't know what the other reason could be. Maybe they're talking behind the scenes about what's, about a possible plea or something like that. But right now, we just don't have enough information to know what's going on. My guess is that it hasn't been indicted yet.
Now, for those who don't know, Drew is a lawyer and he is your expert. There's a lot of legal stuff that that goes on in the NFL. And if you're not following Drew, you're really missing out because Drew has insight like nobody else in the business at Drew Davenport FF. Drew, another one I actually asked you during the Kings Classic draft. We're in different divisions and I pulled you on the side and I said, Jordan Addison's got some arraignment. Now, you'll have to tell me what that was. In October, he had something going on. Was it an arraignment? Help me out here. And what do fantasy managers need to know about that?
Yeah. And so, again, people are stuck on this October court date. And the October court date is the first appearance for Addison. And that is called an arraignment. And at your arraignment, that's when you plead not guilty and ask the court for a pretrial. Now, a lot of people say, well, can he come in and plead guilty? Yes, but no, that doesn't happen. If he has an attorney, which he will, and a good attorney, which he will, they'll tell him, wait, let the case play out. And that October 7th court date tells us a lot of things. Number one, the case was filed at the end of July. July 31st, I believe, was when the case was filed. That means that it was over 2 months from the date of the case being filed that they gave him an arraignment date. He's in L.A. County Court. They are busy, and I believe that's why it's October 7th. It's not some weird, nefarious plot. They're just busy. They have too many cases. They were in court 24 hours a day. They got so many cases. So I really think that on October 7th, he's going to plead not guilty. The case is then going to start. I don't believe the case is going to happen this year. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, what about this? And what about this? I understand there's possibilities that other things can happen. And I want to caution everybody on my Rice and my Addison advice. This is really important. Just because I have an opinion about how I think it's going to go or how I think it's going to play out doesn't mean that there are not other possibilities. And I've been saying that since the beginning. This is a game of probabilities here. I'm not here to say I have all the inside information, therefore I am 100% correct. That's not how this works. It's a probability thing. I believe the most likely explanation is that the case starts on October 7th. They get a pretrial sometime in November or December, and the case pushes out past the end of the season. But if they wanted to go quick, yeah, they can make it quick. I understand that. And that's a possibility. I just wouldn't put my chips there.
Drew, are there any other legal updates that anybody needs to be aware of? Or those are the two main ones? There's something else I'm missing here?
No, those are the two main ones. I mean, rookie defensive tackle Mike Hall from the Cleveland Browns was arrested on domestic violence charges. I haven't got a lot of run on that because people generally aren't concerned about defensive players because I do typically offensive. I do offensive fantasy.
Perfect sense. We're fantasy football players, and the other things are important, but not really for what we do. Drew, you are the best auction player I know, and if you follow Drew's stuff, he'll tell you at the end where to find everything. You'll hear Drew consistently talk about it. What are some quick auction tips? You got a good 5 minutes that you could talk to people about that might get them thinking about their upcoming auction, and of course, eventually leading them to where they can find more of your stuff.
Yeah, thank you. So, the best thing, the most in-depth thing you can do as far as my stuff is either listen to my show, The Auction Brief, or go over to Football Guys. I've got my 7-part Mastering the Salary Cap Draft series over there on Football Guys. But the thing I tell people all the time is there's a different level of preparation that's involved in doing an auction draft. You can't just go in there and say, oh, it's my turn, I picked this person. You have to have a strategy, and your strategy has to be something that you work towards at the beginning of your draft. And that's something I think people tend to lose. They start the beginning of the draft and they say, oh, well, I like these players, but I don't want to call them out yet because I want other people to waste their money. I understand that idea logically, but in reality, that's not how auction drafts work, okay? You have to be intentional about your early nominations to set yourself up for the later part of the draft. And what I mean by that is there is a strategy that I've come up with that really just was organic from doing my own auctions over the years. And that's called a par sheet. And a par sheet is real simple. If you have 16 roster spots, I want you to go down, I mean, any number of roster spots, but as an example, let's say you have 16. I want you to write all 16 roster spots on a piece of paper. And then I want you to figure out what you can spend on each roster spot exactly. I know a lot of people do percentages, and that's okay. And that's okay for you, Jim Coventry. And that's okay for Scott Pianowski. And that's okay for Dave Richard. But if you're not a veteran like these guys, then you need a little bit more. Percentages, I don't believe, work for people because you say, okay, well, I'm going to spend 40% of my budget on wide receivers. Well, what does that really translate to as a dollar figure? And then when you get into the draft, you spend some money on a receiver and you don't really realize how much that depletes your cap total for that position. So I like to tell people, put an exact number, an exact dollar amount on every position. And at that point, you're going to say, I don't have to stick with this exact number. I don't want you to be inflexible. I want you to look at that number as a guide and say, okay, well, I already got my wide receiver 1. And hey, AJ Brown's up for nomination and it's stopping at $38. And it's like really tempting to say, I want to say 39 because that's too low. But you look at your par sheet and you say, I only have $28 allotted for my wide receiver 2, and I already have my 1. I can't bid on AJ Brown. I already have my AJ Brown, and his name is Tyreek Hill. So I can't do that. And so the par sheet is a way to just keep you on track and keep you going the right direction. And then in the beginning of the draft, you want to be making nominations that allow you to execute your par sheet strategy.
Drew, that is amazing. And you did that very concisely, which I don't no surprise because you are so great with words, but that is amazing advice. We got a little bit of time, so very quickly, I just want to take a minute of this. I noticed in the draft, I made an early nomination of Kyler Murray, hopeful I could get him in a $200 budget for the 8 to 12 range. But I realized when he went for 15, I noticed the quarterback market be higher price than I expected. Then when Lamar Jackson came up, I got him at 16 with the realization the bottom quarterbacks, and they all did get pushed up. The ceiling was lower than expected. In a minute or two, talk about adjustments you can make on the fly in auctions.
Yeah, that's a great example because it happened to me. I was going to go after Kyler Murray, and I was going to call him out in the first round, hoping to get him for about $12. So great minds think alike there, sir. But yeah, so I had the same idea, and Jalen Hurts came up first, and he went for 21. So I ended up getting him because that was about $6 or $8 cheaper than he went the previous year. So I felt pretty good about it. But the adjustments that you have to make that's why I love the par sheet. Because if you get in there and you see this kind of general push on the quarterbacks, which I saw in my room as well, guys like CJ Stroud, $11, Joe Burrow, $14, that kind of thing, then you just have to decide, can I pay that? And if I can, then where am I pulling the money from? And that's how the par sheet helps you. So I wanted to spend 12. I ended up spending 16. Where am I pulling that $4 from? And a lot of times what I do, the other side of the coin there with the quarterbacks especially, is I say, okay, I'm going to dump out of this completely, and I'm going to go for a $2 Jared Goff and a $4 Jordan Love, and I'm just going to have both of them, as a sort of scattershot backup approach. But that's why I love the par sheet, because it really tells you where can I pull the money from. And if you make a mistake and say, I went $8 over and I shouldn't have done that, I can pull this from somewhere down the sheet, and it helps you stay on track.
Drew, tell everybody where they can find you and your work, and I appreciate you hanging with me.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. You can find me at Drew Davenport FF on Twitter. Find my show, the Auction Brief podcast, that drops every Thursday morning. And, my Patreon network is the Fantasy Football Lawyer Patreon network as well. So, thanks a lot for having me. Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you. We'll talk soon, Drew. Marcus Grant in the house. So happy to see you. Always love seeing you, Marcus. Ton of football knowledge. Great person. So happy to call you a friend, Marcus. You can find him NFL Media, at MB Fantasy Life, at ESPN Los Angeles. I don't live there, but if I did, I'd be locked in on that. You find him at Marcus G, MARCASG. Marcus, we are going to talk some expectations for rookie receivers, and I'm just going to let you kind of wind up. Can you start me out with Brian Thomas?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I was intrigued, right? Like, what's the meme? I'm going to butcher it. The meme from like Django. It's like, first you have my attention, now you have my curiosity. That is sort of where I am with Brian Thomas. I was sort of intrigued when he went to Jacksonville, but understanding there were a lot of wide receivers that he was going to have to compete with there. But seeing the reports from camp over the last week or so, the fact that, they were doing the joint practices with the Buccaneers, and it seemed like nobody in Tampa was able to stay with him. He was consistently getting behind the defense. Add to it that now Christian Kirk is dealing with a little bit of a nagging injury. I'm starting to really get excited about what Brian Thomas can be in this offense. So, again, it was a thing where we didn't really know. I mean, we all have our speculations on how guys slot into particular offenses. We don't really know, but it does seem like in the last few days, a clearer picture of what Brian Thomas can be to Jacksonville and what their expectations of him are going to be. And so that has gotten me quite a bit more interested in drafting him somewhere in the middle rounds.
And you're right, the middle rounds is where he's gravitated. Do you feel that's an excellent price, a good price?
I don't think it's an excellent price. I think it's a good price. And I do think, I think the price is going to get less good over the next couple of days because, look, we're all reading the same stuff, right? We're all seeing the same reports. It will be very interesting to see what happens on Saturday when they play. I presume we're going to see Thomas in some regard out there, and however he performs is probably going to have a little bit of an impact on his ADP, especially if he goes out and plays well on Saturday. I think that thing's going to shoot up. So I guess my advice to you out there right now is if you are currently in the middle rounds of a slow draft or something like that, maybe now is the time to try and draft Brian Thomas because who knows? By Sunday morning, that price could be drastically different than what it is now.
Marcus, we've seen that preseason helium hit so often. One big game, one big carry, whatever, big catch, and all of a sudden, boom, up those draft boards. Oh, very quickly, I remember back when Arian Foster, before that Dallas game, I was all over him, getting him in the end rounds, and then he went for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns against Dallas in a preseason game. Those days were over. Let's go to the next one, Marcus. Keon Coleman is now with the Bills. Realistically, Stephon Diggs being gone, whatever you thought of him last year, defense has always had to commit a lot of attention to him. I don't think any receivers on the team scare opposing defenses. I think defenses are going to be more willing to walk things down. Coleman projects to be an outside ball winner type. How do you see him meshing with Josh Allen in year one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting because I think they are very much kind of a black box in terms of where the ball is going to go. I mean, Dalton Kincaid is going to get his. I think he's the number one target in this offense. James Cook is probably the number two. But when it comes to wide receivers, it really is a mixed bag. And I think that potentially bodes well for a guy like Keon Coleman. Hopefully they can kind of get him outside. You know you have a big-armed quarterback in Josh Allen. He can hopefully be the guy that wins downfield. But I think when you talk about those 160 targets that Stephon Diggs left behind, I don't see one guy in this offense that is going to just dominate that target share right now. So you got Keon Coleman, you have Khalil Shakir. A lot of people are excited about Curtis Samuel there in Buffalo, and I think it's going to be kind of and everybody helps out sort of thing. So I mean, Keon Coleman right now going, sort of in the 9th round, early 10th round potentially, depending on where you're drafting. I would rather take Brian Thomas right now. I mean, we just talked about him. I think I'd rather take Brian Thomas at his ADP versus Keon Coleman. But I do see a path where he can step up and become a big target earner in this offense. But I just think that between Coleman, Shakir, and Samuel, you're probably talking about a collection of like wide receiver threes for fantasy purposes.
As you mentioned, Samuel and Shakir, limited sample. He came on late in the season. 91% of his catches were from the slot. Curtis Samuel can play outside. He can be a movable chess piece. My thought is he's probably best in the slot. And I know you said it's going to be like the wide receiver 3-ish types. How do you separate those two, Shakir and Curtis Samuel, for fantasy?
Well, I think for me, Curtis Samuel, I compared him to Duke Johnson the other day in the sense of I liked Duke Johnson as a player. I really did. The problem with Duke Johnson is that he was always a good running back on a team with better running backs, and he was a good pass catcher on a team with better pass catchers. And I sort of feel that way about Curtis Samuel. He's that sort of Swiss Army knife, but there are guys that do all of those things a little bit better than he does, right? If the Bills want to run the ball, they got James Cook and Ray Davis. If they want to throw the ball, sure, Samuel will get his targets, but they do like Shakir. They do like Keon Coleman. They do like Dalton Kincaid. So I think he's going to sort of be that guy that's really good for the Bills in real football terms, really frustrating in fantasy football terms. For that reason, I mean, if I'm picking between the two, I probably take Shakir because I think he has the higher ceiling, the bigger upside. I feel like they're all that quintessential better and best ball sort of guy. But I think if I had to pick one to have on a managed team every week, I would probably go Shakir just because it seems like he's got more potential in him right now.
So moving over to Kansas City, I love how the Chiefs went with an approach of speed. They bring in Xavier Worthy. I know he's hurt now, but Marquise Brown. And my thought, Marcus, is Mahomes' average depth of pass was 7 yards. It was a full yard less than what he had in the rest of his career. And teams are just packing things down, loading up on Kelsey. But by bringing in the infusion of speed, I think safeties are going to not be able to spin down. They're going to really have to be careful because Mahomes, he's going to hunt for the deep pass. And if he has players who can get there, maybe again, not Brown for a while, we'll see when that happens, but certainly Worthy speed. But that said, Worthy's 165 pounds, not quite sure. You hear about he can do many things. What are your thoughts on Worthy in year one?
I think Worthy in the first year, look, I think if there's a spot for him to land, Kansas City is the spot, not just because Patrick Mahomes is there, but you talk about his size. We know about the speed. I think the questions will be, how does he handle more physical corners? How does he handle press coverage just as a physically smaller player? But you've got a guy like Andy Reid who will figure out how to move you around the formation, how to put you in positions where you can win off the line of scrimmage. And I think that's going to help him a lot. I'm very curious how much they lean on him until Hollywood Brown gets healthy and gets back again. I'll say this. The one thing that I have loved about Patrick Mahomes over the last couple of seasons, I mean, besides just what he does on the field, is that I feel like the Chiefs have been very transparent about what they're trying to do offensively. And maybe that comes from just being so good that you can kind of put it out there a little bit. But, I mean, a couple of years ago, right, he said, look, fantasy managers are going to hate us because we're going to spread the ball around, right? We're not going to have one guy catch the football. And that's what turned out to be true. This year, I feel like they've been very deliberate in saying we want to be more vertical. We want to stretch the field a lot more. And certainly with their offseason moves, they have shown that. So I think that makes it more exciting to have a guy like Worthy out there. I think he's different than, say, a Rashee Rice, because I feel like Worthy can win on his own and get open and earn some targets. Last year, the thing with Rice was so much of his production was manufactured, right? It was bubble screens. It was underneath work. It was yards after the catch, which are great. I feel like for fantasy, though, that's a hard way to live, having to lean on that year in and year out. So I think what happens when everybody's healthy, I think, Brown is number one. I think Worthy's a guy that they can use as a movable chess piece. And Rashee Rice is the guy that mostly I have been out on in drafts because, with those two receivers and Travis Kelce, how much are they going to take time to really scheme up a lot of looks for a guy like Rice?
Real quick, and you mentioned Hollywood Brown. Obviously, he's dropped a little bit in drafts because of the uncertainty early in the season. Didn't need surgery. That's a good sign. Is it a buy opportunity with him falling in ADP, or is it a stay away because of the early season uncertainty?
I think I would be willing to buy on him, but obviously it depends on sort of my build, right? If I've got some other receivers that I know I can count on early in the year, then sure, I'm willing to wait on Marquise Brown because, I mean, you know this. We want as many pieces of the Chiefs offense as we can get. And the guy who projects to be the number 2 target there behind Travis Kelce, the number 1 wide receiver target, that's a really, really attractive thing. So if I've gone sort of wide receiver heavy early on and I can get Marquise Brown somewhere in the middle part of the draft, I'm willing to kind of, forego a couple of weeks for him to get healthy and get acclimated to this offense, because then potentially I've got 3 or 4 receivers that I can plug into my lineup on a regular basis.
And like you're saying, if you draft him as a 4th receiver, if that's how your roster build works, well, there are no bye weeks in the first 4 weeks. So even if he misses 3 games or something like that, you're going to have your regular players, assuming there's no injury. So it really changes the equation as to what level of expectation. And if it's a wide receiver 4, that really changes the equation. Marcus, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, best place to find me is on Twitter at MarcusG, MarCasG. But NFL Network, NFL Fantasy Live is back. We are on. We will be Monday through Friday, starting in a couple weeks for 6 p.m. Eastern time. Also, the NFL Fantasy Football Podcast with me, Michael F. Florio, Laquan Jones. That's a couple times a week. And then doing some stuff over with Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. I'm hosting a Sirius XM show on Saturday mornings with a guy named Chris Manzo. That's a whole lot of fun. And then I think I'll be doing some stuff on Sunday mornings with him too. But check the Twitter feed, and I'll let you know kind of where I am.
Marcus, I appreciate the heck out of you. I'm glad I can call you a friend. Have a great rest of draft season, start to the season. I'll look forward to talking to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jim. Be good.
Thanks. I'll try. All right, everybody, continuing on here again. Hopefully you're enjoying the marathon. We have plenty of hours to go. If you missed yesterday's when this is over, before your drafts, we got 50 experts over 2 days to get you set up. And remember, RotoWire's launched a new RotoWire Picks app. Gives you offers, recommendations, predictions for fantasy pick'em, player props on platforms like Prize Picks, BetMGM, and more, covering about every sport. Free to download on Apple and Android. If you get a RotoWire subscription within that, you can unlock all the features. Go to the App Store, check out RotoWire Picks. And now we have Dave Kluge in the house. Dave, so good to see you, football guys. You've been there for a while now. Just been a steadfast, strong performer there. Appreciate all the work you do. And you are going to talk some rookie quarterbacks with us today, Dave. Let's start out with Caleb Williams. Usually a rookie quarterback goes to a really bad spot. Maybe not so bad in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a number 1 overall pick ever landing in a situation as good as this. And, we talk about the receivers all the time, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, but also has a strong run game. They invested with DeAndre Swift. Good word that Velus Jones is now running with the ones
Right?
as their potential RB1, which is crazy to see. Cole Kmet there as well. But what I like best about this is that, 2024, I'm not trying to get too overexcited here. I think that expectations are so high that it's going to be really hard for Caleb Williams to live up to those expectations. But what they did, extending DJ Moore, extending Cole Kmet, having Roma Dunze on that rookie contract, they're going to have this nice nucleus surrounding Caleb Williams for the entire duration of his rookie deal.
So with Caleb Williams, he's commonly being drafted outside the top 12 quarterbacks. What's your idea about whether to target him and maybe see if something happens as a quarterback too, pair him with somebody? What are your thoughts, or is he an avoid this year?
I'm going to give the really boring answer that I think he's perfectly valued where he should be. Of course, we saw last year, a guy like CJ Stroud could really just explode onto the scene and do things that we haven't seen rookie quarterbacks do before, supporting multiple fantasy relevant pass catchers. That's something historically that we haven't seen from rookies, but CJ Stroud just did it last year. So it's hard to ignore the potential ceiling with a guy like Caleb Williams, who I also believe is pretty underrated as a rusher. Didn't have a ton of rushing volume in college, but he's a underrated rusher that I think could end up with somewhere between like 400 to 500 yards rushing and elevate that ceiling a little bit. So the downside, of course, is that he's a rookie quarterback and he might just struggle to get up to NFL speed. The upside is that he can throw for 4,500 yards, rush for another 500, and give you a top 5 finish. So willing to take the risk with Caleb Williams, but with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, all of these rookies that are kind of getting steamed up a little bit in the ADP, I do like to pair them up with a late round, for lack of a better term, boring quarterback, a Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, a guy like that. So if it doesn't pan out, you've got something to fall back on.
Yeah, I was just in an auction last week and the spending got out of control. And with quarterbacks, I was at the point where, look, I'm not spending what they were paying. It was way overpay. So I ended up getting Caleb Williams for $3 and Kirk Cousins for $1. And you know what? We're going to call it a day.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Let's go to Jaden Daniels next. So, Dave, Jaden Daniels has been a starter in college since 2019. He didn't have more than 17 touchdowns passed in the season until last year when he hit 40. Always worry. He's had a man against boys with all this experience and with a great offense and weapons around him. The rushing, we know he runs a lot. He lists him at 210. I see him. I'm thinking 190 maybe. What are your thoughts on Jaden Daniels this year?
I'm a big fan of Jaden Daniels, and there's obviously some red flags here. The sack to pressure ratio is impossible to ignore. And if he doesn't get that under control, he's probably going to have a pretty short NFL career. But looking at the 2024 season alone, I have very little concerns. He's going to be the week 1 starter, and he's got Terry McLaurin there. He's got Jahan Dotson, Zach Ertz, Ben Sinnott, Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson. There's a lot of really good pieces around him. It's almost like a diet version of Caleb Williams. We're so enamored with Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick, and the landing spot that he landed in. But Jaden Daniels going number 2 is also landing in a pretty nice spot. Now, what I like about Jaden Daniels is that you're getting a high floor and a high ceiling because of the rushing. This guy rushed for 1,134 yards last year, led the NCAA in yards per carry. And, we've seen Cliff Kingsbury. He coached Kyler Murray his rookie season and immediately coached Kyler Murray into a top 12 quarterback finish. From then on, Kyler Murray was nothing but a top 5 quarterback. So we know that this is a good offense for fantasy quarterbacks. They're going to run a lot of plays. They're going to give him the ability to run a lot. They're going to have a heavy pass volume, and there's good weapons surrounding him. So where I think Caleb Williams is accurately priced, like I said, don't have a really strong take on him. I think Jaden Daniels is way undervalued. I've got him in a tier as my QB9 with his ADP typically being somewhere between 13 and 14. He's one of the easiest picks for me to make in drafts this year.
I love that. And he said, when you have a running quarterback, and I say this every year on some show or another, Tim Tebow was a QB1 when he played, and he could not pass at an NFL level. And I'm not saying Jaden Daniels can't, but a running quarterback gives you that type of opportunity, and it's hard to ignore that. So if people are playing in 2 quarterback leagues, which many of us do, is Drake Maye worth a draft pick? It seems right now Jacoby Brissett's probably in the lead. Sometimes with rookies, that's the way it is. A lot of developing pieces around him on offense. They did lose one of their top tackles in the offseason. Line wasn't overly great. What are your thoughts on Drake Maye as a rookie?
Yeah, I think you got to take the risk on Drake Maye just because he has the draft capital. And, sometimes it's just as simple as that. So many people galaxy brain themselves out of taking CJ Stroud last year. And, all these guys that we thought were not great receivers. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm a Nico Collins fan. I've been a Nico Collins fan since he came into the league. But going into last year, people looked at this Texans receiving room and they said, well, there's nobody here. Nico Collins going into year 3, he hasn't done much. Tank Dell is this undersized speedster. We can't really expect anything out of him. And it didn't matter. CJ Stroud was good enough to elevate everybody around him. And now the narratives we're hearing about the New England Patriots are just so similar to what we heard last year about the Texans. They don't have a true wide receiver. They've got a new coaching staff there. And there's all of these question marks about Drake Maye. I think all of that has pushed him so far down draft boards that it's pretty much a no-risk proposition. Like, you can draft him, and if he pans out, awesome. If he doesn't, you can cut him, move on, pick up whoever off of the waiver wire. So Drake Maye is so cheap right now that I think it's silly not to take the risk on him. And then again, we talked about the rushing upside with Jaden Daniels, and deservedly so. He is clearly the best rushing quarterback in this draft class. But I think Drake Maye is a close second. He's a guy who was very underrated as a rusher in college. He's got a good athletic profile as well. So, like I said with Caleb Williams, got to be an underrated rusher. Jaden Daniels, we know he's a very good rusher. Drake Maye is also an underrated rusher. And a lot of times when young quarterbacks don't have weapons around them to throw the ball to, they will just defer to their legs. And I think we could see a lot of that from Drake Maye, especially in this Alex Van Pelt offense.
Dave, we got a couple minutes. Maybe I want to throw a little Bo Nix at you. Obviously, he signs the 12th pick drafted by the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton has a good run blocking offensive line. They really invested in this, like McGlinchey and Ben Powers last year. They have that power running game. They do have Cortland Sutton in the receiving game. We're not sure what Marvin Mims. We had a lot of talk up last year on him, and then kind of didn't really do a lot with that. And of course, Tim Patrick, couple lost seasons. Josh Reynolds in there. Greg Dulcich back from a missed season. What might we expect from Bo Nix as a rookie?
I think Bo Nix is another great value. And, I think the one guy that I kind of copped out on was Caleb Williams, saying he's accurately priced, but I'm targeting all of these other rookies because there is uncertainty here, and that uncertainty opens up good potential values. Bo Nix, I think there's some reasonable concerns about his age and why it took him so long to make it into the NFL, but it's very obvious what they're trying to do in Denver right now. I mean, you look last year, Jaleel McLaughlin and Javonte Williams were 3rd and 4th in the league in targets per route run. They are going to run this offense on very short dink and dunk passes, on these timing routes to the receivers across the middle of the field and to the running backs out in the flat. And that's what Bo Nix did best in college. If you look at his adjusted completion rating on anything inside of 9 yards, whether it was behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, or within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage, he was the most accurate quarterback in college football last year. Now, that's something Russell Wilson struggled with. Russell Wilson is best when he's getting off script and doing things out of the structure of the offense, pushing the ball deep downfield. I think Bo Nix, well, he might be a little bit of a dare I say, boring quarterback. He's going to be able to run Sean Payton's offense, and it's very obvious the offense that Sean Payton has tried to build here. So, again, much like Drake Maye, it's kind of a no-risk draft pick here. You're not paying up for him. If he pans out, great. If he doesn't, you can move on from him, but he's cheap enough that I'm willing to take that very minimal risk.
It's a great point that I imagine Russell Wilson could have been difficult to coach because he probably want to do a lot of things his way. That's the vibe I got. And Sean Payton obviously wants things done his way. And I don't know that they're kind of forced together. But like you said, Bo Nix may have been selected for those specific reasons, that what he does well fits in with the coach. Imagine that, somebody making a good NFL decision for what's best for the franchise, but that may just be perfect that he fell to where he did. Dave, remind everybody where they can find you and what work you have going on and the stuff at Football Guys.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Jim. Always a pleasure. I love getting to hop on these marathons. It was really cool getting to see you last week in Canton as well. So thanks for all you do. Appreciate you making the time for me today. But you can find me at footballguys.com. All of my content is there. YouTube.com/@footballguysfantasy. And then if you want to follow me on Twitter at Dave Kluge, I share all of my content there, written, video, audio, whatever it may be, along with some fun jokes and memes and whatnot, at Dave Kluge on Twitter.
I appreciate you, Dave. Good luck in the rest of draft season. Hopefully we work together soon and have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. Take it easy, Jim.
Thanks. Hey, everybody, if you're betting on the NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across the leading sports books and fantasy sites. You can check out rotowire.com/mybets, and that'll allow you to monitor all your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with MyBets. Pretty cool tool. And then also, if you're trying to schedule a draft and it's really difficult, we all have challenges as a commissioner when that happens, getting everybody for the right date. Well, if you go to rotowire.com/scheduler, it's free. And basically, everybody clicks for all the dates that you list. Yes, no, or maybe. And then that gives you a baseline point of getting everybody in the same page. We on the RotoWire team, when we have our house drafts, we do that. It's very, very useful. So again, you can check that out, rotowire.com/scheduler. And with that, we bring in my friend Doug Orth. Doug, we're just getting big through the draft season here. And you can find Doug at Doug Orth. He's the creator of the big boards at FF Today, co-host of All Out Splits FF, which is a newer show for you. And at the end, you can talk about that so people can dial into that. I think it'll be a great opportunity for them. Doug, we're going to talk some rookie running backs today. I noted 3. If we go beyond that and you have another one you want to throw out, we certainly will. Let's start out with Jonathan Brooks. The coaching staff says right now, is last couple of weeks, maybe out 3 weeks, maybe out 4 weeks. What are you thinking about in terms of drafting Brooks and when he gets on the field, what we might expect?
Yeah, Jim. Hey, thank you for having me, and I hope the show's going well. It sounds like it is. Jonathan Brooks is probably going to be a set at some point in the near future. I'm just not sure it's going to happen before the second half of this season, and likely not until 2025. Head coach Dave Canales has already told us not to expect him until week 3 or week 4, just like you hinted. There's also still a decent chance he begins the season on the PUP list. Even if he avoids PUP, we know ACL recoveries take about 12 months physically. He suffered his torn ACL in November of last year. It then usually takes another 6 to 12 months for that player to trust his knee fully again. We need to accept not only possibility, Jim, but the likelihood that we won't see the same running back we saw at Texas this year. We also need to keep in mind that while the Panthers should be improved this season, just about everyone, including that front office, understands it's not about winning this season. What are the odds that Carolina sees a lesser version of Brooks and decides to shut him down once the team falls out of the playoff race?
That's a wonderful idea. Now, I know we're talking rookie running backs, but you mentioned the ACL and the recovery, and I want to go lateral for a minute. People are drafting TJ Hockenson as like a top 14 tight end. He not only had the ACL injury in late December, he didn't have the surgery till January 26th. People are drafting him. And it might be tight end premium leagues. It might be the leagues where you have him for the fantasy playoffs. What are your thoughts on TJ Hockenson? And I will get back to running backs in a minute, but with the ACL, sure. I like how you talk about the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone that's counting on Hockenson before the start of November is probably somewhat delusional. Tight end is obviously a different position than running back. I think it's possible that we can start seeing contributions from him, but I'm not taking him. I mean, just off the top of my head, I'm tight end 15, high end tight end 2. Hopefully, I'm getting something from him by the fantasy playoffs, but I'm not counting on that either.
Doug, I'm going to follow up with this for 1 minute. Like I said, I want to get to where we're going, but it's important, I think. So TJ Hockenson, what I think is really important and people aren't talking about is he had chemistry with Kirk Cousins, but he will not have had any real meaningful reps with Sam Darnold. Is that a factor when he comes back however many months later?
I don't know how it couldn't be. I mean, I obviously think it's going to be. Let's say that I don't know how long. I don't know how long it takes to build chemistry. I mean, I would imagine, especially with the way regular season practices go now, I mean, we're hoping 4 weeks to build chemistry, and that's dicey. It's dicey, Jim.
Yeah, so I'm out on him, and I just wanted to get that, hear what you thought, because I see there's too many variables here, and there's not a lot of things. Like, he's not going to be the same player he was with Kirk Cousins and healthy. So let's move on to Blake Corum next. Corum moves into a situation with the Rams. Now, Kyren Williams is a rookie. They tried to get him on the field. Didn't do a whole lot. He had missed the first 7 games. Last year, he missed a number of games. Also broke his hand in the playoff game, but of course didn't miss time because the season was over. But what I thought Sean McVay did extremely well, he was a step ahead of the league again, as he always is. And the Rams were successful by running what we call duo downhill. The league got really good with defending the run, especially zone runs with light boxes and shooting gaps. Well, McVay kind of knew ahead of time, you run downhill, they don't engage, and you have them at a disadvantage. So Kyren Williams is putting up about 100 scrimmage yards a game when he was healthy. My question is, was it the system? Was it him? But now Corum comes in. And is Corum possibly more talented than Williams? What are you thinking with Corum?
Okay, I'll get around to your second question here in a bit. I'm going to hit you up with these few nuggets here. Did you know, or I should say, McVay has coached in 115 regular season games over his 7 years with the Rams. Did you know that a running back has handled at least 16 touches in 67% of those games? Did you know that a running back has handled at least 20 touches in just over 44% of those? I think it's fair to say McVay prefers to lean on one back. The problem for Los Angeles is that Kyren Williams has missed at least 5 games in each of his first 2 seasons. And if we put anything into weight and how running backs built, we know that Kyren Williams isn't built like the traditional or prototypical running back. Anyway, apparently the Rams thought the same thing I did when I watched Corum, because I gave when they watched Corum because I gave him a Kyron Williams comp during my draft when I was doing my draft profiles. I don't think it's a matter of if Corum will play or be useful in fantasy this year, but when it's going to happen. If the Rams truly believe Corum is something of a Williams clone, they probably won't ask Williams to handle 21.7 touches per game in 24 like they did in 2023. I'm sure the Rams will begin the season with Corum only playing a bit role, but I would be willing to bet that he has started to carve out some standalone value for himself by the 1st of November, and I'm probably being a little bit conservative with that. Not only that, but we are probably talking about a player who will be ranked as a top 10 running back in any week that Williams is sidelined.
That's huge. So the draft cost, I think it's very palatable for Corum right now. And so you're basically saying some standalone value, but if Williams misses time, you've got yourself potential lottery ticket, correct?
Yeah, we love those running backs with contingent value in the double-digit rounds, and I don't know that it gets any better in terms of contingent value than Blake Corum. So after you filled out those flexes or those, I would even start taking him over some of the low-end starting running backs. I'm that confident that he's going to be useful this year.
I love that call. Now, Trey Benson is next, goes to Arizona. James Conner will miss his 3 or 4 games. I think you can write it in pen. It just is the way it is. Conner, kind of the heart and soul of that team, though. And he's on the last year of his deal. Career high 5 yards per carry last year. He never had more than 4.5. Broken tackle rate, 94th percentile. Conner, from an efficiency standpoint, had the best season of his career. And he had his 2 good receiving games of the year when Kyler Murray was back. He had a 54 and a 67. But otherwise, he had nothing as a receiver last year. Not his fault. Now, Benson is in the mix. How are you projecting Benson, and what do you see Benson as a player?
We were talking before with Jonathan Brooks. I think Benson's another player who I believe is destined for success in 2025 and beyond. But I think we're going to need to see a significant change in Arizona's thinking early in the season if he's going to be a league-winning type of back that some people want him to be. Head coach Jonathan Gannon has spoken about how much he loves James Conner, as you alluded to, for most of the offseason, which is obviously Benson's biggest hurdle in becoming a rookie sensation. Unfortunately for Benson, it doesn't sound like he's cleared the smaller hurdle yet, which is making Michael Carter or Amari DiMarcado expendable. Long-term, I don't think Arizona could have found a better long-term replacement for the power element that Conner provides to this offense in this most recent draft in Benson. I just have my doubts. We're going to see much of that in 2024 unless the Cardinals fall out of playoff contention early.
We have time for another rookie running back, and a lot of people are talking up Kimani Vidal, 6th round draft pick, I believe. But when he tested for his size, good speed, good explosiveness, it was interesting. Gus Edwards is going to be 29. He had all the touchdowns last year. His yards per carry were a full yard lower than what they had been. He's going to lose the advantage of the mobile RPO quarterback and Lamar Jackson now going to Los Angeles. J.K. Dobbins coming off an Achilles. He had also had an ACL a while back. What are your thoughts on Vidal?
Jim, we talked last week on your RotoWire show on Sirius XM, and he was one of my late round finds. We're hearing the drumbeat now out of LA that it's questionable. My evaluation, my thoughts on Vidal haven't changed. But if we're talking about somebody now who is, it sure sounds like now he's going to be practice squad to begin the year. I don't understand it. I don't like it. And I would almost, if it's going to be that, I'd take my chances that he might end up in Dallas and start running with that job. But I like the talent. I'm not running away from the talent, but I wish it was going to be what we thought it was going to be, which was Gus Bus ends up being a 1B back. Dobbins, I shouldn't say wish. I don't wish injuries on J.K. Dobbins or either one of those guys, no. But what the talent, wishing what I wanted it to be, which would be the talent shines through. Gus takes a 1B role. Dobbins is, plays to his history and misses, half the season type of thing. I don't believe that Jarrett Patterson or Isaiah Spiller is what the Chargers think is the answer there, but it's just looking like it's not going to come together this year for Vidal.
So we have like a minute or two left. I'm going to ask you about Christian McCaffrey now. So calf injury, they're expecting him back. I remember back in 22 in the playoff game against the Eagles, he hurt a calf then. Calves are tricky. They're just weird things, and I'm worried. I know it's been 2 years. We haven't had regular season injury issues with McCaffrey, but we had a spell of 2 years where he had some injury histories. Are you drafting him at the 101?
I bumped him off the top spot with my most recent big board, and it sounds like the calf was nothing to worry about, at least this one. I had a calf injury almost 10 years ago. It took me about 4 to 6 weeks to come back. Of course, I'm not the great athlete that some of these guys are, but yeah, calf injuries are nothing to play with. I'm still on the borderline. I think I'm still taking Breece Hall over McCaffrey at this point. And if for no other reason, because we're starting to reach the point of the age curve where we need to start lowering our expectations slightly on McCaffrey, even though he's an all-world talent and an all-world running back.
You know, Doug, at the very, very top of the draft, we want as few question marks as possible. Yep. And it doesn't take much. Give me the healthy guy now. He might not be healthy. Like Breece Hall might not be healthy tomorrow, but he's healthy today. Bijan Robinson, healthy today. Christian McCaffrey, not healthy today. And Joe Burrow had the calf last year, different position, but McCaffrey kind of probably needs his calf a little bit more than Burrow did. So, again, not a doctor. And if you're going to draft McCaffrey number 1, obviously go ahead and do it. But like Doug's pointing out, maybe let somebody else take the risk. Breece Hall could give you a similar season to what McCaffrey has if they're both healthy. That's definitely in the realm of possibility.
And the problem that we're running into this year that we haven't had before is now we don't know for sure who the handcuff is. Is it Elijah Mitchell? Is it Jordan Mason?
Or if Garendo gets healthy, they spend draft capital in him. I know their history of 4th-round draft picks is terrible, but there's something there. Doug, remind people where they can find you and your work.
As you mentioned, FF Today is where you find my written work. I'm hosting a pod called The All Out Blitz, like you mentioned, with JJ Winter. That comes out on IDP Plus every Wednesday morning. And circling back to FF Today before I go off here is I'm in the middle of doing 2 rounds of big boards. That's for PPR, non-PPR, half PPR, Superflex, and FFPC. I'm finishing up the first round of those this week and starting the second round next week.
Remember, give him a follow at Doug or Doug. You know, I appreciate you. I'm glad to have friendship with you. Good luck the rest of draft season. I know we'll be talking soon. Have a great rest of the day.
Yes, we will. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Hey, if you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly and you're looking to get that in-season edge, you can check out a free RotoWire trial, 2 days, no credit card needed. You just go to rotowire.com/Jim. You can see all of our rankings, articles, and more. Yvette, welcome to the show. So just saw you at the Fantasy Football Expo. As always, a great positive influence there, meeting a lot of people, talking a lot of football. You find her at Yvette M. You say Laboy, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. So you find Yvette there, bougiesports.net. Yvette, I know you're not specifically in Cleveland, but I know you're a big Cleveland fan. What can we expect from Deshaun Watson this year?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure seeing you at the Expo. And I think what you can expect from Deshaun Watson is maybe a little bit of the Deshaun Watson that we've seen back in Houston. I think that he's coming up. Yes.
Yes.
Because if he's not right, then that's really going to mess up everything for us. The Browns, we need Deshaun Watson to come back in healthy. So I'm expecting to see him healthy and ready to play this year.
So Nick Chubb, obviously we're not doctors. We know we've heard some positive news. The injury was week 2. It was a complicated knee injury, a couple of surgeries involved. Nick Chubb is going after the 10th round in drafts. So even if they, let's say, put him on the PUP list, he misses 4 weeks. And even if he gets ramped up a couple of weeks, where you're drafting him, your other running backs don't have buys till week 5. Is Nick Chubb somebody later in our drafts that we take a chance on, or do we let somebody else deal with it?
I think that Nick Chubb is definitely someone in your draft that you should take a chance on, especially if he comes to you at the right ADP. Nick Chubb, as you can see how strong he came back. If anybody can come back, it's absolutely Nick Chubb. You've seen his video, right? Back in the weight room.
Yes.
So I think that if he's not there at the beginning of the season, that's okay, because at the end of the season, when you're getting ready to get into the playoffs, that's when you're going to want someone like Nick Chubb on your team. So absolutely. For me, it's so hard to take a Cleveland Brown player anyways, because I don't need any more reasons to be mad at them. So that's an easy pass for me. But for other people, if I'm going to take a shot on anyone, it's going to be Nick Chubb.
Now, Yvette, one of my favorite players in drafts in the 5th round is Amari Cooper this year. I don't think people realize with all the quarterback upheaval they've had in the last 2 years, he's averaging over 1,200 yards. He has been gold for them. And people worry, oh, Deshaun Watson. Well, Cooper played 5 games at Watson last year. And in 4 of those games, Cooper had at least 90 yards. And only one of those games did he have double-digit targets. So those two work together really well, yet criminally underpriced in the 5th round. What are your thoughts on Amari Cooper? And now he got a little extra money. He was asking for it. They gave it to him. So he's happy. What are your thoughts?
I think you used the right adjective when you said criminally, because that's exactly what's going on with Amari Cooper, the most undervalued wide receiver out there. You got that right. Not only did he not have Deshaun Watson last year, he was thrown 5 different quarterbacks and he still is a stud. I have no idea why people are sleeping on Amari Cooper. What is wrong with people? Wake up. Just because he's silent doesn't mean his game is. I'm absolutely drafting Amari Cooper, and I'm so happy that the Cleveland Browns came to some type of agreement. I don't know how long we'll have him, but I know we have him this year, and I know that he wants to stay in Cleveland. So I hope it's a successful year for him, and he's a Brown for a long time.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Like you were drafting him, I'm drafting him everywhere I could get him, because I'm telling people you're getting a 3rd round player in the 5th round. And to me, I'm not a good math guy, but that's pretty good math to cash in on. So the other receiver right now, we're expecting Jerry Jeudy to start. And what was interesting was they tried Elijah Moore last year and they got him 104 targets. He only caught about half the passes. Now, some of those were the fault of the quarterback, but yards after the catch, Elijah Moore was terrible, 30th percentile. Now, Jerry Jeudy may not have been great in Denver, but that 30th percentile after the catch for Moore, Jerry Jeudy was 86th percentile after the catch. So if Jerry Jeudy gets what was that Elijah Moore role, being so much better after the catch, is Jerry Jeudy somebody who could finally get that 1,000-yard season we've wanted from him in his career?
100%. Jerry Jeudy, that's our yak guy. And I want to say something. I don't think that Jerry Jeudy, we've seen the best of Jerry Jeudy in Denver. I don't. I think we're going to see the best of Jerry Jeudy in Cleveland. And I want to tell you what, he's loving being on the squad. He said, I love the camaraderie here. That's what he said. Those were his words. To me, when someone loves the camaraderie, that means they're ready to play as a squad unit. So I think Jerry Jeudy as our slot receiver, yak guy. I'm excited. Elijah Mitchell, I'm still fading this year, to be honest with you. I think I would rather wait and get someone like Cedric Tillman, because I think Cedric Tillman looks amazing. And yeah, Elijah Mitchell, I don't know. I can't say, yeah, that's someone I would fade. That's all the wide receivers in Cleveland. Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, LFG.
And you're right, because the Elijah Moore, look, it didn't work out with the Jets. And at first they thought it was the quarterback. And then they realized, okay, it didn't work out. The Browns took their chance, gave him a significant role. It didn't work out there. It's probably at the point where his speed scores were good, but he's probably just not what we thought he was. But I like how you mentioned Cedric Tillman. In most drafts, he's undrafted. But I really think fantasy managers need to keep an eye on, if you're in a super deep league over 20 rounds, you might take a flyer. But pay note on the waiver wire when the season starts, and if Tillman starts getting increased snaps, because they will use a lot of 3 receiver sets. Kevin Stefanski, when they paid up for Deshaun Watson. They went away from the heavy personnel sets. So if Tillman's on the field regularly, Yvette is onto something here, because they invested significant draft capital in him. He worked his way in last year, but it's an opportunity. So I love the call on it. One more player I want to ask you about, David Njoku. The season-long numbers were great, but it really was a tale of 2 seasons. After the first game when he goose-egged with Joe Flacco, the rest of the games, he was averaging over 70 yards a game, over a half a touchdown a game. David Njoku was like a league winner, but with all the other quarterbacks, he was a fairly ordinary tight end. What do we get this year?
Well, that's hard, because like even when you mentioned earlier how the offense is going to change in Cleveland, we're going to throw the ball out more, and I think that's going to hurt David Njoku, because we have so many weapons, because we have Amari, Elijah, Cedric Tillman, and we're looking to spread the ball out more. But I also am going back to what I see in Cleveland, and I see a squad that's coming together with camaraderie. Like, I want to say this, which I feel is very, very important, besides all the other skills and stats that everybody can throw out. there's something to say about a team that gets along and wants to win together. And I see that coming together in Cleveland. And David Njoku, that's our guy. That's the chief. And I think he's so big and massive. He's going to get the ball. I would definitely still go with David Njoku.
And we do have time for another question. So let's just assume, say Nick Chubb goes on PUP and misses 4 games. They have Jerome Ford, who was a very good receiver, but as a runner, he really didn't offer much that was special. Deontay Foreman did have a quick injury, but he seems to be completely fine for it. Deontay Foreman, whenever he's been called in, whether it was in Tennessee when Derrick Henry was hurt, whether it was in Carolina after the Christian McCaffrey trade, whether it was in Chicago when they decided to give him some starts, he's been a very good running back. If somebody's looking for help for those first 4 weeks, Foreman is basically free. Ford does cost a double-digit round pick. Either of those guys do it for you if you need somebody to cover those 4 weeks while Nick Chubb is out?
1,000,000%. I'm taking Jerome Ford wherever I can. I think that even though we're going to throw the ball a lot, we still are a running team, and it's the AFC North. So I definitely see Jerome Ford touching the ball. I think it was ridiculous where I just got him in my last fantasy football draft. I wish I knew for a fact, but it was criminal, like you said, to use your word, because he's still RB1. Right now, we don't know right now what's going on with Nick Chubb, So Jerome Ford is still a number 1 running back. So where you can get him in the draft is definitely worth it.
So Yvette, tell everybody where they can find you and your work and how to keep up with you.
Absolutely. You can find me at bougiesports.net. That's my website. On Twitter at Yvette Laboy. And thank you guys very much, and go Browns.
Thanks for coming on. We'll talk soon, and have a great start to the season.
You too, and thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye. Oh, everybody, the marathon just keeps rolling here. We got plenty of hours up. We're about an hour and 45 in. We'll be going for a good another 4 hours and change. So hopefully you're enjoying the show. When this show's over, if you're still looking for more draft prep, the replay of this show will be definitely ready for you. If you're watching on Twitter, great. Facebook, but this show is primarily broadcast on the RotoWire Fantasy Football only YouTube channel. It's a newer channel. So last year, if you were catching a lot of our NFL stuff on the main RotoWire channel, that channel has all the sports. You catch all of the sports, and there'll be some football content there as well from some of our great analysts. But most of the stuff for NFL only, you'll find on, again, the RotoWire Fantasy Football only channel. If you like it, please consider taking a look. Click the like, consider subscribing, maybe clicking notifications, but we will have stuff up there every day. And if you're trying to catch up for those drafts, we have well over 100 videos up. We have a great video editor, Mason Bazemore, that can even make me look somewhat decent. Alan Seslowsky, again, has had the great plan for the entire YouTube channel to make sure things are getting out timely for you. So again, any support is great. And like I keep telling you, if you have a draft coming up, you're looking to get that last minute edge, 2-day free trial at RotoWire, no credit card needed. Just go to rotowire.com/Jim. Momentarily, we're going to have Iggy Gilbert coming in the house, IDP Iggy. We're excited to have him in. While we're waiting, talk a couple of players. So A.J. Brown hasn't come up on the show yesterday or yet today. A.J. Brown is going in the latter part of the first round of fantasy drafts. Often, you'll get him after pick 8, 9, 10, sometimes 11. I think A.J. Brown, if you're going to go with a receiver in the latter part of the first round, I think he's going to be money for you this year. You have to remember, A.J. Brown's averaging like 1,475 yards in his 2 years with the Eagles. And you have to remember last year through week 8, he was on pace for just about 2,000 yards. And it was legit. Well, what happened was, whether it was the offensive coordinator, Brian Johnson, or if it was Nick Sirianni or some combination of both, the offense got too predictable. They were just chucking the ball downfield. And I know Jalen Hurts was banged up. I get that. But it was so predictable, and they had no answers once defenses took away the deep ball. Well, this year, Kellen Moore comes in, and I know there's a lot of opinions on Kellen Moore. But Kellen Moore, he will design a downfield passing attack to make sure those safeties that are playing too high are occupied. But then he builds in concepts underneath to work there as well. And I believe this is a perfect match for A.J. Brown's skill set. A.J. Brown, I consider him equal as the number one receiver in the league from an NFL standpoint, not fantasy, okay? Because he doesn't get those 180, 190 targets. It's more like 150. But I say you got Tyreek Hill, you got Justin Jefferson, you got Jamar Chase. I think A.J. Brown, they all play differently. But I say they are all the best receiver in the game. And if A.J. Brown can get a coach to fully weaponize. Remember back in Tennessee, remember the play action with Ryan Tannehill, getting one of those quick slants over the middle. And A.J. Brown's a running back with the ball in his hands, like literally unstoppable. Yet he can win on downfield runs. He can win in so many ways. And I think we are going to see finally, like the first half of last season, A.J. Brown be unlocked. Again, the targets aren't going to be CeeDee Lamb level. They're not going to be what Justin Jefferson normally sees, but they're going to be in that 150 range. And you're getting him later in the first round. And the floor he's shown in the last 2 years, Tyreek Hill's had a higher floor. That's it. I mean, Justin Jefferson missed time last year. That's why he didn't hit the floor. Floor is higher than Jamar Chase both years. And CeeDee Lamb, obviously, last year had the better season, but going back 2 years ago, he didn't have that. So A.J. Brown, super high ceiling. I mean, super high floor. We haven't seen the ceiling yet. It's still going to be there. So I like that. Well, we're waiting for Iggy. We'll continue to go on and talk a couple more players here. We just talked with Yvette about Amari Cooper. And no need to rehash the whole thing. But 5th round in drafts. What are we not seeing here? He missed a couple games last year, fine. But he has been over 1,200 yards average in 2 seasons in Cleveland. And like I mentioned when Yvette was on, there were 5 games with Watson, and 4 of them, Cooper had 90 or more yards. What kind of production is that? It's what you need. 5th round pick. You take that all day long. Running back, if I'm picking in the first half of the first round, I do like the hero running back approach. I'll take the running back in the first round. I'll pound wide receivers. Maybe I'll even add in a quarterback and a tight end after I pound the receivers. And I'm going to cobble together a running back room. I'm going to cobble together 3 or 4 players that are going to be in the mix for work, hoping that one of them catches lightning in a bottle and hits me for my running back too. Keep playing the waiver wire. But those hero running backs, the way I see it, obviously, we talked about McCaffrey with Doug Orth, and I'm a little bit worried about Doug and I said with McCaffrey because of the calf. Maybe it's fine, but he had that calf in 2022 in the playoff game, obviously the end of the season, so he didn't miss time. So there's that. But Breece Hall showed us. He could last year. He had to do it as a receiver. They had no line. Defenses could just kind of play. He didn't see a lot of stacked boxes, but defenses could play downhill against them because they had no threat of a quarterback. They were not worried about the passing game. So they could play downhill. But Breece Hall got it done massively as a receiver. As a rookie, obviously the ACL in week 7, but 5.8 yards per carry. The Jets invested very, very heavily in that offensive line. They added 4 players, and these are good, like Morgan Moses. I know Tyron Smith gets hurt a lot, but that's good at bookend tackles. Spent a high draft pick to address the offensive tackle position for a swing tackle as well. So they're set there, added an interior help. Look, Aaron Rodgers is going to command the respect of defenses. Defenses aren't just going to say, oh, forget the pass game, we'll just stop the run game. Because if that happens, Garrett Wilson, maybe Mike Williams, Aaron Rodgers will shred them. Breece Hall can get it done as a runner. He can get it done as a receiver. He's an elite player. He's a year off of that ACL now. Bijan Robinson. Look, usage was a problem last year. But it was Arthur Smith. You rarely saw 20 touches a game out of him. So, James, I see the Coventry Lane sign. Yeah, I know. A friend had given that to me. I think that was fabulous. But Bijan Robinson. Look, we talked with Doug Orth about Kyron Williams and about Blake Corum. And we talked about how Sean McVay figured out last year about running downhill, the duo run concept. The league plays those light boxes now to stop the pass, but they're very good at shooting gaps and beating zone runs. So now that we have it, we saw the downhill Kyron Williams, almost 100 scrimmage yards a game. Well, now you bring the coach from there, Zach Robinson. He was coaching with Sean McVay, moves over to Atlanta. Now he's got Bijan Robinson. The offensive line in Atlanta is quite good. And if they decide to go ahead and run downhill like the Rams did, Bijan Robinson is going to eat. And we know the Rams involved their running backs as receivers. So I think you can't go wrong with either of those as a hero. And I should remember who it was, but I've had so many guests on. But the talk was also about when we look at Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, again, didn't see a ton of stacked boxes with the Giants, but again, defenses could play aggressively downhill against them. And that was a benefit for the defenses. But Barkley was public enemy number one against defenses, and he really had very little room to go. So he was never going to crush, but he's been healthy for 2 straight years. And he's averaged over 300 touches. Comes into Philly. Obviously, he goes from one of the worst offensive lines in the league to one of the very best offensive lines in the league. And defenses clearly have to worry about the passing game. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert when healthy, Jalen Hurts, RPO quarterback. I don't know what's the problem with people like saying pushing Saquon Barkley aside. And not everybody does. But the thing with Barkley is he's getting picked in the 2nd round. But if you use a late 1st round pick, if you want to go hero running back and you don't think he's falling you in the 2nd, I don't see where the problem is. He's going to lose some touchdowns to Jalen Hurts. Will he lose all of them? Maybe not. The team would be wise after Hurts dealt with some knee injuries. Also, the tush push. That was largely a Jason Kelce thing. Jason Kelce, the center, was amazing at getting low and using leverage. So that was very, very good. We loved how that worked. So anyway, Saquon Barkley as a hero running back totally works for me. Alan Seslowsky, thanks for coming in. We had IDP Iggy coming in. Iggy must have run into some hurdles or hang-ups, and so don't have him right now.
Screw that guy. He stands you up. Screw him.
Yeah, love Iggy.
But we don't love Iggy anymore. Not if he stood you up. He's on the cut list. He's not making our 53 next year.
Oh my, yes, exactly. Oh my gosh. Hey, hopefully he's okay. That's all I'm worried about. If everybody's good with him, then we're all good. I was just throwing in a little. I was talking a little AJ Brown. Then I was talking some hero running back approach. Alan, have you been using some hero running back approach?
Oh yeah, baby. Do you got to go to the bathroom? You want me to tag you out? I can talk through this a little bit.
That'd be great. If I have 2 minutes or so, I'll be right back.
Yeah. What I did yesterday is, hero running back, zero running back. I've tried both in the NFFC. Which is the high stakes. I plunked down $350 in 2 different drafts, or the equivalent to it. And I tried starting like a draft with like a Tyreek Hill type, CeeDee Lamb, coming back in the 2nd round. You can get your choice of those wide receivers. And then what happens is you generally start, your running backs are like the Rashad White types, or you're going to end up with Aaron Jones. So it seems good when we're talking about it, but when you're looking at your team on paper, man, it's just like, wow, I have Aaron Jones as my RB1. It's not, I don't know. So I'm more now, I hear that you say hero running back, but if you can get one of those big 3, big 4, and what I mean by that is, you're talking about Christian McCaffrey, obviously Bijan Robinson, and Breece Hall. And, what we try to say is, like, who's going to be the 101 next year, right? Like, that's, Jonathan Taylor would be another one, would be like a, quote, hero running back, someone that can really anchor your build. And I think when you're picking someone in, like, the first 20 picks of a fantasy draft, really what you're trying to do is the best you can to say, who's most likely to be the 101 next year? Right? Like, who's going to be on the cover of all the fantasy magazines, those that still have magazines and exist. And it's, if you were to take a bet, it's not going to be Christian McCaffrey, right? Like, is Christian McCaffrey likely to be a 29 going on 30-year-old Christian McCaffrey likely to be the number 1 overall pick in fantasy football next year? Answer is probably not. Let's see. Jim's putting his earpiece back. You went to the bathroom that quick? You went to the bathroom that quickly?
I was a teacher, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I was a teacher for 33 years, dude.
You know what I was just saying, Jim, when I was talking about, like, when you try to think about, like, who's going to be the 101 next year in fantasy drafts, the chances of it being Christian McCaffrey, it's like almost no chance, right? Like 29 going on 30-year-old Christian McCaffrey. And everyone right now is just trying to get that last squeeze out of him. Like, if you were to take a guess right now, who's going to be the 101 next year? Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson. I even think Garrett Wilson has a chance to be like the new CeeDee Lamb type. I mean, you've talked about how powerful Garrett Wilson's upside is. So why are we taking those guys 5, 6, and 10? Like, if those guys are going to be the 101 next year, it means they have like this crazy season. I think that Christian McCaffrey, like, I'm starting to rethink him as the 101. And we've also seen it's very unlikely that the 101 repeats in consecutive years as well. So if you're in one of these drafts and you're plunking down like a few $100s, Jim, Bijan, Breece, any of those other guys strike you as like a legitimate 101?
Yeah, Breece Hall has shown us in 2 years he can get it done in multiple ways. I had mentioned this a couple minutes ago before you came on. As a rookie, he got it done as a runner. Last year, they needed him as a receiver because of the bad situation. He could get it done that way. He's a great goal line runner. They invested in the offensive line. He is an elite running back. So the 101 next year, great chance of that. And of course, Bijan Robinson, if the Zach Robinson brings in that Ram system where they run downhill and they throw to their running backs, either of them can be. And Alan, I think the thing you're getting at here is not just who's the next year's 101, but you're getting into the idea of, look, history. We always, as fantasy players, look at last year's history and we overrate it. But our whole job is to try to do the impossible, project the future. Right. But your point, the way you're framing it, makes sense because we do have to make that move into the future, which is really week one. That's the future. And last year doesn't do us a lot of good.
Yeah, I'm not saying Christian McCaffrey, it's not a legitimate pick at 101. But if you really think about it, like last year we were having this conversation and we were talking about Travis Etienne. We're saying, like, is he a guy that could end up being like the number one overall pick the following year? Now, that didn't happen, right? I mean, and you didn't have to take Travis Etienne in the first round. But last night in the high stakes draft that I was in, the NFFC, where you can win $250,000 overall, McCaffrey went 1, Bijan went 2, and I picked at 3, and I took Breece Hall. There's other picks that are so that's what I'm saying, predicting next year's 101 or trying to take a player that's almost too big to fail. Right. And what do I mean by that is Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think that there's a safer floor, higher upside pick. Now, there are higher upside picks, Tyreek Hill, right? But going on age 30, Tua in the cold, right? I don't know what the end of the season's it just feels like that if you had Tyreek Hill last year, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like he wasn't there when you needed him most. No. So some of these players, like, is Amon-Ra St. Brown likely to outscore Tyreek Hill or CeeDee Lamb if all goes according to projection? Probably not. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I still think, like, you get one pick in the first round, and when someone says, oh, you can take this guy at 2, but you can't take him at 8. Sorry, you can take him at 8, but you can't take him at 2. Just take the player what's worked for me is just taking the player that I want, even if it's not exactly in line with ADP.
Yeah,
By the way,
and really, you got to think about risk in the first round. And as you see the players go off the board, the risk you could see goes up. You can make a bigger risk negative case for players. And right now, McCaffrey, there's risk with the calf. Pick 2. There's risk with CeeDee Lamb with the contract and maybe even a slow start to the early season. But you're mentioning players like St. Brown. You're mentioning players like Breece Hall. You're Bijan Robinson. Right now, they have very few question marks. Justin Jefferson has question marks because of the quarterback, even though he played great with Nick Mullins. Still a question. Jamar Chase, and I know you like him as a number one possible.
Well, with the hold-in stuff, I have softened on that position.
Right. And so that's another. So these questions are what move you away from these players in the first round. And sometimes, like, let somebody else take the risk. I know that player could win my league for me, but I also know these question marks could be problematic. So I say find the fewest question marks with a player with similar talent and go that way.
Yeah, it looks like Christian McCaffrey injury is back in the. Look at you almost spit out your shake there.
That was great.
Is back in the is back at practice already, so he should be fine. Again, I understand it.
Burrow was back at practice too, though.
Who is
last year? Burrow last year was back at practice with the calf.
Yep, back at practice, carted off. These are all the things that we have to be careful of, right? Hey, how many? Are you the commissioner of any leagues this year?
Not anymore. And I'm never doing a slow draft again either.
Oh, why don't you like a slow draft?
You know what? Love anybody that does slow drafts, but I see too many people. It's not at all a priority to them. I'm in this one right now, and it's been going on over 2 weeks. I think we just hit the 10th round.
Is this an underdog, like a best ball draft?
It's one of the charity leagues. I don't want to call the name out because I don't.
It's not the slow draft that's making them not care. It's that they don't have stake in the game. That's what making them not care. So that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do a slow draft, and by the way, what's the clock? Is it 8 hours or is it 4 hours?
8 hours. Yeah. And that's a no-go. That's a no-go. Never do one again.
4 hour slow draft, fine, with like an 11p to 7a pause. I feel like that's fine. But also when you have like, even if it's like $10, like a best ball type, that works. But yes, an 8 hour sort of when people are just checking out. There has to be a flow and I think this is a good conversation for our commissioner discussion is when you set up a league, there has to be a flow to the draft. There has to be like a pace and to keep the engagement going in. If it's just like, hey, 8 hours, it'll finish when it finished, people check out, they stop even caring, like they're doing other things in the landscape where people are like, if it's a league of like content creators or people that have like 50 leagues like myself, you got to figure out a way to make it like new and unique and different. So this is like a perfect lead. And I'm a commissioner in like 3 leagues. I'm trying to get out of doing that, but it's one of those things where like I like my leagues run a certain way, Jim Coventry, and if they're not run that way, it drives me nuts. And of course, the draft date, you talked about the RotoWire draft scheduler. I mean, that's a pretty cool tool. But here's my suggestion: what's worked for me is don't give people like multiple dates. First of all, right after 4th of July, set the draft date. Right? Say, hey, we're drafting on Tuesday, September 3rd at 8 o'clock, and just say, this is the draft date. And then what happens instead of saying, is this the draft date? People will just you'll still get a couple people to say no, but if you start putting it out there and choice is bad. You don't want to give people choices, right? Choice is bad. This way, most people just be like, okay, I'm doing it. So I know like, oh, I'm going away for the weekend, or I'm going here, I'm going there. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with those things, and maybe you can make an adjustment. But if you schedule your draft early, meaning like right after 4th of July, Jim, you're going to avoid a lot of problems. Number 2, collect the money up front. Collect the money up front, commissioners. Traditionally in fantasy football, remember we would collect the money at the end. You're chasing people down. There was a lot of Twitter drama this past year, people not paying and this, that. And by the way, I love that kind of stuff. But other than that, just get the money up front. People, the point of the worst time to sell somebody something or ask for something is when they're at the point of like satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Basically, you wouldn't want to sell someone a steak, Jim, right after they ate a steak. You want to sell them a steak when they're hungry. When they're ready to draft, that's when they're ready to pay for the draft. No pay, no draft, right? Because after, usually everyone's salty at the end. Someone lost, some trade. Oh, look, if you pay, there you go. I love it right on the screen there, right? So if you don't pay, you do not draft. If you're trying to chase people down at the end, that is just a nightmare. I'm telling you, if it's a $50 league, $25 league, $200 league, get the money up front, commissioners, right? And just say, hey, it's due by this date. If you don't do it, you're out, right? And then, you can obviously give leeway where it's needed. So paying up front, Jim Coventry, must have for all leagues.
100%, yes. And I know there's League Safe, and I know there's that as well. And I've heard, but it's the same idea. It's the same idea. Pay it. And whether you don't want to physically collect it, then somebody could use League Safe. If that has to be done, find a way. But regardless, money's got to get in, because who needs drama? Who needs stress? Football's supposed to be fun.
Oh, it's not fun. This stuff isn't fun. Yeah, no, this is
not fun at all.
Right. And when I win the league, I want to be paid that day. If you're in a league with me and I'm the commissioner, you get paid the day after the fantasy football Super Bowl. Because sometimes the games go on late. It's a Monday night game. I'm sleeping on the East Coast. But Tuesday, you're getting all of your money. You're getting it. So, and that's what makes it step 2 to make a good commissioner, I think, is to just pay that, get the money up front and pay quickly. Now, here's another thing. And this one's a little controversial for redraft leagues, but the problem with most redraft leagues is that team that's 2-6, 1-7, they stop setting their lineup, right? Big pain in the neck, Jim. You have any suggestions here with our last couple minutes? Because I think I have a solution. I want to run it by you. Have you run into this problem?
One thing I like to do, and again, I'm not running any more leagues, but the teams that miss the playoffs, I almost like having it where the best record of the teams that miss, it goes in the inverse order. Instead of the very worst team getting the first pick, it's the first non-playoff team, second, and it goes down the road. And so people are competing every week, but tanking does not get you a better spot. Missing the playoffs and winning games gets you a higher draft spot. I like that.
Right. But in a redraft league, you don't even know if you're going to have the same crew from year to year. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
This is what we do. And again, we have like in a 12-team league, we have a core 8 or 9 guys that come back. Yes, there you go. I see it. Someone just wrote it. They said we paid $5 for each win. See, I was actually going to say that charge $5 for each loss, right? Disincentivize losing rather than incentivize winning, because the winning part you're going to get no matter what. Like, you're going to get a prize, but someone is losing $5, you know? So if you lose 8, 9, 10 games, that's an extra $50, right? And that goes into, and what you could do, I mean, if you want to get crazy here, is put that money into a toilet bowl, but you want to disincentivize losing, or else, you know, it's not so much you care about the 1-7 team not setting their lineup, but when you need them to beat another team, Jim, when you need them to beat that other guy that's like holding the last playoff spot, that's where it gets a little dicey. So I don't know, commissioners, you got to think about this stuff. And you know what? The other thing is with the commissioner is, do you think commissioners, you remember we used to tip the commissioner, Jim? Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
Now we tip everyone else. We tip the freaking coffee barista, but we don't tip commissioners. Tip your commissioners if they do a good job.
Should that be built into the league fee, where there's like an administrative fee, which is something that is that built in? Is that something to do?
Well, I would do it in my 3 leagues that I'm in, but I'm the commissioner. Now, if we have, that's a really good, if there's a good commissioner, right, putting in, just say $5 per team, 12 team. What's do the math, Jim? You're a teacher. What's 5 times 12?
12 team league is $60.
Okay, I was said 72. That's how. Okay, $60, right? All right, it should probably be more than that. So yeah, give them $10. Give them $100. I think the commissioner should make $100 just for collecting the money alone, right? But you know, people will complain. That's how it's done. In my home league, we tip, right? So that's how it goes.
Alan Seslowsky, we are excited. We have an announcement for what we're doing on Sundays during the regular season. Not everybody has the channel, but do you want to talk about that?
Oh, yeah. So Jim and I will be doing our Sirius XM show. So if you have Sirius XM satellite radio, we're on Channel 87, the Fantasy Sports Channel, on game day. And what's cool about that is it's just like a power hour of like rapid fire, getting you ready, getting you updated on injuries. So if you like live radio, and because, you know, podcasts are awesome, but they're usually like from the day before. This is like live on Sirius XM radio, Channel 87, 9 a.m. Eastern time every Sunday throughout the season, man. That's a lot of fun. We have a good time on that show, and we try to like go through everything. Man, I'm like exhausted after. I need to go to bed after that show.
Right now, Alan, everybody likes a good draft. And last night, while I was on here, you were broadcasting a draft you were in. Tell people when they're done watching the marathon, where they could find that great draft breakdown so they could get ready for their drafts by seeing what you did.
Yeah. Okay. You got your next guest here, but our just go to my Twitter at Alan Seslowsky. Everything's there.
You still got a minute and change. Still got a minute and change.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, we post everything on Twitter at Alan Seslowsky. Yeah, it's good to see. You know, it's not so much like what I did there, but I'm drafting with people that throw down $300 plus. It's good to see where people that have real stake in the game are drafting. Not that you should just follow what they're doing, but it is interesting. Like Cooper Kupp went in the 1-2 turn ahead of Puka Nacua. That's something I hadn't seen in a draft before. Ken Walker went, in the middle of the third round. I was like, oh, that's an interesting pick. And look, this is not just someone planting a flag. Like this, people have $350 in good players that have badges on the NFFC. It's, it makes you think a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's important if you would like watching these live drafts. It's important because you could see it's already mid-August. The draft values are different than they were in late July. It changes rapidly. So like you said, Alan, by having these higher stakes players, it's very important. Alan, thanks for joining me. Appreciate you. And I can't wait to work on the radio with you this weekend.
Yep, you got it, man. Talk to you later.
All right, thanks. Mauricio Gutierrez. Oh, so happy to see you here. Mauricio, I've known since 2019. Mauricio came out to the Kings Classic at Canton, Ohio. It was the first year of the Fantasy Football Expo. And Mauricio and Mauricio had the trip from Hades to get from home to Canton. It probably took you a full 24 hours to get there because of flight delays and problems, but you made it. You had the most positive attitude. And then what was great for me was you needed a ride to the Kings Classic, and I happened to be there. So yourself, Matt Donnelly, and me, we all rode together for about 20 minutes, and it's hard to get quality time there, but that gave us that. But anyway, you find Mauricio at M Gutierrez NFL, and also he's an analyst in NFL Fantasy ESP, and he'll explain that to you. NFL Mexico at NFL MX, and he's the founder of Estadio Fantasy One. Mauricio, you're going to talk at the end about how people can find you and all the work you've got going, but Perfect. How are you approaching tight ends this year when you're drafting?
Oh, Jim, Hola a todos. This is a very good topic for me because like 2-3 years ago, I have to be transparent in my process. I was a late round tight end. I love my tight ends in round 10, round 11, round 12. And people thinking like, wait, but in 2023, we had Sam Laporta. Why waiting for tight ends isn't a good thing this year? Because Sam Laporta was an outlier. You don't expect one tight end like Sam Laporta type to come and be a top 5, a top 8. It's really hard to find those guys. So now I am a early tight end believer, truther, I can say. And that's because Dalton Kincaid, the tier Dalton Kincaid, Trey McBride, even Mark Andrews, Kyle Pitts, I love them in the round from round 3 to round 5, depending on your format, because in tight end premium, obviously they are going faster than normal. But in casual home leagues, you can find those guys in the round 4, round 5, and I love them.
I think that's a great point to make. And Mauricio, what I thought was really interesting last year, the 4 years prior, like when Kelsey was a tight end 1, he had a minimum of a 60-point, if not way more, edge over the number 2. The number 2 overall tight end had a massive edge over number 3. The number 3 tight end wasn't even putting up 200 PPR points. Last year, the top 6 guys were within 30 points of each other. They all were somewhat like Laporta may have been the best at 234 PPR points, but he was not that much better than the tight end 6. And so speaking to that, can anybody else join the party this year? Because the league plays 73% zone defense. We know one of the best way to attack zones is in the seams. The tight ends, is the league going to move into that? Are we going to maybe add names to that big 6 tight ends?
I think probably, yeah. We can put Evan Engram in there. He was last year in the top 5. George Kittle now with all the Brandon Ayuk news, probably his ADP is going to rise and George Kittle can have more targets and be more consistent. Probably even, I think Jake Ferguson is a guy that can snag into the top 6, because if you think of the Dallas Cowboys offense, is CeeDee Lamb, and there's nobody else. Yeah, we can mention Jalen Tolbert, Brandon Cooks, but none of them has been consistent lately. And Jake Ferguson was one of the tight ends with most targets at the end zone. So with this CeeDee Lamb drama and all that stuff, probably Jake Ferguson is going to be like locked number 2 target for Dak Prescott this year. I love him as well. And one that could be a nice sleeper. I don't know if the term sleeper it's adequate, but Brock Bowers, what we saw in the Raiders preseason opener from Brock Bowers aligning everywhere, I think we should go all in with Brock Bowers.
So it's very exciting. Now, Mauricio, there are still going to be a lot of people that are going to not want to deal with the opportunity cost of taking a tight end. So some people are going to wait it out. We had so many posts, All in Fun posted, I won't even draft a tight end until I pick one up on Sunday, September 8th. That's a good one. But let's say somebody, all right, they can't stomach going the first 9 rounds. Right. And at that point, we have whatever is left. And that could be anything from Pat Freiermuth to Hunter Henry to later Noah Fant, other names in there. Are there any of these later players that somebody might stick out and say, all right, if I really couldn't jump on the tight end train, I really need to maybe try one of these guys?
Yeah, I have 2 names here. Tyler Conklin from the New York Jets. He was the tight end with most targets last year without a touchdown. That's if you put Aaron Rodgers on the equation, I mean, there's a regression like shouting on your face, right? With Tyler Conklin. And the other one I like is Jonnu Smith from the Miami Dolphins. I think he can adequate to that offense with Mike McDaniel. I know Mike McDaniel has a past of not using tight ends, but he has never had one tight end like Jonnu Smith.
You know, it's a good point because Jonnu Smith had 582 yards with Arthur Smith. And we think he ruins tight ends But, because Kyle Pitts was seeing this 99th percentile average depth of target, but he was seeing it from terrible quarterbacks. So you take a low percentage play, which is the deep pass, but then you have it from Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke. And that was probably never really going to work out. And Pitts also had like a knee thing he was still dealing with in the prior year. But Jonnu Smith in that same offense still had 582 yards. He can play. And like you said, so he's got athleticism. We've seen him in multiple stops. I mean, it's been a while, but even in Tennessee, there were times under Smith he did well there. So I think you're intimating we know he's athletic, and Mike McDaniel is about getting an athletic player into space. And there will be attention on Hill, there'll be attention on Waddle, and they'll both do well, but there will be plays where defenses can't even deal with the tight end. Anything else on that?
Yeah, totally. I love Jonnu Smith. And another name that I have on mind is Van Sinnott, the rookie tight end for the Washington Commanders. There's been speculation that if Jahan Dotson isn't going to be the wide receiver 2, the next guy is Olamide Zaccheaus. I don't know if I have said it correctly, the pronunciation. It's difficult for me. But Ben Sinnott, I mean, he could be number 2 in targets besides Terry McLaurin, with Jaden Daniels checking down. Ben Sinnott has the profile we want to look in a rookie tight end. And probably he's not going to have production immediately, but probably since from week 6, week 7, probably he's going to have top 12 weeks, surely.
And Mauricio, and what I don't get is this. There are people talking up Zach Ertz, and I loved Zach Ertz for a long time. But before the ACL a couple years ago, Zach Ertz was 5th percentile after the catch, which means it was like nothing. After the ACL, he was 1st, which is the worst percentile after the catch. All he is maybe go open 3 yards, get open. That offers nothing. He was a great player. He was a wonderful receiver. He is so far past the end right now. Maybe he does start week 1. Maybe. But what we found out when they tried that with Arizona, Trey McBride quickly moved right into the fray because they realized this is our future and Zach Ertz is our past. So those people who are still drafting Zach Ertz over Sinnott, what would you tell them?
Stop, please. Zach Ertz is on. We love him. Zach Ertz was a great fantasy football tight end, but his best days are gone. Go and get Ben Sinnott.
I want to hear your opinion on Pat Freiermuth. Last year, his yards per target went down. His targets went down. Well, this year, Arthur Smith plays 80% heavy personnel. We just said Jonnu Smith had 582 yards in that offense, and Pitts was used poorly. And when you use 80% heavy personnel, there is no slot receiver most of the time. So Roman Wilson, who was a slot, I don't see how he gets snaps. They don't have a credible number 2 unless they trade for Ayuk, or if that happened during the show, which I doubt happened because somebody would have put that on the screen. So all that said, Freiermuth is talented, has to be the number 2 in the offense. But you didn't mention his name. Is he somebody who might have a chance of, right now he's about tight end 12-ish in drafts? What are your thoughts?
I want to tell like more deeper names than Pat Freiermuth. I think Pat Freiermuth is like some of obvious name because of what you said. Like you just said, Jonnu Smith, 500 plus yards in Arthur Smith offense with Kyle Pitts. And besides Pat Freiermuth, there's another tight end at the Steelers offense that Arthur Smith could use. So it's going to be Pat Freiermuth show. I love him. I think he could be a top 12 tight end this season. The thing that I'm not actively drafting that much of Pat Freiermuth is the Brandon Ayuk trade speculation. Because if we put Brandon Ayuk on the Steelers offense, probably Pat Freiermuth is going to have a back step on target share this season.
And that's a great point, right? If you're expecting that trade to happen, Freiermuth is no longer the number 2 top option in the offense. And that's a great point. Mauricio, you have a lot of great stuff going on. Tell everybody where they can find you and what exciting news you have.
Well, all over the place now. I have NFL Fantasy in Espanol. You can, at NFL Fantasy app, the fantasy football app, You can get our Spanish content over there. Then also Stadio Fantasy Podcast. Now I'm going to call games in Spanish through NFL Game Pass International this season, starting this Sunday with the game 49ers against the Saints, and also Player Profiler in Espanol, and also the newest announcement, I'm going to write an article in Spanish this season, once a week, for football guys. Muchachos de fútbol.
Mauricio, your star has just been rising. It blows me away. You're going to be calling NFL games. What a great opportunity. Clearly you know your own talent, but did you ever see it getting this big?
No, not at all. I was like, okay, my fantasy football is my thing. And the great thing, Jim, that NFL Mexico and the Zone DACN through Game Pass, I have the freedom during the games to speak about fantasy, to speak about the usage of one player and how that relates to fantasy football, and that's great because that's what I love, what I'm passionate about with fantasy football and NFL combined.
Mauricio, appreciate you greatly. Have a very successful season, and I know we'll talk soon.
You too, man. Love you. See you.
Love you too, man. Thanks. All right, everybody. RotoWire has the coolest draft kit app in the industry. We have an amazing tech team that provides a second-to-none draft experience. You can download the app and get access to our player projections, custom rankings, and industry standard player news and notes. You can check it out before drafting and see why the RotoWire draft kit app is the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. And with that, we bring in my friend, Kevin Tompkins. You find him at K Tompkins II, so the II at the end. Kevin, we just had a blast in Canton. We drafted together in the Kings Classic Jim Brown division. You can find him at Fantasy and Frames, at Rotoballer, at Fantasy Pros. Dude, you have it going on. You're going to talk some late round running back or zero running back with us. I'm going to give you the floor. You got about 10 minutes here.
Yeah, Jim, long time no see, certainly. But, always a blast at the Expo, always a blast getting to do the Jim Brown auction for the last couple of years with you. Very excited about my team, as you are, I'm sure yours. But yeah, ZeroRB, the late round running back, definitely in my wheelhouse. Just looking at some of the names here, I mean, there's a lot of great, running back talents that you can find later on in the draft. Half of the top 24 running backs from 2023 you could find from the 7th round and later. So it's just not all about the top guys. You're looking at guys just like this year, like a Javonte Williams. I'm old enough to remember when they were going to cut Javonte Williams, the Broncos were. Remember that? Like so long ago. And now, knowing what we know about Sean Payton offenses with Javonte Williams, in 12 of 17 seasons, Sean Payton offenses have been at least #1 or #2 in running back fantasy scoring. In 11 of those seasons, Payton offenses were top 10 in fantasy points over expectation. We know that likely it's going to be Bo Nix as the starting quarterback, and we know what he can do, especially checking down the ball, throwing short. There's just going to be a lot of running back points in this offense. And when you're looking at the archetype of a Sean Payton running back, he's always kind of had the scat back receiving type. He's always had a kind of a bruiser, but he's always had a guy that's done both. Javonte Williams profiles as a guy who could do the receiving and the rushing in this offense. The peripherals went down last season, 1 year after its ACL injury, but year 2 after the ACL is typically when you can see these rushers bounce back into form. So I really like Javonte Williams as, a big anchor. If I'm going to draft a running back late as my first running back, I do like Javonte Williams jumping back up into maybe the top 15, top 12 conversation this year.
I tell you what, Kevin, I might be old, but I'm not too old to jump onto the train when it's rolling. And I'm with you on Javonte. And recently, it's like, so I'll go more hero running back. But as like you said, he could be your #1 Javonte, but I love him in hero as a #2 as well. Either way, you can't go wrong. I got him in the $200 auction, a RotoWire group. I got him for $21 or $22. I thought that ended up being a very fair price, but I think he could outperform them because any good running back is going for 35 or 40. I think you're getting a great discount. I love the call on Williams. I love the explanation. Post ACL, another year. You mentioned Sean Payton. It's a great opportunity. What else you got for me?
Yeah, I really like to target some of the rookies because, just going in combination just across all positions, rookies are the biggest fantasy cheat code where you can get these guys at a reduced cost because ultimately they're the black box. They're the mystery box. You don't know exactly what they are. And yeah, you've got your Marvin Harrisons, you got your neighbors where, you're seeing all these guys just jump off the page with training camp highlights every single day. They were drafted in the top, 5, top 10 of the real life NFL draft. But a lot of these rookies, especially running back wise, like I look at a guy like Ray Davis, where Ray Davis, yes, he's a veteran. He seems like a veteran running back. He's got that name of a guy that seems like he's, 28, 29, 30. He's 25 years old, but he has at least 950 yards in 3 different stops at Temple, Vanderbilt, and Kentucky. The Bills have been looking for the complement to James Cook for the last couple seasons. Remember, they had Damian Harris. He went down with injury last season. They brought in Latavius Murray. Yep. Ty Johnson. They even dusted off Leonard Fournette. So clearly they want to have a guy to play off of James Cook. Now, since, they went out and drafted a guy in Ray Davis that think about like in the NBA terms where you want to take a guy maybe at the end of the first or the early second round that's a proven producer, like a Tyler Hansbrough or like a Carlos Boozer, maybe a guy that doesn't jump off the page athletically, but you know exactly what you're going to get with him as far as production. And I look at Ray Davis in the Bills offense where maybe the pie is a little bit thinner touchdown wise because there's always Josh Allen. But Ray Davis is still a really good profile, 34th in PFF breakaway rate, 27th in yards per contact per attempt last season at Kentucky. I've called James Cook and Ray Davis as the arbitrage Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery that you can take a lot later. You can get that kind of dichotomy between those running backs and looking at what Ray Davis can give you. I think he does have a lot of between the tackles upside. I don't think he's just going to be a goal line back. I think he could do a lot more. So Ray Davis, I think, comes in with a lot of standalone value right away. Ty Johnson has been hurt in training camp as well. So I do think that is a kind of a leg up for Ray Davis as far as getting on the field, maybe just that much quicker. But let's just talk with the running backs.
I'm going to put a little gasoline on your fire real quick. I want to help you out. Yeah. So last year, even in an outlier season where Allen scored 15 touchdowns, he's normally 6 or 7. The secondary running backs got 16 carries inside the 5. That's Ray Davis. You're talking about him right here. And the one thing people don't know, Kevin, is that James Cook had over 1,500 yards. The yards per carry were great. The last 7 games, 2.64 yards per carry. They learned they overused him. Guess why they drafted Ray Davis? You're all over this one. You totally are. And so I'm just going to go with you because I think people like there where 2 people agree on this. And you are great on this call because Ray Davis is in a perfect spot to succeed. And he's probably getting a little more work than people think. Great call. You got more for me.
Yeah, and just one more thing on Ray Davis, too. I would say, I'm just going to say that I think it's a continued bet on maybe they don't want their $300 million quarterback going in and rushing all the time either. I mean, they've put a heavy investment in Josh Allen. Maybe that's a sign that he's getting just a little bit older year after year. Maybe they want to take some of the work, and maybe now that they've got Ray Davis, let him take some of that.
Kevin, remember, too, Cam Newton, you call Josh Allen big all you want. He wasn't Cam Newton big, and Cam Newton broke down. And back in the day a bit, Dante Culpepper was bigger than everybody, and they both broke down in about 7 or 8 years. Their bodies just couldn't handle it. And Josh Allen is no better physically than those guys were, and it's going to come. It may not be this year. Allen might be fine this year, but you're right. They need to preserve him because Josh Allen, in my guess, based on the history of those 2 massive running quarterbacks, the odds have been playing well into his 30s at a high level. They're small.
Right, exactly. You see the lot of the rushing work drop off, especially when they get to like 29 and 30. You can see it start to just trend down. But one more guy that I really, really like drafting, and it's because of the price, because he almost goes after some of these guys that we're talking about here, is Bucky Irving. I don't want to say it's like a full indictment on Rachaad White, but we know what Rachaad White can do really well, and that's catch the football. Now, what he did on the ground, not super great. 33rd of 49 qualifying running backs in rush over expectation percentage. Dead last in raw rushing yards over expected with -110. Bottom 5 in yards after contact per attempt as well for Rachaad White. Enter Bucky Irving, who was very efficient in his last 2 seasons in Oregon. 40% missed tackle rate per touch. Keyshawn Vaughn is gone. He is in New England. Right now, he really only has to compete, Irving does, with Chase Edmonds. I do think that Bucky Irving, the 4th round capital we look at for running backs, especially, we talk about in Dynasty, where it's almost like if you're not drafted at day 1 or day 2, you might as well forget about these guys. But we've had so many running backs go in the 4th round that I think you can kind of throw a little bit of that out of the window with, we've had the Kamani Vidals, we've had the Ray Davises, we've had all these guys come in, and now we're starting to look at them like these are guys that are getting into really, really good situations, obviously with Davis with the Bills, Bucky Irving with the Buccaneers, Kamani Vidal with the Chargers. So I look at Bucky Irving as a guy that you could take a lot later than some of the running backs. He might go undrafted in your home league. But he's a perfect guy to take at the very end, who can have a lot of contingent upside and could find his way if Rachaad White is not as efficient like he was. He wasn't efficient last year. If he continues that this year, then Bucky Irving's got the door at least cracked open to get right in there and get some work.
And Kevin, there is no NFL team, unless you have a big bruising running back like Derrick Henry, who wants to give their running back 336 touches a season. No team wants to do that. And Tampa Bay will look for any reason to preserve White and not relegate him to that type of workload. And Kevin, it's in the realm of possibilities for not a big back to have had that heavy of a workload to have a carryover the next season. Back in the day, we had that rule of 375 when running backs had 375 carries, no matter how big they were. Next season, they crashed and burned. Well, Rachaad White is not a player designed for 336 touches. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, that's certainly fair. Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers, has already come out and said he wants to lighten the load for White too. So, I mean, just going on that alone, and then going on what, Tampa didn't really exactly add other than Bucky Irving to the running back room. Sean Tucker had his opportunity and didn't capitalize. Chase Edmonds and Keyshawn Vaughn were just guys. So just adding some kind of infusion of efficiency and youth into that running back room, where Rachaad White was just pumped up by volume. That volume in 2024 NFL just does not stay unless you are efficient or very, very good at what you do. And the one thing that Rachaad White is really good at is receiving the ball. He will keep that role. And Bucky Irving isn't even bad in that aspect either. But, if Rachaad White is going to stay relevant in the NFL, it's likely due to the receiving game and less on the rushing if he does what he did last season.
Kevin, great stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you and all the great stuff you have going on.
Yeah, again, thank you so much, Jim, for tabbing me in here to the awesome RotoWire marathon here. You can find me at KTompkinsII on Twitter, X, whatever. I will not call it X. I'm sorry. I'm the old-headed me. But you can find my work at RotoBaller, doing a lot of great video work for Fantasy and Frames during, off-season and in-season as well. And then, of course, some great work at Fantasy Pros. And then, I'm all over the place. So you can't miss me on social media.
You're a hot commodity, and people are wisely tuning into you. Kevin, I appreciate you greatly. Hopefully we work together soon. Have a great rest of the draft season.
You too, Jim. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Hey, everyone, if you're watching this on RotoWire Fantasy Football Only YouTube, this is a new channel, less than a couple months old. We put out videos every day. We got over 100 preseason videos out there right now. So if any of you need to catch up on your draft prep, that's the way we're going. And we have Mason Bazemore is our full-time video editor. Can even make a guy like me look somewhat decent, does his best and gets to that point. Alan Seslowsky, who was on a little while ago, he's kind of led the charge with this channel, trying to get things ready for everybody so that information's out there for you. If you consider subscribing, liking, that'd be great. Maybe hitting notifications. We'd appreciate any support we could get. And just remember, RotoWire has daily shows on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, weeknights 8 to 10. During the preseason on weekends, we're 1 to 3 Eastern. In week 1, that'll change. During the regular season, the Saturday show, myself and Mario Puig, that'll be 2 to 4 Eastern, an hour later than usual. Our Sunday show, myself and Alan Seslowsky, will be from 9 to 10 a.m. game day. We'll go over all the breaking overnight news, any hot takes for the day, not just hot takes, but really some good strategy points that might not be covered. And that said, we now bring in Scott Simpson. You're on the last one, Marathon. Glad to have you back. You find him at Nimble W Numbers. Scott's a fantasy football analyst with FF Millionaires, DFS analyst at Chalk Blocked. Love that name. And Scott is here today to talk about wide receiver 2 theory and later round wide receiver values. Limited time, so I'm going to wind you up and let you go. I might ask some questions, Scott.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. I regret that I did not get to come up and talk to you at the expo. That was like one of the people I kept seeing you, and I'm like, okay, I'll get to Jim. I never got you. Please forgive me. I wanted to come over and, dap it up and say hi. So, but thank you so much for inviting me. Wide receiver 2 theory in an elevator pitch, you got a couple minutes here, is that in general, fantasy drafters for years have overvalued wide receiver 1s across the board. So just in general, in mass, you want those wide receiver 1s on teams. And this isn't wide receiver 1 through 12. This is just on a team. So on, for example, the Commanders, Terry McLaurin, he's the wide receiver 1, right? And in general, he gets overvalued. Everyone gets overvalued. So last year, about 22 of the 32 wide receiver 1s that were drafted did not return value on their draft position. So that's a glaring hole. Not only that, but then you had 10 wide receiver 2s or 3s supplant those wide receiver 1s on their team as well. So not only did they not return the value that you hope for, but somebody else on the team who was cheaper and who was better equipped, I guess, or maybe they just fell into the role. Addison when Justin Jefferson got hurt, Puka Nacua when Cooper Kupp got hurt. All these different players were available way later in drafts. And so, as this has been going on, this is the 5th year of wide receiver 2 theory. I'm actually about to drop it this afternoon, Jim. So great timing to be able to come on and say this. But every single year, because of the turnover, vacated targets, movement within teams, rookies that are signed, emerging talent, we get it wrong in general. And so, after studying it, I've been able to kind of figure out that wide receiver 2s and 3s and even 4s are all undervalued. So if you can kind of prioritize some of them in your draft, it does make a big difference when you go to build your roster. Example, you got 4 of them sitting in the 3rd or 4th round that I love. You have Cooper Kupp, Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith. Right there. They're all for the taking, and all of them are the wide receiver 2 on their team. And then because of that, they're just undervalued a little bit, right? But if you need a little bit of points to win when you're in those micro margins for, consistency every week, these are the strategies that will kind of get you over the top. And so, like I said, 5th year, last year, RotoViz, they went and they analyzed it, said, is this real, right? This is just a made up theory, wide receiver 2 theory. It's a theory, right? But they confirmed it, particularly with the youth movement. So the young wide receivers in offenses, the Brandon Ayuks of the world, the up and coming wide receivers that you kind of see overtake the other wide receiver like a Debo, who's a beast. But yeah, so sorry, I'm talking a lot, but
That is good.
That's the pitch for it. And this year there's a lot of great candidates. Like I mentioned, some of those other guys, but and even in the later rounds, you have people like JSN. Who last year he didn't really hit his wide receiver 40 ADP. He was wide receiver 47. So he's right there again, wide receiver 41 being drafted. There's value to be had there. He is getting better. The offense should be a little bit different this year. They got rid of their OC and he got fired. He went to the Bears. Sorry, Ramadunze and Keenan Allen. But I do think that there's opportunity for players like JSN, bounce back opportunities for players too. I mean, Christian Watson, Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Doubs, all these wide receivers in Green Bay, they're all kind of undervalued. And so you kind of can't go wrong if you just use this strategy to look for those high leverage young talents in offenses who are kind of progressing and making progress towards being that wide receiver 1.
As you talk wide receiver 2, Scott, even late in drafts, maybe you talk about any of this group. Darnell Mooney's a number 2, and he had a 1,000-yard season on his resume a few years ago. Michael Wilson, who started out the season great, and actually the last 2 games he looked strong. Wan'Dale Robinson, who we're not quite sure if he's going to be full-time slot or hybrid slot. Any of these guys move the needle as late players?
I like Darnell Mooney, I think, out of that group that you mentioned, just because Kirk Cousins, we've seen him consistently support not just one wide receiver, but two wide receivers. And so I know that that's a strong situation for him. And even though Kirk might, not be the same Kirk as he's always been. Ooh, I like that, James. He still has upside. Brandon Cooks, too. I mean, he's in one of the most prolific passing offenses. And even though he kind of underwhelmed, he met his ADP perfect. He was like one of the 3 or 4 wide receivers who met it. But that means he's a good value too. Like if you're drafting in the later rounds, and particularly in home leagues where people fall, it's not always like the ADP. We've seen that it goes crazy. You can get guys, example like Demario Douglas. The word out of training camp for him is that he's unstoppable, and he is the reason this Patriots offense kind of is moving and is successful. And these are people, not just me saying this. These are beat reporters. Dakota Randall from the Pro Football Network was saying that he's been unstoppable. And so I like hearing this because those are wide receivers that go like 69, 68, 70, 13th, 14th, 15th rounds. You can find those guys in your drafts. And then there's just a bunch of rookies too. So you got, Jermaine Burton, Malachi Corley, all these guys who are wide receiver 3s or so on their teams who just watch, see what happens. They could develop, injuries could happen. They can get elevated and they can return value.
Scott, as you mentioned Jermaine Burton, I was so excited about a month ago, 3 weeks ago on him. And I was, heard in OTAs, he was running in the slot. And we know he's got that 4.45 speed. We know he played at Georgia and at Alabama. We knew there were some off the field things that pushed him to the 3rd round. And I was just so excited to get shares of him. And then Andre Yoshivas starts getting talked up. And Jamar Chase has wanted to play a lot more in the slot. But his line was the team doesn't trust me there yet. But if Yoshivas it actually emerges. He was like size, speed, agility. He was like a freak when he came in. So I'm conflicted here because if Yoshivas plays, he probably can play on the outside, and Chase would love to go to the inside because we see all these guys eating in the slot. But if Burton gets the slot, we know Joe Burrow is going to see the double on Chase, some tough coverage on Higgins, and loving the middle of the field. How do you break this one down? I'm really conflicted here.
This one is tricky. It might be one of you get whoever is available in that later pick, right? You pick one of the two. This is the thing that they're fighting for, by the way, in the slot. Boyd, who left and went to Tennessee, the last 4 years, 85%, 84%, 89, almost 90%, 89.7, and 84% of the slot targets. So that is just it's a huge chunk of vacated targets, as the kids say. And I know people say they aren't real. It's just available targets or projected available targets that not any wide receiver has claimed yet. So like, Chase already has 120, 30, 40, 50 targets claimed in that offense. If they're in the slot, that does change it a little bit more too, because that would just isolate him on, 3rd string DBs, hopefully, and then linebackers and zone holes and all kinds of things. So if that's going to be the case, that might elevate Jamar Chase as wide receiver 1 in that group. Not out of everybody, but, in that group of wide receiver 1s. Yeah.
And then real quick, so you have the Rams that run 3 receiver sets, 93% of that, but they're very tight formation. They use them as blockers, the receivers. But in Cincinnati, Zach Taylor comes from Sean McVay, but does it totally different. The 3 receivers are wide, they're spread apart, and it gives more space. But they don't play at 93%, but they play at about 80, which they're like the 2nd or 3rd team in the league. So that role, like you said, is huge because their slot receiver is on the field more than most other teams. So that is one, like you said, whichever one you have the eye on and falls in your draft, there could be a hidden gem there. Both are potentially going to be good. One is probably going to emerge. That's the $1 million question from the FF Millionaire. Now, in the chat, we had a name come up. One of these two for sure writes about Josh Palmer in a lot of drafts is going around the 10th round. 12th league. That's typically where I see him go. Maybe it's me taking him. That's the problem. What are your thoughts on Josh Palmer this year?
So I'm not against Josh Palmer. I'm a little scared of the Harbaugh offense just in general because it kind of does truncate the availability of targets. But if it does get hyper focused on Josh Palmer, like if that is Ladd McConkey's there, and I think that's kind of where drafters have gone. And so I think Josh Palmer will have hits and misses. And so you think about Mike Williams, where he would get the games where he'd get 25 points and then 4, and so
right.
It may be not as high on the ceiling when it comes to, the Mike Williams ceiling was pretty big at times. He was a massive man. But I do think that there's the potential. It's tricky because who's the first person you said? That's who actually I started getting excited about.
Oh, I don't even know where we went with this. Exactly. I don't remember the transition. I know Palmer, but I don't think I mentioned anybody else.
Oh, no. James put, Thomas. It's in the, I'm like, who else? Oh, yeah. Thomas is in the chat there. Actually, I do like Thomas. I think he is a flex option kind of as the season progresses. He'll emerge if you have him, kind of hold him. But, man, his size and his measurables, I really like his 6'4" frame. He's got the speed. He's got the draft capital. He's going to have the opportunities. It's a high-passing offense. Calvin Ridley last year, he had so many targets. He had 100+ targets, and so
133 maybe
133. Yeah, it's not going to be maybe Thomas gets 120. That's awesome. Maybe he gets and so he is actually in my wide receiver 2 theory. I'm looking at him right now. But I do say wait a little bit. Like if you try to plug him into your lineup week 1, maybe that's a little volatile. But I think after he gets some momentum, it's going to be pretty impactful as the season goes, because they need somebody else besides Evan Ingram to catch touchdowns. They just do.
Great stuff. Scott, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, so this year I got the Fantasy Millionaires podcast every Monday night at 5 p.m. And we go over, start, sit. We call it elevate, mitigate, eviscerate. We do all the typical things, waiver wire trades to get paid. We do a little DFS as well. And then Saturday, 9 p.m. with my podcast partner, Bo McBrayer, I'll be bringing Chalk Blocked, which is DFS. We look at the main slate for DraftKings. And so you can find me there. I got YouTube channels for both the Fantasy Millionaires and for Nimble. So go ahead and look there. And please jump in and talk to me all year about fantasy football and wide receiver 2 theory. And I'll be dropping wide receiver 2 theory this afternoon on nimblewnumbers.com.
And I am also sorry I missed you in Canton. We definitely have to make sure that mistake doesn't happen again, whether it means we have to just grab somebody and say, get over here. But that's going to happen in the future. Definitely appreciate you, Scott. Good luck in the rest of draft season. Hopefully we work together soon.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thanks. All right, everybody, continue out with the RotoWire Marathon. We've launched the new RotoWire Picks app. It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like PrizePicks, BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. It's free to download on Apple and Android. You can sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. Existing RotoWire subscribers get instant full access with their login. Check it out now. Search RotoWire Picks in the App Store. Anthony Cervino, we have been working together heavily this offseason. Anthony's been doing the podcast for RotoWire with me. You can catch that on the podcast platform of your choice. Once a week, we do that. Anthony and I have done countless videos. If you're watching on the RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel, you could catch them there. You're following Anthony at The Real NFL Guru. Anthony works for RotoWire. Also with the FF Face-Off, top 15 ranker fantasy pros, 2019, 2021. You had the every other odd year thing going. You'll have to make it an even one this time. Anthony, welcome aboard, and you're going to talk some expectations for the New York Jets.
Yeah, happy to be here, Jim.
Now, excited to have you. So as we talk the Jets, obviously a lot of uncertainty, but they've stored up a terrible line. They brought in 4 new linemen, 2 good tackles, like Tyron Smith, Morgan Moses, even drafted one high. So when Tyron Smith gets hurt, they got a swing tackle in there. Aaron Rodgers, hopefully healthy, a little Tyrod Taylor. What are your overall first expectations for the offense before we get into the fantasy minutia of the individual players?
I was very bullish on the Jets last year, and that was obviously derailed within 60 seconds of the season starting. This offseason, I don't know if I'm a sucker for punishment, but I'm right back in on the New York Jets. I like what they've done this offseason. Let's go back to last offseason. That seemed very, let's please Aaron Rodgers. Let's make Aaron happy. We got him here. Let's bring in Lazard, Randall Cobb. Let's get his boys in here. This offseason was like, all right, we need to keep Aaron Rodgers healthy, so let's get this offensive line right. And that's the first thing they noticed that Joe Douglas did a good job doing, is addressing that offensive line. Bringing in, Mike Williams, I know he has the injury issues, but he's a vast upgrade over Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb. I like that they drafted Corley, who could be like a Deebo Samuel light to that team. And, Breece Hall, Braylon, like this is a team offensively that is loaded. The only thing that's missing is the quarterback. And I say this all the time on our shows together, Jim. They got that insurance policy, and Tyrod Taylor, I don't think that's getting talked about enough. Because Tyrod Taylor's an upgrade over literally every quarterback that the New York Jets have put under center in the past 2-3 years.
Man, it is going to, right? It's a much better situation if that happens. So let's start out with the engine, I believe, of the offense. Breece Hall, as a rookie, until he got hurt in week 7, was crushing as a runner, 5.8 yards per carry. Last year, team had nothing, so he had to get it done as a receiver. He's proven he can get it done in any ways. A year removed from ACL. What are we expecting from Breece Hall?
What I loved out of Breece last year, it's incredible that he was the RB2 in PPR and then RB6 in points per game on such a bad offense, where the offense, and I love Garrett Wilson, but the offense really did run through Breece Hall. Part of his PPR allure, 76 receptions, 591 receiving yards. So you can make the case that goes backwards if this offense is more efficient. But what I am buying into for Breece this year is maybe fewer receptions, but they're going to be in striking distance, in the red zone more, inside the 5 more. And why is that important? Usually when we see running backs finish in the top 5 especially, they're usually in the top 5 to 10 in red zone touches. Well, Breece last year, he only had 29 red zone touches, 1 goal line touch, which put him at 23rd. So I think a little bit of regression in receptions, but we are going to see a massive uptick in red zone touches. A guy like Tony Pollard last year had 72 red zone touches. So that's, this offense starts clicking. You give Breece, 50, 60 red zone touches, he's going to start humming in the touchdown category.
Yeah, I'm excited. And look, right now, McCaffrey, they're saying he's getting some work in. Right now, I like Breece Hall as my number 1 running back. I see JC posted the same thing. Look, he's younger. McCaffrey, at some point, he still could be the number 1. Breece Hall could be equally good. I'm excited for that. So the next player we talk about is Garrett Wilson. And look, last year I was all in at Garrett Wilson. I was saying with Aaron Rodgers, we were looking at a 1,400-yard season, double-digit touchdowns. Obviously, 3 snaps later, and that all went kaput. But you can't blame any of Garrett Wilson's numbers on him. The catch rate wasn't his fault because the passes were uncatchable. The yards after the catch were terrible because of 2 things. One is pass were often behind him, over his head, or the defense with so much attention on there wasn't extra room to run. What are your thoughts now that Garrett Wilson has either Aaron Rodgers, hopefully, if not Tyrod Taylor as the fallback?
I have Garrett Wilson as a first-round pick, back at the first round, but still a first-round pick in fantasy drafts. And, he's never had an issue getting targets. First 2 years in the NFL, 147, and last year, 168 targets. The issue is he has not broken the top 30 in points per game. And the one metric that stands out, catchable target rate, target quality rating, one of the worst receivers out there. So the quality of targets we know were bad. Enemy defenses, you can double, triple cover this guy. He still made some plays, but they knew where that football was going. And for what it's worth, he still put up 1,100 yards as a rookie, just over 1,000 yards last year, low touchdown numbers. Obviously, if we get that upgraded quarterback play and whatever we can get out of Mike Williams and Corley, things are going to open up more for Garrett Wilson this year, and he certainly has the talent coming from Ohio State and that draft capital. He has the talent to be special, and we know what Aaron Rodgers can do. He never was a big volume passer in the LaFleur era in Green Bay, and Devontae Adams was still a top 2 receiver in fantasy. That's the ultimate ceiling for Garrett Wilson. If we get the Aaron Rodgers and we get the Jets offense, I think we're going to get. Do not be surprised if Garrett Wilson cracks the top 3 to 5 in fantasy receivers.
Yeah, I love that. Now, I know you did mention Malachi Corley, and the one thing that concerns me is they're going to play a lot of 2 tight end sets. Yeah. That's the offense. And so I think his snap count is going to be limited. I think he'll be very good when he's on the field, but as to when that is could be an issue. And I think playing heavy personnel is important because with Aaron Rodgers, the play action game is firmly in play. And when defense have to commit an extra body down, that allows some over the top shots. So I think that really best benefits Rodgers. So we do like Corley, but I want to talk about Mike Williams. Right now, he's been practicing. He's cleared from the PUP list, so that's very positive. We know durability has been an issue, but defenses, again, they're going to have to worry about Breece Hall. We're going to worry about Garrett Wilson. What might we be looking at from Mike Williams this year?
At cost, I think Mike Williams is one of the more or bigger value plays at the wide receiver position. This is a guy now, slow start to his career for, he was a first round pick, 7th overall back in 2017. He's been around for a while. If you look at the first 4 years of his career, not great. And then all of a sudden, 2021, 2022, wide receiver 13 and 20 in points per game. Then last year, even in 3 games played, 16.7 points per game, which is actually a career high. So as he's been getting older, he's been actually improving for whatever reason. I don't know what we're going to get. But what I do know with Garrett Wilson, this is going to be another situation because we know Mike Williams always had Keenan Allen there. Well, this is another situation where, how often is Mike Williams going to see that double team? So even if we got 10 games out of Mike Williams, we're going to get a couple of spike weeks out of that. And, and I don't have FFPC in front of me. I have underdog ADP 134.3. 3 or 4 spike weeks returns value for that pick.
Yeah, that's 13th round. That is a very good place to take him. And like we said earlier, with the Jets having addressed the tackle position on both ends and drafting a third option as a swing, that allows Aaron Rodgers a play action time to go downfield. And you mentioned double coverage. That's got to be Garrett Wilson almost every time. Garrett Wilson is going to be one of those players that must be stopped at all costs. Anthony, in about a minute, if you're drafting a second quarterback, why is Aaron Rodgers somebody to look at?
I think he has some gas left in the tank, and I think he has something to prove. I know the age is a factor, but Brady was still, outside of Brady's last year, Brady was still a productive fantasy quarterback when he went over to Tampa Bay. And Aaron's a little bit younger. Again, this is another price play for, Aaron Rodgers. Can we get, I'm not going to say top 12, but can we get a top 14 player out of Aaron Rodgers? Can we get a nice, if you're drafting Jared Goff, we know there's volatility with the home and away splits. Is Aaron Rodgers that guy and I think the bye weeks are an issue there, but I'm just using an example where Aaron Rodgers is a nice play if you drafted Jaden Daniels or one of those 10th or 11th round quarterbacks and you need to stream or you want to draft 2 to protect yourself. I think Aaron Rodgers is a good number 2 quarterback in fantasy, and you're getting him right around as a 20th quarterback off the board.
We probably got 1 minute. So if you could sneak in at a question about Tyler Conklin, very quickly, just give me the real quick on what you think about Conklin.
I like Conklin. Again, all of these Jets weapons outside of Breece and Garrett Wilson, they're cheap. Conklin, we know he can handle a little bit of volume. I believe without pulling up the stats, he had around 60 receptions last year. You said it yourself. They're going to play a lot of 2 tight end sets, which puts Tyler Conklin on the field. Is there a case to be made that outside of Breece, is Tyler Conklin the 3rd most targeted player on this offense? And what if Mike Williams goes down? Is Tyler Conklin the 2nd most targeted non-running back in this offense?
Anthony, great stuff. Remind everybody where they can find you.
You can follow me at the Real NFL Guru on X and over at RotoWire and at Face Off Sports Network.
Anthony, appreciate you. We'll be working together all the time. So have a great rest of the weekend. We'll talk soon.
See you later.
All right. Next, we have Tipp Major coming in the house. You find him at Tipp Major, TIPP Major, and he's all over the place. He's blowing up the last few years. He's co-host with Bob Harris. It's the Harris and Rip plus Tip Thursday show. The Check Down with Greg Kellogg. You can find him at H Point Sports, full-time fantasy. Tip, as great as you are with your football knowledge, more wonderful as a human being. Just look at that smile, man. That's real. This is a person there's no phoniness there. Excited to have you on. You are here to talk about the top players each position, and I don't want to take time away from that content. Let's start with quarterback, Tip.
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, Jim, for having me on, man. I love it. As far as quarterback goes, the quarterback position this year, I feel like is very deep. I feel like it's a position where you can wait. But if you want to go and get one of the top guys, by all means, do it. I'm not going to do it. But what I'm doing is I'm looking at a guy like Jordan Love. I'm looking at a guy like CJ Stroud. I know we just talked about him as well. I was talking or listening to the guys on Football Guys, and they were talking about CJ Stroud. I'm starting to really come around with him. I think he's a candidate to not only take over the league as far as passing goes, but I know he's not a running guy. I know he doesn't do it. He hasn't done it even in college. But when you got a wide receiver core and a running back core and a good offensive line like that, he can sneak around and get 15 yards per game. If he does that, you're looking at over 200 yards rushing for the whole year. And I think that catapults him. I think that takes him to that next level.
You know, the beauty of that offense, Tip, is they run what we call 21 personnel. They use a running back out of field, Andrew Beck, the fullback. And we see San Francisco with Juszczyk, Miami with Ingold, and it's a little different offense, but Baltimore with Patrick Ricard. And those three teams have something in common because they manipulate box counts with the extra fullback on the field. Teams got to play down. Their average depth of target is deeper than all the other teams. And the Texans tried to run last year. They didn't have a running game because their running backs weren't very good, but they're still going to use Andrew Beck. And like you said, they're going to have that chance to have more of those shot plays. And they got him in last year, but that yards per attempt is going to go up. And they have three very, very good receivers. So I think you're talking about Stroud. You had the running him. There's a lot in place where you could get a steal on the ADP as quarterback 6-ish, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely a big time steal. Like you said, with the way that this team is organized, it's organized to spread you out and are also organized for you to back up and make sure you play the receivers and even the tight end. We didn't even talk about Dalton Schultz, even the tight end. You got to make sure you are keep your eyes on him as well. So it's really a pick your poison type of situation there in Houston, and I love it.
How about running back, Tip? Who's somebody that you're high on the run? I got you wound up here.
You got me going. You got the juices. I got goosebumps. Bijan Robinson. I know everybody is like Christian McCaffrey, Breece Hall. Look at this. Bijan Robinson is the second year going into the league. He averaged over 14 yards per game or 14 points per game last year. He has a better quarterback play. He's got a good offensive line. Zach Robinson, who is going to create dynamic, explosive plays. And if you look at Bijan, what is he? He's dynamic and he's explosive. So this is going to be a situation where I love Bijan right now. Last year, he had 58 receptions. He was number 7 and as far as running backs goes with 58 receptions. I think he can go up to 70 receptions. I think he can lead the league in receptions in this offense. And another thing too, look, Kirk Cousins is still dealing with this Achilles injury. So look, I know he's playing, he's on the field, he's good to go supposedly, but I think they're going to lean heavily on this run game. And I feel like a 65-35 split is in order, with Bijan being in favor of that for the duration of the season. And we're going to see some really big spike weeks from him. But don't forget about Tyler Algier. He is the premium handcuff if you have Bijan Robinson. I just did a draft on CBS Sports, a mock draft. I got Bijan number 1. And then, of course, I got Tyler Algier. So I locked up that position.
You know, as we talk about Zach Robinson coming over from the Rams, if he brings what Sean McVay used, it was duo downhill running. And I mentioned this a couple times earlier on the show. The league's playing with light boxes. They've gotten very good defensively at stopping like zone runs by shooting gaps. But the duo concept that McVay figured out ahead of time was a step ahead. And if they bring that in, the offensive line is very good. And like you said, it works not just for Robinson. Remember, Kyren Williams is about 100 scrimmage yards a game. And that's Kyren Williams. That's not Bijan Robinson. And right? And if Algier gets working a downhill running game, he did well as a rookie. But again, that zone running, it really wasn't helping him. A downhill, Tyler Algier, yeah, if he even gets 5 to 7 carries, and he could do some damage with that. I love the call on that, Tip. Move on to wide receiver.
Yeah, I keep going. I keep looking at Terry McLaurin, and where he's getting drafted right now is beautiful because you can have a situation where you can have a Bijan Robinson on your team, a really good wide receiver 1, and then Terry McLaurin could be your wide receiver 2, even a wide receiver 2, 3. I'm looking at this Cliff Kingsbury offense, and I got to tell you, I think he's tailor-made for a guy like Terry McLaurin. I see easily 8 to 12 targets per game for him. I've talked to some people that are inside that have been going to the training camps at the Commanders. They said that they are chunking the ball. They're not over there doing RPOs. They're not doing a lot of unscripted plays. You know, Jaden Daniels came out of a pro-style offense at LSU, so this is perfect for him to come into a situation like this. I know the offensive line is the issue, but I think that they're building the right pieces around him, and I feel like Terry McLaurin can return back to an alpha wide receiver. And look, the only year that he missed 1,000 yards in his career was his rookie season, and he got pretty close.
Right. It's been crazy how consistent he's been with bad quarterback play.
Right.
Like you said, anything breaks here. He has never been a different player. It's all been circumstantial around him. I don't think any NFL GM or coach or scout, I don't think there's any negativity they're casting on Terry McLaurin as a player. He just needs a chance, and he better get that chance now because age is going to start catching up with him in a couple of years. So this is his opportunity. Like you said, ADP makes it a time to pounce on that. How about tight end, Tip?
Okay, so tight end, surprisingly, over the last couple of years has gotten really deep, right? So we're looking at players like you got Sam Laporta coming to the mix. You've got players, obviously, like Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews. But I'm going to go a little bit further down, and I'm going to wait a little bit on tight ends this year. So what I've done is I've waited, and I've got Pat Freiermuth there. Now, it's like the situation, what gives? You know, you got Russell Wilson. If he is going to be the starting quarterback, we should see him play this weekend. If he's going to be the starter, he doesn't really utilize the tight end position that much. Now, you have Arthur Smith, on the other hand, who does utilize the tight end position. He loves running 12 personnel. Look at what happened with Jonnu Smith last year. He came out of nowhere and bursted on the scene in that Atlanta offense. So I feel like a guy with Pat Freiermuth, who is partnered up with George Pickens. George Pickens is the guy, the de facto number one. You got Jaylen Warren coming out of the backfield, but I'd say the number two guy in this offense is Pat Freiermuth. And when they get down there to the red zone, look, they are going to be looking for him. He is a good red zone guy. He knows how to move in that red zone, in those pockets, to get free, to get open. I love his game. It's just last year he got lost in the mix. So with them coming back with running 12 personnel, and with this Arthur Smith offense, I feel like he is going to not only be the pass catcher, but he's going to be that guy that they look at in the red zone, whether it be Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. I would love for it to be Justin Fields because Justin Fields does throw to his tight ends.
Yes, so, and you're right. 80% heavy personnel with Arthur Smith last year blows away the 49ers, who were between 50 and 60 somewhere. Over the top, and you'll see 22 personnel, 2 running backs and 2 tight ends. You'll see 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. So, but the thing is, Darnell Washington is basically an offensive lineman, so he is not going to be commanding targets. You're right, it's Freiermuth. And people talk about Roman Wilson. Well, Roman Wilson's a slot, and when you're playing 80% heavy personnel, guess what position's not on the field? A slot.
There
you don't have a slot. Kelvin Austin, love him, but he's not really going to be a factor. Van Jefferson, please. So if that said, you're right. Freiermuth kind of has to be the number 2 option. And as much as they want to run, you have to throw for something. So great call on Freiermuth, and you're getting him around tight end 12. So you miss out on that batch at the top 6. You wait longer, attack the other positions, and go from there. Tip, remind everybody what all you've got going on, where to find you, because I don't want people to miss out on you.
Thank you so much, Jim. You can really just find me on at Tipp Major on X, Twitter. Just look for that handle. It's TIPPMAJOR. Take a look at all of my posts. I am on here posting quite a bit. It's football season. I'm having fun. I even post a little music too. So I got a little bit of a jack of all trades kind of thing going on. But football is my first love. And Jim, I love you, man. I thank you so much for allowing me to come on.
Love you too, man. And I tell you what, everybody out there, we love football content. But if you want to have a happier day while you're doing it, tune into people like Tip. Because really, think about it. This is the entertainment business. There are a lot of great people out there, but there aren't a lot of people that can teach you football, talk about, and make you happy at the same time. So if you want a better quality of your day, you do need to follow up with Tip, because it makes a real difference. Life is hard, and happy people are infectious. So again, I can't say enough about you, Tipp. Thank you for coming on my show. And of course, we'll work together and talk together soon. Got a great comment for you right there. Yep, cannot argue with that. Tipp, thanks for coming on. Have a great rest of your draft prep season.
All right, peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody, if you're betting on the NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across the leading sports books and the fantasy sites. You can check out rotowire.com/mybets. You'll start monitoring all of your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with My Bets. And if you're a bettor, you want to have a good tracking point of what the reality is, because sometimes you forgot, oh, what was I doing in week 3, week 4, if this is way down the road. So it's very important to understand that. Also, if you're still looking to schedule your draft, and I know we're getting close to the end, but even if it's for next year, scheduling a draft is tough, getting 12 people together. RotoWire has a free scheduling tool, rotowire.com/scheduler. Check that out. You'll have an opportunity for every manager in your league to click for each day and time. Yes, no, or maybe. You coordinate it there. Makes life really easy. For RotoWire, for our in-house drafts, we use that, and it's just been wonderful in getting everything working out. With that said, another one of my RotoWire teammates coming in. We're going to have a run of RotoWire here. 3 straight. Brandon Kravitz leading kickoff. You find him at Brandon Kravitz. And Brandon, you'll find him live in the zone 3 to 6 Monday through Friday, FM 96.9, Orlando Magic pregame radio host. You work with RotoWire, do some NFL, a bunch of other sports, some short videos. I know you've been on my shows during the season. We got to get that figured out for this year. Brandon, you're here to talk some breakout candidates today.
Yes, let's do it. The plate is full, and it fills up even more this time of the year. We absolutely love it. So I think the important thing before we even discuss any names, Jim, is just thinking about what breakouts are. You know, contextualizing that I think is important, because it can be pretty subjective. For me, it's somebody who simply smashes their ADP and perhaps does so for the first time in their careers, hence the breakout. And it can be at any spot in ADP. And I think for me, that's the difference between breakout and sleeper. For a sleeper, you have to be drafted pretty much around round 10 or later. A breakout can kind of happen in any form or fashion. It just depends on how much you're able to smash that ADP. Obviously, it's easier to do that the later you are in a draft. Before I go on, do you tend to agree with that definition? Because I think we all defined it slightly different.
You know, it's a good delineation point to launch your discussion. Some people might say sleepers are later, but the definition you gave is the one we're working with, because everybody's different. So I think it's a very fair place to start.
All right. You want me to go one by one here and comment, or
and
you
I
want
might
me to
interject
go clean through the list?
Comment through, and at the end, if I might have a follow-up question. If I don't, we'll just move you to the next.
All right. We're going to go with Khalil Shakir, Bills wide receiver. Climbs to the forefront in an offense that vacates 152 targets between Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis. Keon Coleman is a nice player, but he does not have the separation ability that Shakir does. He doesn't have the trust built in with Josh Allen that Khalil Shakir does. I was looking at one of these advanced metrics. Khalil Shakir and Josh Allen led the league in catchable target rate at 91%. That means that if Allen threw it, it was A, accurate, and B, secured. So it's a good relationship, quarterback to wide receiver, and that usually bodes well for future targets. I think he's the guy to go after in this Bills passing attack.
So as you say that 91 number is cool, because Shakir also caught 91% of his targets from the slot. And I know Curtis Samuel comes in, but Khalil Shakir has established himself in that short run at the end of the season as a very reliable slot receiver. And in the game, Shakir had at least 6 targets. The production was phenomenal. So I think you're onto something here, that a lot of people have Samuel ahead of Shakir at ADP. I think they're making a mistake. I think you are way onto it, Brandon Kravitz. If you don't have any further words on Shakir, you just move on to the next one.
Yeah, I like what we saw. I know it was somewhat similar between he and Curtis Samuel as far as their usage in that first preseason game, but I think that they're showing you with their actions in Buffalo that they value Shakir as an important piece to this offense. We saw Keon Coleman get a little bit more run. I think he could be a nice player. I'm not saying avoid him, but I think people are getting a little bit too high on that. the established guys probably end up getting more run early on. George Pickens is another guy that I just cannot move off of. He's got that mid-round 4 ADP, but I think he's got a chance to smash that, assuming that Brandon Ayuk doesn't end up on the team. So that does give me a little bit of pause because that would change my perception of this. I like the fact that you get Deontay Johnson out the door. He gets to be a target hog for Russell Wilson. Pickens last year led the NFL in air yards per reception. That was with Kenny Pickett at quarterback. Russell Wilson doesn't do a lot of things at an elite level anymore, but he has one of the most beautiful deep balls that I've ever seen from a quarterback. This should be a perfect marriage of what George Pickens does well and what Russell Wilson does well, assuming nobody else gets in the way.
As you say that, Arthur Smith ran 80% heavy personnel last year in Atlanta. The roster probably says they do the same, which means the one receiver is going to eat. You don't have a slot receiver when there's all this heavy personnel. And like you said, Pickens is going to be out there. Now we know Drake London, 111, 117 targets, but you pointed out George Pickens as the alpha. And last year, you mentioned Kenny Pickett. It was when Mason Rudolph, career third stringer, came in. We had the two massive games from Pickens. We're going to see a continuation of that. Remember back to the days in Tennessee when we had Smith coaching. Tannehill with the play action slants to A.J. Brown.
Right.
I think you're going to see that a lot. So, again, another player, if you could get him and you're getting him at a favorable draft cost, don't worry about maybe the target cap. It may not matter. Another great call. Brandon Kravitz, continue on.
Yeah, he's just such an elite prospect too that I think people kind of forget how much sort of capital he has in terms of who he was in high school and then in college. This is the kind of guy that you want to buy into talent-wise. Courtland Sutton is my next one. Now, this one's not nearly as sexy as the previous two. And I don't want to speak out of both sides of my mouth here because I'm talking up Russell Wilson on one side with George Pickens. I'm going to talk down on Russell Wilson as it pertains to Courtland Sutton. It's never a good marriage. I've never seen this work out, Jim. I'm sure that you haven't either, where a coach hates his quarterback and that quarterback thrives in the offense. And that was clearly the case last year with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. We saw it with Brian Flores and Tua, if you want another example. Wilson leaves, and I think this is going to be a positive for Courtland Sutton. We know that rookie quarterbacks tend to latch on to one guy. Bo Nix is going to get this starting job. He's clearly better than Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson. I just don't know who else he could reliably throw the ball to consistently that can be that target hog in this offense. And I still think Sean Payton is on the lookout for his next Marquise Colston. There's a reason why he favors all these big wide receivers. This just feels like nobody is going to make an ooh-ah sound when you draft Courtland Sutton on your fantasy team. But I think he is his best shot to kind of replicate that big-bodied X-receiver in that Saints or now Broncos offense.
You know, and as you say that, Courtland Sutton has been pigeonholed into a downfield guy. With Russell Wilson, that's really what he did. But you're right. This is a one opportunity where Courtland Sutton could get redefined. And you mentioned Sean Payton wants a different type of lead receiver than what Courtland Sutton was used as. So I think you're seeing outside the box here because Sutton is the one player that could do things we haven't seen him do. So I think at the draft cost, Brandon Kravitz points out very well that you may have yourself a diamond in the rough. His yardage has been between 770 and 820 the last few years consistently, but that doesn't mean he's capped there. And this is a new opportunity, and this might be a good buying opportunity. Do you have another one for us, Brandon?
I've got three more if you've got the time for it, but
we got 3 minutes.
All right, perfect. I'll go give
I'll
everybody.
shut up
60.
and let you coast.
All right, I'll go clean through all three guys, and I'll make it snappy. You can tell me what you think. At tight end, I'm going to go Jake Ferguson. This Dallas offense is going to throw the ball a ton. I don't know who they're going to rely on as far as a running game goes to where they can kind of milk the clock that way. Dowdle's a nice player, but it's not like he's an elite back. Dak is trying to make a reliable number two out of Jalen Tolbert. I have to see that happen before I can totally believe it. But Jake Ferguson is right there. He's already shown us what he can do. He was the tight end 9 in PPR last year, yet somehow in a situation that is unchanged, he's being drafted beyond that point. It makes no sense to me. This is a guy that I'm all over this year. Give me a lot of Jake Ferguson. If I don't get one of those elite guys at the top, give me Jake Ferguson. At running back, I love Chase Brown. I know they picked up Zach Moss in the offseason, but you got to consider what we saw from Zach Moss might have been a mirage. The Colts had one of the best run-blocking offensive lines in the NFL. The Bengals are far from that. And Joe Burrow loves to dump the ball off to his running backs. Chase Brown much more suited to do that and do something with it than Zach Moss. And it is so hard, Jim. I was trying to identify a quarterback that I could nail as a breakout. We are all so knowledgeable when it comes to the quarterback position. It's hard to really say that one is a breakout candidate, but if anybody is, it's the guy who was drafted #1 overall just a couple of years ago. It's got to be Trevor Lawrence. Like, if I want that, I have maybe Anthony Richardson or Kyler Murray, one of those high upside rushing type of quarterbacks that I need to pair with someone that's basically free. To me, Trevor Lawrence is as good an option as anybody else. I love what they've done to revamp that wide receiver room. I think too much focus is on, he lost Calvin Ridley. He added Gabe Davis, who can catch those beautiful deep balls from Trevor Lawrence. They draft Brian Thomas Jr. You're already seeing the training camp hype on what this guy can do. A healthy Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. I actually like this receiving core significantly better than what they were a year ago.
And Trevor Lawrence, we saw in the back half of 2022, we saw a player who was capable of becoming a fantasy star. Last year didn't quite work out, and he was nicked up a lot, and they had some play calling issues. But you're right. Lawrence could bounce back. And I like that you pointed out Chase Brown, because Zach Moss, after week 4 and the kind of the shine on his career kind of wore, he was only 3.92 yards per carry behind, as you said, a very good run blocking line. It was like Buffalo ran him out of town after, like, he had the nice little stretch at Indy, but that wore off. And you said the line's worse there. So you are on that, because Chase Brown's in a great spot to jump him. Love that. Brandon Kravitz, remind everybody where they can find you and what you have going on. You have plenty of time to do this.
All right. You can find me at Brandon Kravitz across Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. My live show in Orlando that you can stream all across the country, 3 to 6 p.m. on FM 96.9 The Game, all part of the iHeartRadio family. And I also have a podcast that you can check out. It's the Zone Heads podcast, and I actually have my latest episode right in line with what we're talking about, my top 10 quarterbacks in fantasy this year. So you can find fantasy content there and sprinkled throughout my social channels. Thanks so much for the time, Jim. Anytime I get a chance to talk fantasy football with you, it is a better day because of it.
Same for me, and I'm going to work you in some way, somehow, into the regular season schedule, so be ready for that message, because you'll be able to catch on this channel myself and Brandon Kravitz talking a little football. Brandon, have a great rest of your draft season.
All right, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bounce out. There we go. Try it right that time. All right, everybody. If you're looking set to get ready for your draft quickly, I stammered over my word there. If you're looking for the best in-season edge you can get, you could check out RotoWire for free. 2-day trial, no credit card needed. You just head over to rotowire.com/Jim. You can catch all of our rankings, articles, and more. You don't want to miss on that. Also, RotoWire, in my mind, is the coolest draft kit app in the industry. The tech team we have is incredible. Bunch of full-timers that know how to put together a beautiful product. And you download the app, you get access to our projections, custom rankings, industry standard player news and notes. Check out the RotoWire Draft Kit app before your draft day and see why we're every year #1 paid app in the App Store. So check that out. Mario Puig, always excited to talk football with you. Mario and myself commonly are on the Saturday Sirius XM show, which is 1 to 3 Eastern. Now, during the regular season this year, they moved us up an hour, so it'll be 2 to 4. So make sure you note that change. Mario Puig, great RotoWire. I don't know if they call you a senior writer, but you certainly are, if that's what they are, but
Something
you certainly
like
are that.
Yeah,
and Mario, really the nuts and bolts here. You read the articles, you hear him break down players, and I know you love it. Mario, today you find Mario at Pro Set Formation. So you may have been following Mario under a prior Twitter handle or X handle. Make sure it's Pro Set Formation now. Mario, we're going to talk players you like at each position. Give me a quarterback you like this year.
Yeah, the quarterback that I've selected the most is actually Kyler Murray. So there's a few guys I like in that range, actually. Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, like all those guys. But Murray, I think, is really interesting because he has more rushing upside than those two. And I think this is the first time in the NFL anyway that Kyler Murray's been in a vaguely functional NFL offense. So whereas every other time we've seen him play, and in some of those cases, even then, Kyler was one of the top fantasy quarterbacks, it still wasn't a well-run team. It was one of the worst run teams, more specifically. So offensive line, route runners, running game, play calling, all of it's looking better than ever for him. And, knock on wood, hopefully he's a little more recovered from that ACL that he returned midway through last year with. But it's encouraging, I think, in that offense where he's had, you could get, I think, a top 5 quarterback, mostly due to the rushing, but I also expect it to be a healthy passing year for him.
Yeah, Mario, last year it was between 19 and 25 fantasy points in 7 of 8 games, and that's coming off an ACL. Marquise Brown was out a lot. Michael Wilson missed time. Like you said,
new offense.
Yes, new offense, weapons. This is going to be fun. So, yeah, investing in Murray. The price seems to be going up a little bit by the day, but you still could get in on the train, Mario. Yeah, you still get on that Kyler Murray train because really, Mario, he could be a top 5 guy. Can he get better than top 5, do you think?
Yeah, it's maybe a little asking a little much of his passing production, perhaps, because he's probably not going to go over best case scenario something like 4,100 passing yards, which would have him in that range though if he's adding another 700 or so rushing. But in any case, he's got a lot of big game to game upside. We've seen him put up a lot of points in just a single quarter of play thanks to that rushing ability.
Yeah, and he's comfortably the quarterback 7. His ADP like creeping up a couple spots, but Mario is all over that. Mario, how about a running back you're looking at this year?
Well, if I was using the same standard, I'd be saying James Conner, but we always talk about James Conner, Jim. So I'll talk instead about Josh Jacobs. I guess there's a little more of contentious analysis around him, whereas everyone seems to agree, like, yeah, Conner's a really nice value. Jacobs, I think it's a lot to expect that he would get exactly the same workload as he had with the Raiders, but he doesn't need to get quite that same workload to still be very productive especially at his current ADP, which I believe is generally around either the 3rd round or the 4th round, depending on the site. And the thing is, even though he might get fewer carries, fewer targets maybe than he got with the Raiders, the yards per carry and especially the touchdown frequency is going to turn for the better because he's going from maybe the worst run offense, certainly one of the worst run offenses, to what I expect to be one of the better and more durable offenses in the league. The Packers are deep with personnel pretty much everywhere on offense. So they should be able to withstand a lot of game circumstances and, whatever events that might normally kind of take down another offense. They should be able to withstand it. And I think he's going to be their anchor pretty much every week. He's going to have a steady presence. So Josh Jacobs, I don't expect to maybe, get the league lead in carries this year, but I do expect him to have something like a career high from scrimmage and touchdowns.
Yeah, and you love that Matt LaFleur schemed offense. I mean, I don't know what defense they're going to do with the receiver group they have and how LaFleur really
How much they can do.
No, and he learned every one of those receivers' strengths, and he learned Jordan Love's strengths and weaknesses, and he wove a masterpiece from week 12 on. Defense are going to be really conflicted by the Packers. Mario, how about receiver? What are you thinking?
I'll go with Joshua Palmer with the Chargers. Seems like everybody agrees that Palmer's a pretty solid player, a decent enough player to have on your fantasy roster. But even as a Ladd McConkey fan, I kind of am getting to the point where I'm expecting Palmer to at least match McConkey as a fantasy receiver this year. Not so much on a game-to-game basis. Admittedly, McConkey's more explosive than Palmer, but McConkey's got durability issues of his own. Palmer pretty much just has that knee that he's trying to shake, and otherwise he's knock on wood, been pretty healthy in the NFL. And with Justin Herbert missing pretty much all of training camp, McConkey missing some of those days where Herbert was otherwise available, it might be one of those things, especially since the Chargers are putting in a new system where the prior familiarity with Josh Palmer might make Herbert, just look to him in situations where even if they had a full training camp, and McConkey hadn't gotten hurt, Herbert hadn't gotten hurt, maybe that scenario that then McConkey would more easily take the lead, but that's not what they're looking at. So Palmer and his familiarity with Herbert brings stability that they seem to be in need of with so many questions facing them.
Mario, I want to ask a lateral question. So everybody talks about Greg Roman coming in. We know we have our negative thoughts on Roman, fine. Jim Harbaugh's coming in. But the talk has always been, well, they're going to run. Mario, they've been a bottom 5 defense. And that was when Staley, maybe a bad head coach, but defensively, he was a pretty good defensive coach. They were bottom 5. I see him as a stars and scrubs defense, and that does not get it done. Will they have the luxury to run the ball nearly as much as they want?
I think so. I think part of it too, though, will be the Chargers. Harbaugh, I think, has a stubbornness to him where he I think more than most coaches is willing to ignore the current emerging conventions about, you got to stop running the ball. You got to stop running the ball and start throwing it at this point. You're down 8 points and there's, 9 minutes left in the third. You got to stop running. Harbaugh, I think, in that situation just says, no, we're still going to run it. So that's not a concern to me. I'll say, though, I think Greg Roman is bad, but Greg Roman left to his own devices is different than Greg Roman working for Jim Harbaugh. I mean, they had a really effective 49ers offense going, but they're not going to do it with so much running as last time because Colin Kaepernick couldn't throw the ball as well as Herbert can. Also, Herbert can't run as much as Kaepernick could. So they're going to throw the ball more, and it's with Herbert, with a quarterback as good as him, I think it's going to be pretty easy.
So are you basically saying they have an elite level quarterback? They're not so stupid and stubborn. They're going to say, you know what, Justin Herbert, we don't really need you. They're going to use him. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I think Herbert's in that category of quarterback where he's so good that if he's on a team, you have to make a little pencil room projection for them in the playoffs. And if they build a good roster around him, then they're more than that. But at the very least, I think they're kind of like a wild card threat. Not just for Herbert, but I also believe in Harbaugh a lot. So that's part of why I'm able to see things optimistically with the Chargers, probably.
Man, I sure hope Justin Herbert has a good season. I really like him. They invested in the offensive line. Joe Alt is there. They got Rashawn Slater on the other side. The interior is not terrible. This line, I know they've had injuries, especially 2 years ago, but this line, Mario, in your mind, can this be a well above average offensive line based on what they built?
I think so. And the other thing is when you run the ball with conviction and focus the way Harbaugh teams do, you make the whole offensive line in pass protection look better because you're not letting those pass rushers go in with a full tank. And if you want to slow down a pass rush, if you can't just block those guys, then run the ball against them, give your offensive linemen a chance to turn the tables a little bit, rough up the defenders a little bit instead of making it, chasing the defenders or holding the defenders from getting around you. You let the offensive line go on the attack that way. And so they're feeling a little better when they do have to go back and pass protection, and the defense is kind of catching their breath a little and maybe a little sore.
And then last one, tight end. Who do you like at tight end this year?
Yeah, whereas those other 3 guys I think could be fantasy starters all year. This one's more of a bench pick now that we hope is a winning lottery ticket later in the season. But I'm going to say Ben Sinnott, the Washington Commanders, second-round tight end. He's listed as the 3rd, maybe even 4th tight end on the depth chart right now. I can't remember. They're listing John Bates, the blocker, as tight end too, which he will be. He'll be the blocker. But right. Zach Ertz listed as the starter. And I think Zach Ertz is pretty much toast. It'll take probably 6 weeks, but I think something like that we'll see Sinnott take over. And I think Washington's going to maybe even need to throw to him. He's going to be an easy check down yards after the catch guy. And I think Washington will struggle enough on offense that they'll be looking for something like that at that point.
You and I have talked about Zach Ertz, and we loved him. But before the ACL, he was 5th percentile after the catch, which means he couldn't run. And then after the injury, he went down to 1st percentile of the catch. And first isn't good. In a lot of areas, first is good. It's the worst. And so last year, the Cardinals learned. They started Ertz. 5 weeks later, Trey McBride, you're in. Ertz, goodbye. And is that a similar situation we're going to see here?
Yeah, it might be asking a bit much of Sinnott to be as good this year as McBride was last year, just because McBride was in his 2nd season. Arguable that McBride was the better prospect of the two, but I like Sinnott a lot. I mean, he's a high 4.6 guy, but he's explosive, so he should be able to do short area movement. He should be pretty tough after the catch. He certainly was at Kansas State. So he's a guy, if your offense is struggling to throw the ball downfield, I think he'll be a tempting target because it doesn't take that much to get on the ball, and he can run for some yardage on his own.
And the league's playing 73% zone defense, and you have tight ends like Sinnott that could find those gaps in the zone, and all of a sudden he looks very appealing. So
probably a spy on Daniels too, so they might want Eckler on one side, Sinnott on the other, trying to pull the defense, both ways and try to get something to give. So that I think that makes sense. It's the, yardage after the catch threats on both sides. Daniels is the rushing threat. It gives the defense more to think about than certainly just leaving Ertz out there as a maybe 5-yard curl kind of target.
It's an excellent tactical point. Mario, remind everybody what you got going on at RotoWire and where to find you.
Yeah, on Twitter, it's pro set formation, like the trading cards from the 80s or whatever. And John McKechnie and me do the Thursday RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast. Show with you, Jim, on Saturdays, show with Joe Bartle on Fridays. So tonight that would be. But yeah, that's mainly it. And trying to get a bunch of articles written about various things all the time.
I appreciate you, Mario. I look forward to working with you next time on Saturday. Have a great rest of your day.
Likewise, Jim. Later.
Thanks. More RotoWire heat, 3 in a row coming in. We got Jeff Erickson in the house. You find him at Jeff_Erickson. I wish I would have figured the underscore thing out myself. I just put an NFL in the name. I love that. Jeff, everybody knows you're the senior editor at RotoWire. You're the host of the RotoWire Fantasy Sports Today, which you can catch on Sirius Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87, 8 to 10 Eastern, Monday through Thursday. Jeff Erickson, I just made a trade offer to you in a RotoWire league we did. And my line is always, when I said this, when I drew the one pick, I'm like, well, that's going to go wrong. And McCaffrey comes up with a calf injury. Currently now he's doing some kind of a work or whatever. But I immediately sent an offer to you because you took Breece Hall and I offered you McCaffrey for Breece Hall straight up. And you respectfully declined. Talk about it.
Well, I wanted to hear your perspective, obviously, but I guess it's the calf injury, and that's the reason why I declined it, actually. It's like, why introduce injuries when injuries are going to happen? I already know. I mean, the thing is, I think it's a great no action, if you will. Like, if I already had McCaffrey, I'm probably not trading him for Hall, but if I have Hall, I'm not trading him for McCaffrey, I guess is the way I'm looking at it. I don't know. It's really close, but if you'll notice in my latest top 150 rankings, I put Hall ahead of McCaffrey in my rankings. Your offer actually forced me to reconsider what I'm doing. If I'm not willing to pull the trigger on that deal, well, guess what? That means I'm drafting Hall before CMC right now. Maybe I reserve the right to change my mind a week from now, but it could be nothing. But it also could be that he's an older player. He's had an injury history before in the past. I just think it's something I'm uncomfortable doing. So if I'm uncomfortable doing it, I'm just not going to do it. I think it's a completely fair and fun, interesting offer. I didn't want to pull the trigger.
No, and I totally get that. And it's one of those things, we know what McCaffrey is, but we know he could be a league winner. And I can't remember the word. You got a bird in the hand. I think you said something along this line.
Yeah, something of that nature. Yeah.
Yeah. And you have a player who's healthy.
Yeah, exactly. And a player that I've been adding everywhere. I have, maybe I have too much exposure to Breece Hall, but I haven't even done an NFFC draft. And that's always dangerous, by the way. Your early drafts are, industry leagues, maybe some keeper formats or just various different formats. All of a sudden you get to your big money leagues and like, well, I've got so much exposure to this player already. But no, you don't have any exposure in the most expensive contest. It's not the same thing. So I'm not going to shy away from going from Hall if I get him, if he's available to me again.
Now, Jeff, I had brought you on and I had put Bengals talk, and then the schedule got switched and Dan Clasgens is after you, and you're my two Bengals guys. So maybe just talk a little more about the roundtable rankings. I first want you to tell people, because this is not behind the paywall, am I correct? This is not behind the paywall, correct?
The roundtable rankings, I don't think they're behind the paywall. I know my rankings are not.
Yes, so your rankings every week. Yeah. So I want you to tell people where to find your rankings so they know they can get access to those.
Just check out my Twitter account, Jeff_Erickson, and we've been tweeting them out. But you go to RotoWire, rotowire.com/try, and you can check it out. It'll be linked there as well. But even if you don't need to, you don't even need to use that try account. You can just go to rotowire.com. There's some free articles there, and that is one of them. Every Wednesday, I set out a new set of rankings there. So, this week, I got to react to the J.J. McCarthy news, for instance. And my action with Jefferson was no action. I'm leaving him alone. Tough call because, Sam Darnold, I don't think is a tremendous downfield passer. But I also saw that Jefferson ate with Nick Mullins last year. And I know maybe Mullins is more of a chucker than Darnold. And thus, from fantasy perspective, we like chuckers. Give me Jameis, give me Mullins, give me those guys because we're getting attempts. But I also don't think Darnold's going to play it completely close to the vest. I think Kevin O'Connell is a great play caller. I think he's going to maximize Darnold's talents. I'm leaving Jefferson alone where I have him, which is at 4. By the way, I've got him between. I've got him after Hall and McCaffrey, after Hill. I go Jefferson, Bijan, Lamb, Chase right now.
Now, Jeff, when we're looking at our roundtable rankings, you and I are kind of the high men by far on Travis Etienne. Both Mario Puig and Jerry Donabedian have him well below where we have him at. You and I have him right at 21 and 22, and then those gentlemen have him at 38 and 48. We're way different. We're on the same page. What do you like about Etienne this year?
So the thing is, I never considered myself out of line on Etienne. I think it's kind of par with where he goes, at least in the leagues that I've been in. I like the usage. I know they're saying they might dial him back just a little bit this year, but I think this is going to be a better functioning offense this year too. So I think he'll be more efficient with those touches. I like that he's a pass catcher. I think he can break a big play. I think, you need those boom plays as well. What I may be concerned about are goal line carries a little bit with Tank Bigsby, but we were worried about those last year, Jim, and that really, after 2 weeks, that stopped being an issue. Bigsby played himself out of that role.
And then, Jeff, at wide receiver, you're significantly lower than the group on Jalen Waddle. You have him at the 29th player on the board. The other 3 are between 17 and 20. Tell us what red flag or just what says you push Waddle a little below the group of the field.
Yeah, it's a function of a little below. It seems to be he's always banged up. That's one of the things I kind of have a problem with there. Although I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I got Debo 2 spots ahead of him, and Debo's panged up a lot too. I also have a lot of running backs. You'll notice there. You mentioned Etienne. I also have Pacheco, Gibbs. I just moved down, by the way. Henry is in that range as well. So, some receivers have to fall a little bit there to do that. Especially if I'm taking that wide receiver in the first round, I might take one of those running backs in the comeback there. Still do my running back hero build, anchor running back, if you will. That's my favorite build this year. I've been getting one early back, either in the first or the second round, and then filling everything else out. I did that in the Vegas league that you and I are in together there. I've done it in many other leagues.
Yeah, I'm on board with you, Jeff. We're doing the same thing. We're going hero running back. Talk to the audience about when you're approaching or attacking the running back 2 in the depth if you're going to go with that top running back early.
I wait until like the 7th or 8th round typically to go ahead and get that second running back. I think 8th sometimes might be a little too late, just because everybody else is still buying running backs. They're still clicking on those running backs. You don't have your pick of the litter and from 20 to 35 yourself. You're sharing it with others. So I've kind of settled on the 7th round, but I like to get 4 pass catchers, whether it's 4 wide receivers and no tight ends or 3 receivers and a tight end. I want to get a quarterback and then maybe get one, and then maybe go back to another pass catcher there before I go to the running back there. There are exceptions if someone does slip a little bit here and there. Occasionally, I've gone a little early on that second running back. If Mixon really falls, for instance, there, I'll take a chance on him. I'm kind of low on Kamara compared to the crowd, and I know you are as well, my friend. You have been an influencer to me on that issue. But there's a lot of running backs I like in that range, so I'll go ahead and wait.
Now, Jeff, for me, going to the hero running back, it was a big move for me. I've been a running back heavy guy. In this year, it was like in the Kings Classic, it was like liberating. Like you were saying, I waited on that running back. It was a 14-team league.
Yeah,
and
14-teamer is a different animal too. Yeah.
And I waited till the 8th round to address my running back too. And I said, I'm going to have a hole on this team. It's 14-team. But regardless, it felt liberating to go, all right, running back, then receiver. Whether you do that or not, is this hero running back something you've done in the past? Or is it something that this year you're kind of like, you know what, I'm here now?
I've done it in the past, but I'm doing it more consciously now. I'm setting my KDS to be able to do that. I like getting the 5 spot and getting either Hall or Bijan there. In the RotoWire Invitational, that wasn't an option. They were gone before that got to before that pick. But sometimes you see them go, because of the Chase and Lamb holdouts, hold-ins, whatever you want to call them. Those, sometimes the people are pushing up the backs a little bit. But then again, I'm getting Chase at 7. And okay.
Yes.
Stick Chase on me. Fine. He's going to play.
Oh, yeah. He'll play. In the Kings Classic, I had the third choice of draft picks, and I picked the fifth, hoping I would get Hall, and he fell. Bijan went second, and I got nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was there because, like you said, though, in the invitational, he was there. Another player I want to get, and notice you're well ahead of the field, and I want to definitely hear this because people need to hear this. You have Calvin Ridley very smartly as your 46th overall. Everybody else is like 69, 57, and
Really?
deeper. Yeah. So I love it, though. I want to hear talk up Calvin Ridley a little bit because people need to hear this.
Well, I moved him up a little bit because he's the number one on his team. I think it's a better offense this year. I'm a buyer into Brian Callahan. As a Bengals fan, I'm pretty familiar with how he designs offenses. I'm sure he's going to have a big hand in that. His dad's coaching up the offensive line. Offensive line was an issue before in the past. They've invested in that offensive line, and it's year two of their quarterback as well. So with Levis there. And you add in that Hopkins is hurt right now. That's going to add to Ridley's volume. I think there's a lot of ways you can like that there. I didn't realize I was out of line on Ridley. I don't feel like I'm a Calvin Ridley guy, but here we are.
It's weird when we do the roundtable rankings. Sometimes it's just a positional thing. Like we may have other running backs in there. So sometimes in a vacuum, just listing them 1 to 150 or 300, it's a little bit of a different beast. Jeff, one more I'm going to ask you is Yoshivas or Burton. Yoshivas getting the late buzz. Burton's got the 4.45 speed. What are your thoughts?
I think it's Burton is who I'd want to draft. You're going to be frustrated. You can't play him early on because Yosivas will be the guy that's getting those reps early on. I mean, I think it's just a standard learning curve sort of thing. The fact that Burton was getting his snaps with the third string in the first preseason game is disturbing, obviously. It doesn't hurt his cause though that second group was awful against the Bucs, just awful. They had like 7 drives. Only one of them went more than 3 plays. So they may need Burton. They may just say, hey, but it's also noticed Chase didn't play that game. It was just, I think they really wanted to try to see if they could make that group work, and they kept going back to him. That's why Burton didn't come into the second half, is just because they really kept on wanting to try to something that unit to make it work. But I would have liked to seen him in that unit.
Now, Jeff, you are always churning out a lot of great content. I want you to take a minute. Some of the people in the audience might, just be looking in from other companies and seeing us. Tell people what kind of things you have going, like the podcast you have going on, where the XM show. Take a good minute or so to tell people where they can find your stuff.
Sure thing. Thanks, Jim. I talk too much, first of all.
No.
I do 2 football podcasts, 3 baseball podcasts a week here at RotoWire. I do the Sirius XM show Monday to Thursday most weeks. We are on from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern time during the football slate. That switched over about a month ago. We'll be there through the Super Bowl at that time slot there. So check us out. That's Sirius XM channel 87, or wherever you get on the plausibly new Sirius XM app. And then, of course, on Twitter at Jeff_Erickson. You can check out my rankings. I'll be doing the value meter in season where I rank players for the given week. Always a, widely commented upon article. I won't say popular because, people seem to have complaints, and as well they should, or opinions, not complaints, opinions. And that's good. We want to have feedback there because sometimes the readers see an angle I don't, and I like that.
It is funny, though, when we get a pick that everybody likes, nobody says a word because they expect it. But the minute we have a player that's out of line with somebody's thoughts, they definitely let us know about it quickly and sometimes very vociferously.
Yeah.
So,
and when they do so ahead of time, I don't mind. Although if they're wrong, I expect them to own up just like I have to own up. But we'll see about that. It's okay. Poor me, fantasy analyst, instead of having a real job working in the salt mill. So it's okay.
So, Jeff, I'd be thinking of one more minute. Is there if you don't go, let's say you pick at the end of the first round and Breece Hall, Bijan, and McCaffrey are long gone, how are you approaching the rest of the first round pick?
If give me Amon-Ra St. Brown every time. First of all, I love taking him. If I'm at like pick 11, 10, 11, 12, though, he's not there. So then you really have to kind of think it through how you want to build, like which one of those backs, if you want to get one, whether it's Taylor, whether it's Barkley, I'm not going to take Gibbs there. I just don't trust the volume. And even before the hamstring injury, I don't think I was going to take him there. I'm a little wary of Puka right now too. So that kind of narrows down my options real quick. But AJ Brown's always fine. Garrett Wilson, I'd take Garrett Wilson very quickly. I click on him pretty happily as well. then it comes a little trickier. Do you double up on the wide receivers, or do you go with one of the running backs you're not sure of? Yeah, am I a little wary of that Eagles offensive line without Jason Kelsey? Maybe. But we'll see. But I still want to get three wide receivers in the first 4 rounds if possible.
And that's a perfect way to go. I know it works for you. It works for me. And I think people in the audience, if you haven't been doing that, you're going to feel really liberated good when you look at your roster and you see that little roster construction you have going. Jeff Erickson, always appreciate you. Thank you for hanging with me. And I will talk to you real soon.
And shout out a little hooday to Dan coming up next.
Yes. And we'll go some Bengals next. Thank you, Jeff.
You bet.
And with that said, Dan Clasgens is in the house. Dan Clasgens, you did great coverage from the Fantasy Football Expo and the Kings Classic on my 6.5-hour ride home. I got to listen to both your Saturday and Sunday show in its entirety. Anyway, everybody, you find Dan at Dan Clasgens. Dan is with Fantistics. You hear him on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio with James Adams right before the RotoWire show on Saturdays and Sundays. Dan Clasgens, the great work is always appreciated. We're going to talk some Bengals today.
I always love talking some Bengals there, Jim, and always appreciate you having me on here. Lots of great content you've been pumping out.
It's been fun letting everybody shine because everybody's got some great ideas. So, Dan, the Bengals are, for the larger community, difficult to process this year because Burrow's had some injury history things. Healthy right now, which is always a plus. Jamar Chase, maybe some contract stuff. He's missed some time. T. Higgins hasn't always been the model of durability, but we know when this offense clicks, things can get rolling real fast. Let's start out with Burrow. What are your expectations for Burrow this season?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to start with the protection up front, but just to take a little step back here, I mean, we look at the team a year ago. I get it. I mean, it didn't turn out the way we hoped, especially in fantasy. Obviously, injuries played a fact. But, Jim, it wasn't more than just injuries. They had the number 1 toughest schedule, 11 games versus NFL playoff teams. That's the most of the 21st century. Also, for the most in the 21st century, the Bengals played 14 games versus teams over 500. So you add into it that Joe Burrow only made 5 healthy starts. Just 2 of those were full games with Chase and Higgins. T. Higgins himself missed 5 games. All that, the team still won 9 games and almost made the playoffs in the toughest division in football. But let's look forward now, because here's the interesting thing I'll say is you're right. They're not getting a lot of respect. There's a lot of skepticism. We see it in the ADPs. But let's look at the betting community. They're still giving the Bengals credit. In fact, I find it really interesting. At DraftKings Sportsbook, the Bengals, the odds-on favorite to win the AFC North, plus 140, ahead of the Ravens, who are, by the way, just plus 145. They're minus 260 to make the playoffs. Only 4 teams in football have larger odds than that. Third choice to win the AFC behind Kansas City and Baltimore is ahead of them in that specific pool, and only 4 teams with higher Super Bowl odds. Yet Burrow, Higgins, the entire backfield, probably Mike Gesicki, some of these other rookie receivers, Yoshi Vosh. I think every single Bengal not named Jamar Chase will pay off value at ADP, all if number 9 can stay healthy.
You got me all excited here, Dan Clasgens. That's what I love to hear. Joe Burrow is an elite quarterback, reads defense extremely well. He loves to play out of the shotgun. I know when they brought Jake Browning in, they went with a lot of play action to help the young guy, and it really panned out for him. But we know that Burrow likes to assess the defense out of the gun. My guys at receiver are better than your defenders, and I'll win there. T. Higgins, obviously, he's trying to play for his future here. What are you expecting from T. Higgins this season? Because the numbers have not been great. He hasn't had more than like 1,100 or so yards in a season, never more than like 110 targets, missed some time. What are your thoughts on Higgins this year?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's run into some injury situations, soft tissue injury specifically. Here's the thing. I mean, pretty much since last season ended, a lot of national people that, try to get some headlines stirred have suggested, he wasn't going to play the Bengals. They were going to trade him, all the draft picks, all this. But at the end of the day, T got tired of all the drama. And weeks before he needed to do so, he told his agent, all right, we're going to sign this tag. I'm going to get paid my $21 million. I want to try to go win it with my boys, who, by the way, he really does have boys on this team. And then he's going to go get paid next offseason. Wait in a year, actually, he's going to get him paid more. They can't afford to pay Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. We always knew that.
No.
The Bengals are getting penalized for drafting well, but rest assured, I'm not a bit concerned about the Jamar Chase stuff, Jim. I know it's a nice headline fodder. He made the trip with the team there. I have several friends and people in the media locally or that cover the team that have 100% believe that there's really no smoke to this fire. We have to remember Chase still has 2 years left. So I think a big thing out there is, Jefferson got paid, but he's so far ahead of the rest of the field. I think they want to see what happens with CeeDee Lamb and Ayuk and some of these other things. I don't get the sense that Chase's camp's pressure in this. I think they're just milking this holdout. I'm not worried about him and Burrow having more reps. Actually, it's getting some of these younger players more opportunities. And really, I mean, we all know about Chase, Higgins, and Burrow, but I think the real fantasy headlines come after those three are off the board with this football team this season.
And that's where we're going, the running back room. I'm going to turn it loose on you. And one thing I will say is this. Earlier in the preseason, Zach Moss is being drafted up here, Chase Brown down here, and as the draft season's gone, and I actually saw one day where they flipped, but they're really close now. Break down this backfield for fantasy.
Well, from a Bengal fan standpoint, I'm tickled pink about this backfield. From a fantasy scenario, I think it could very well depend on your format and what have you. But I was pretty enamored by Chase Brown last year. He came in a little dinged up. The story of him and his brother at Illinois. I mean, this is the type of football player you want to build a team with. He's put in the work. I think there's not a player on this team. I mean, maybe Jamar Chase that with the ball in their hands is more explosive than Chase Brown. And then you got Zach Moss, who, I mean, we've seen some flashes, but I think Moss does offer something the Bengals like, which is a good pass blocker, somebody that's been productive, all the next gen stats out of this shotgun formation, which this offense will primarily operate under. So I think it's going to be play the hot hand, play the matchups, exploit it right. And I think that's the only reason neither of these guys are cracking my top 20. I do think Chase Brown has the potential to be a league winner because if he does get a larger share of this backfield than we expected, either by performance and or injury, I think he will do very well. But here's a notable thing. Chris Evans, a guy that's been around, not much on the fantasy radar, but he's out for the season. The Bengals have suffered a fair amount of injuries here in this past week to guys that most fantasy managers won't recognize the names of, but certainly will have a ripple effect. But I'm all in on Brown and Moss at their ADP. A little bit earlier in the offseason, I was sort of taking Moss ahead of him. Brown has ticked up for me, Jim, but I have them both in my top 30 in any format.
Now, Dan, we got a minute or two left. I want you to talk about Mike Gesicki. The last time he was in a functional offense was 3 years ago, 780 yards. He did have over 100 targets when he did that. What are you looking for from Mike Gesicki?
Well, let's not get too carried away here. There are a lot of mouths to feed. I can tell you in my trip with my own eyeballs when I was at camp, I was pretty impressed. I've seen all the highlight reels on days I wasn't at camp. He offers Joe Burrow something he really hasn't had at this position. And that coupled with the departure of Tyler Boyd in this slot, I do expect Gesicki to get some work in there. I like what they have in Tanner Hudson and Drew Sample, the tight end core. I think the tight end core here, I think they all have a nice role. I'm really mostly excited as late round stabs and redraft at both Andre Yosivas as well as my dude Jermaine Burton. Whether or not either of them really comes to fantasy fruition this year, I don't know, but I'll certainly be throwing and already have thrown those darts in the late rounds, Jim.
How far do the Bengals go this year?
I love the schedule, but the AFC is tough, and you play in the toughest division. So I do believe they don't get home field, but I expect them to absolutely make the playoffs and advance past deep into it. I'm hoping they're in the Bayou in the hometown of Jamar Chase, Hibbs, and Burrow. I'll get that final championship and send T off with a nice smile before his payday.
And we know that Joe Burrow can stand toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. We've seen it multiple times. So it'd be great if it comes down to that. Dan Clasgens, remind everybody where they can find you and your great work.
Yeah, you can catch all the stuff. Fantastics Insider Football. Obviously, we're on Saturdays right before you all season long, Jim. And you can check out any and all of my content just over on X. Hit me up at Dan Clasgens.
Dan, appreciate you. Look forward to working back-to-back with you on XM.
Oh, Jim, yes. I can't wait to listen in already, my friend. Great job on this. Thanks again for the invite.
All right, have a great day, Dan. Thank you. Remember, everybody, we've launched the new RotoWire Picks app. It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like PrizePicks, BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. It's free to download on Apple and Android. Sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. If you're an existing RotoWire subscriber, you get instant full access to your login. Check it out now. Check out RotoWire Picks in the App Store. And if you're betting on NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick them tickets across leading sites and sportsbooks. You go to rotowire.com/mybets. You can monitor your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more. One secure location with my bets. With that, we bring in my good friend Theo Gremminger, who I actually got to see at the Fantasy Football Expo. I knew you were a big dude. You had Lorenzo Neal, I called you, man. You got that fullback pro football body, dude. You were insane. But obviously, Theo does great football work with Player Profiler. I've been graced to be on your show multiple times. You're the director of content at Player Profiler. Sonic Truth, First Class Fantasy, Dynasty Life, press coverage, all those shows that people should be listening to and subscribing to on your podcast platforms of choice. Theo Gremminger, we're going to talk some running backs today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I love what you're doing here with this, Jim. I got a chance to listen to a lot of it so far. It's really, really a lot of fun. But yeah, running back strategy this year, I think it's key because you're seeing pockets of value in drafts that we don't always see. I mean, if you go back even 4 or 5 years, the guys who were the tail end RB1s were all being steamed up. Now you're starting to see those guys available in some interesting spots. I think it basically comes down to Christian McCaffrey is going to be a top 3 pick in every single format. You don't really need to dive into them. If you want to split hairs, CeeDee Lamb versus like Christian McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill versus Christian McCaffrey, depending on your league format and how many starting wide receivers, you can have that conversation. But at the end of the day, Bijan Robinson and Breece Hall are such exceptional values right now because they both present RB1 overall upside, and you're able to get them at like picks 4, 5, 6 level. They also structurally allow you to dive into a hero RB build. And there's the pass catching is going to be strong with those guys, where some of the guys directly behind them don't really have that pass catching ceiling in their range of outcomes. So I think that it comes down to those guys at the beginning of the draft. That's pretty key. And then you get to the end of the first round, early second round, you have that next pocket of running backs to kind of dive into. Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm still in on because I think he gives me exceptional upside. The receiving work can take a big step forward in year 2. And it sounds like you're getting a little bit of an injury discount at this point, because Dan Campbell doesn't sound really too concerned about this. I was able to draft Jahmyr Gibbs at like the 204 in a draft recently this week.
Same.
I feel like in that range, I'm pulling the trigger every time. If we were in a draft of the Kings Classic in Canton, we still took him in the auction, Jim. So I'm in on him. Jonathan Taylor, I think for me, is a guy where I'm going to pass on him at ADP. You're starting to see him go, especially with the Puka Nacua injury. In formats like the NFFC and the FFPC, you're starting to see Taylor go off the board at 12 overall. He just lacks the receiving upside like the other guys around him. And Anthony Richardson's going to vulture a lot of those touchdowns I think we want Taylor to get. So for me, I'm going to pass on him at ADP. I'll have my Jonathan Taylor shares in Dynasty. I'm not looking to unload him, but he's not a guy I'm actively looking to draft. I'm somewhat interested in Saquon, but not if I have to take him at the 1-2 turn. Again, it's a situation where we haven't seen a running back be targeted more than 50 times in a Jalen Hurts offense. You also have Devonta Smith, I think, takes a big step forward in terms of targets with Kellen Moore. So it just comes down to Saquon, again, is a guy where he's going to have to score a lot of touchdowns and run for a lot of yards to justify that ADP. Structurally, he makes some sense if you can get him at like the 206, 207, but having to use that 1-2 turn pick, I'm going to probably pass on him. I'm very intrigued by Devon Achane. Devon Achane in the second round is a guy where you have access to one of the league's best offenses, if not the best one. You have a player who has potential to score just as many fantasy points per game as the big 3 running backs. And I'm able to get that guy in sort of the late second. I'm in on Devon Achane. I want to have access to him whenever possible. Travis Etienne's another guy where when I can get him in the early third, I'm fine with it structurally. I think that Jacksonville offense is a little bit underrated at this point, and Etienne took a big step forward as a receiver. Kyron Williams has generally been a guy that I've faded a little bit, but you're starting to see him at a ADP where it's kind of like palpable to draft him. I wouldn't say he's a flag plan of mine, Jim, but he's not a full fade. And then Derrick Henry is the interesting one because you're starting to see him in the third round. It's a rubber meets the road situation where we've seen him lead the NFL in carries every single year. Now he steps onto an offense where Lamar Jackson has led Baltimore in rushing yards every year he's been the starter. Something's got to give here for both of these guys to deliver at ADP. So for me, Henry hasn't been a guy that I've necessarily been drafting. I'm not fading him, but I think he's sort of a purgatory value at ADP, not a guy that's going to like crush leagues at his current ADP. Then I'm sort of interested in Isaiah Pacheco, especially when you get him in the fourth round. I think that he, based on what Andy Reid is saying, I think Pacheco's receiving role we saw last year was not just a product of Jerick McKinnon being injured. It's what they want from him. So if he's going to take a step forward as a receiver, the touchdowns could go up with the quality of the offense. I think he's fine. And then when we go a little lower than that, I think I'm into Ken Walker lately. I think I'm back on the Ken Walker train. So that's sort of my early running back plan at this point, not to be too rambling, Jim.
No. And so you gave a lot of good names and a lot of great takes. So with this big group of running backs, is this saying that you want to get two of them in the first 4 rounds? Is that where this is leading?
There's an argument to a zig when others zag scenario. I do think that when you get access to those big 3 running backs in round 1, adding the second running back is not necessarily something you have to do. I think there's also an argument that you could do a hero RB build start from like round 2, round 3 running backs where I'm going to have expected weekly volume with a guy like Travis Etienne at the beginning of round 3, affording me to have a wide receiver start. If you're going to go running back though, Jim, you've got to be correct and you've got to have your guys produce, because the wide receiver monsoon this year where they all go off the board, you can kind of get left holding low end wide receiver 2s as your wide receiver 1. That can be a dangerous game this year. So I would say this year more so than any year, I'm open to multiple draft strategies. I have a team I drafted this week, which was a ZeroRB build. I've had other teams where I have gone running back. I have a Saquon Barkley, Devon Achane team that's pretty strong right now, where Barkley fell to the end of round 2. I took him and I followed up with it, Devon Achane. I felt good about that one. But you can go running back, but I don't think it's necessary. And I don't think you want to get steamrolled at wideout. And then, not to get too off topic, you came on my pod. We talked about sort of the importance of the high-end tight end this year. It's a tight end year where I don't want to get burned at the tight end position. I want to have access to one of these guys that's probably in the top 8 tight ends. I feel like my builds where I end up with one of those guys, I feel best. And if I miss on those, I definitely want to get a David Njoku type, a Brock Bowers type. So running back, I think I'm fluid. And I think what we saw last year was with the wide receiver enthusiasm, we were able to find all these running back producers in the traditional dead zone. Last year, we saw running backs 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all drafted like well after round 3. And I think this year, a couple of those guys are going to hit as well. So if I miss, there's guys in that lower tier that I think are also interesting values when you talk about guys like James Cook sitting there in Buffalo. This is a guy where we didn't necessarily think he could handle the sort of volume he had last year. And I think he's a positive touchdown regression guy in terms of touchdowns, just let alone getting those inside the 5-yard carries. I don't think that necessarily happens. But if he gets 200 plus carries in this quality of an offense, he's going to rip off 1 or 2 more for touchdowns. I think he's interesting. Plus with his receiving ability. So I think I'm pretty open to waiting on RB2 when I get access to one of those high-end RB1s. But again, it's your league specific, Jim. Some of these leagues, you're going to end up in drafts where people value the wide receiver. So I think you just want to be fluid and open-minded and draft the best possible start rather than try to be dogmatic and say, I have to do it this way.
And I think that's what's important, Theo. You painted a lot of good player options, a good menu to choose from, reasons why to take or avoid certain players. But I think that's the key. Don't go into a draft saying, this is what I have to do. The draft may not fall as you like. You may, sounds like with you, Theo, you have multiple different approaches you're using because you're drafting a number of teams. And there's wisdom in that. Somebody's drafting one league, again, have a plan, but be flexible. So I think that's all very wise. Theo, make sure you tell everybody where they can find you and find all the great work you're doing at Player Profiler.
Yeah, so you can find my written work at playerprofiler.com. I'm dropping, it seems like 3 articles a week or something at this point, Jim, trying to cram them in before the season. And then podcast-wise, press coverage, First Class Fantasy, Dynasty Life, Sonic Truth. We're dropping those over at Player Profiler every single week. I have a Dynasty Life coming out tomorrow with Ryan Heath. Just dropped a press coverage with Rich Rebar. And I had a really good guest on press coverage the week before. It was Jim Coventry over here. That one is still evergreen. I don't think everybody got hurt since we talked about him, Jim. It seems like a lot of injuries, but we avoided talking about most of those guys. So that one is still good. That one's still getting a lot of numbers on YouTube. So highly recommend the episode that I recorded with Jim. Tons of respect for Jim and Alan Seslowsky over at RotoWire. You guys are crushing it this year, Jim.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I think RotoWire and Player Profiler have a really good working relationship, and I think we are 2 strong companies. Respect the heck out of you, Theo, and the whole team you've got over there, Player Profiler. Excited to continue working with you. Good luck the rest of draft season, and I know we'll talk and work together soon.
100%.
Have a great day.
You too, Jim.
Thanks, Theo. Hey, if you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly and you want the best in-season edge, check out the free RotoWire trial. No credit card needed. You go to rotowire.com/Jim. You can catch all of our rankings, all of our articles, everything we've got on the site. No risk. You like it, join the team. If you don't, no problem. You took a look, and that's all great. And remember, if you're drafting, we have the coolest draft kit app in the industry. Our tech team is off the charts, amazing. Bunch of full-timers that are just top level at what they do. You can download the app to get access to our player projections, custom rankings, and industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before draft day and see why the RotoWire Draft Kit app is the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. And with that, Dennis is in the house. You find him at D Mike Media. Met you formally at last year's expo. You had a booth right near mine. We got to talk quite a bit. Dennis is a meteorologist. More on that in a minute. Motorsports journalist, fantasy football research. The science of fantasy football is at SCI_FF. You'll talk about that at the end. Dennis's big thing is weekly consistency and value. Before I turn you over to that, Dennis, I'm working to get Dennis on the live start sit show we do every Sunday, 2 hours before kickoff when weather is an issue, because Dennis not just sees the weather pattern, he understands nuance to it. Quickly before the consistency, can you talk about just a couple small things that you might notice about maybe wind direction and things so people know how good you are?
Yeah, a lot of times in fantasy football, I see people getting so upset and so worried about a light rain event. And when I see light rain and I don't see a lot of wind, I get excited because I know the offense has a slight edge on a slightly wet turf. Crosswind component is the worst thing that can happen in weather to you when you're looking at trying to minimize your risk, because in fantasy football, your main goal, first of all, if you draft a guy in the first 5 rounds, you better be playing those guys in the first 5 weeks of the season if they're healthy. Just ride your studs. Don't get too worried about it. But as players sort of decay into the ordinary, that's when weather becomes more of a factor. Not only will we be appearing occasionally with you when there's a big weather event, but I'll be giving you tips early in the week, because that's where you can make money on prop bets, folks. If you can figure out on a Tuesday how bad it's going to be come Sunday, you can have an edge because you can make those prop bets before the lines adjust.
massive advantage, and we are always looking for an advantage in this space. Now, Dennis, you work with John Bush, Science of Fantasy Football, and I know you've done a great job commenting on a lot of the posts I've done about players. Your big thing is weekly consistency and value. Tell people why they should know about you and the Science of Fantasy Football.
Well, Jim, my first job getting paid way back when to write and give my opinion about fantasy football was in the early days of the internet back in the 90s. And here's the thing is I was doing like everybody else. I was doing projections for season end. But the reason I was doing that is because I came from rotisserie baseball where that mattered. How many home runs, how many RBIs? That was a big deal in rotisserie baseball. Not so much in year-end statistics when it comes to fantasy football. My projections went from being like worse than 20% to within 4% when you took injuries out of it and equated it out to a full season. My ROI wasn't getting any better. And I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. I'm getting better at the sport as far as the statistics go, but I'm not winning more money. Then I stumbled across an article by the godfather of consistency, Mr. Bob Lung. Love that man. Love his opinion. He's still got the best consistency guide out there each and every year. So here's how the science of fantasy football works. Just like the science of meteorology, or my professor buddy, John Bush, the science of biology, you learn from the people that came before you. And it doesn't mean that my MVP index, which is sort of like consistency on steroids, doesn't mean it's better than Bob Lung's consistency guide, okay? He's the godfather of consistency for a reason. But I have found an edge by using my MVP index because there's three things that a player can do every week for you. He can help you win, he can make you lose, or he can keep you in the game. I've taken those three dynamics versus historic medians in scoring and have come up with a simple to understand index. And to give you an idea, if I say a guy has a 100 MVP index at quarterback, last year there were only three guys that hit that number: Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and the third one might surprise you, Mr. Jordan Love. So yes, so you can see little advantages. And here's the big key, Jim, to all of this is if you're just playing along with the consensus, if you're just playing with the points per game, if you are just playing with the ADP, you're going to be good, you're going to be bad. But if you can play on the edges, if you can find those bargains, find those values, then exploit them using ADP. I just told you 100, only three quarterbacks that hit that. How late can you get Jordan Love this year? He is a steal in fantasy football. And here's the thing, Jim. Smart people in the fantasy football business understand this grading to a certain number. I see you all the time talking about, hey, this guy, 15 points in 65 or 70% of his games. That's grading consistency. The people that tell me consistency doesn't matter in fantasy football, they're the people that don't know how to grade consistency.
100% correct. And JC just said he loves that. I had to click that on the thing. Yeah, JC singing your praises, rightfully so. But you're right. It's all about this consistency and knowing really it's a game and you need to have that baseline. Late in the draft, sure, maybe you go for a volatile player here and there, but otherwise you wonder why you have a roster that looks like it's full of good players and your team misses the playoffs. Is that really what you're talking about as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I'm looking at consistency, I'm looking at upside consistency. So I'm not only looking at those guys that hit the median mark, I'm looking at the guys that doubled that. If they had 20 or more points, I give them, it's like they had two good games instead of one good game. But here's the thing. Later in the draft, yes, you're only going upside. I don't care about anything but upside in my later picks. But here's the thing that I've discovered with MVP Index. It will tell you where a team's opportunities might come. Last year, Kyron Williams was a guy that I loved, not because I loved Kyron Williams, but because the MVP index told me that there wasn't anybody to love at that RB room with the Rams. Similarly, it told me this Puka Nakua guy, if he's any good at all, and I liked him at the combine, that gauntlet that he ran at the combine caught my eye. But here's the thing. Nobody on that team in that secondary role behind Cup had an MVP index over 50. 50 is my floor, man. If you don't hit 50, if you don't hit 50, you're likely to be replaced. So those were two opportunities that I was just, mopping up last year. This and other guys that I had on my radar, Ty Chandler up in Minnesota, Zamir White out in Las Vegas. And I guessed Malik Davis. I was trying to find a second running back with the Dallas Cowboys behind Pollard just in case, because the game plan that you want in fantasy football, once the guys that are the known starters are gone, give me the guys who are next man up. Now, Chandler and Zamir White didn't help me most of the season, but they sure helped having them on the roster in fantasy playoff time.
Oh my God. Yeah, no doubt. Now, real quick question. We got like a minute and a half left. Is there a position that across the board, in your mind, presents more consistency than the other positions, or no? Is it across the board? It's kind of.
So the consistency basis, you can see similar levels. Okay. If I look at the MVP levels, for instance, at running back and wide receiver, there's an equal number of elite and an equal number of that second tier, your 13th through 24th best. But here's the key, Jim. What we have discovered, and again, the professor, John Bush over at scienceoffantasyfootball.com, the most brilliant data researcher I've ever seen in any industry that I've ever worked in. And John has shown me grading my MVP. And if you want to be humbled, have a third party grade your results and you'll get an idea. But that's the way science works. You have to have an outside source, look at your data. What he told me, Jim, is that my MVP outperforms the consensus each and every year at quarterback and running back, statistically significant. At wide receiver and tight end, I'm just a little better, but it's so close, it's not statistically important. So it's not so much the position by position, it's the fact that I'm better at quarterback and running back. And that gets me back to Jordan Love. So again, that's why I'm all over this guy at cost, because I can't believe he's so cheap this year again.
Dennis, what I love is there are so many smart people in the fantasy football industry, but there are so many different approaches. And I tell fantasy players this: find yourself a group of people who are a little bit different each.
Yep.
Put those together, and you can get yourself an arsenal of fantasy knowledge that brings you your absolute best possible outcome. And I think by adding the science of fantasy football, that is a great place to add into your menu if you haven't done that already. Dennis, remind people where they can find you and your great work.
Find me on Twitter at DMikeMedia. Find all of my articles over at the scienceoffantasyfootball.com, where we do a podcast, and the professor has a ton of videos that will go deep down into the data. Here's the thing, Jim. We have 5 different weekly value metrics that we are putting to the test. We're not sure whether a composite of all 5 or a composite of all 5 plus Vegas props, which we've added into our menu. Yes. We're not sure which one is best for which position. So we're doing beta testing like all good scientists. The one thing I could tell you is ever since I switched from thinking that year-end points mattered, thinking that points per game mattered, the way we measured in fantasy football, and started looking at weekly values. Thank you, Bob Lung. You've made me lots of money. I have won 14 years in a row with a significant ROI. And that's what this game is all about. At the end of the day, you want to win more money than put the numbers to work for you, and also put the smart people together. And Jim, I'm not just shoveling it here because I'm on the podcast with you, but you are one of the bright minds out there that is thinking outside the box. You're thinking on the edges on a lot of these players. You, Bob Harris, so many great guys out there that I love to discuss fantasy football with each and every day because I think it makes me even smarter.
We all make each other smarter. Iron sharpens iron. Appreciate you, Dennis. We will have you on for weather during the season. Count on it. Have a great day, and thanks for joining me.
Take care, Jim.
Chris Vaccaro's in the house. Chris, I just got you the link to the studio. I must have not gotten that to you officially earlier, but the man's on the spot. You follow him at Chris Vaccaro. Chris, 2014 NFFC Hall of Fame inductee, fantasy football writer and podcast host for The Athletic. Love The Athletics product. And today, you're going to talk about NFFC drafts and roster construction. But Chris, before you begin, those who don't know the NFFC, give them a real quick update as like how that the general setup might be different than something else they do.
All right. Well, Jim, first off, love the marathon, doing a great job with it. NFFC drafts, all types of price points over at NFFC for you to play right now. The online championship, the 350s, we call them, are hot and heavy on a daily and nightly basis. You know, we're a couple weeks out from the live drafts out in Vegas. The prime times are the big event, you know, about 1,700 entry for those. There's also higher dollar amount leagues. The leagues in general, they're 12-team leagues. They're 20 rounds, so deep drafts, $1,000 fab budget. And big thing with NFFC when you're drafting is third round reversal. Yes. So you get to the end of the second round there, and you don't come around on the turn. The 24th pick doesn't pick 25th. You go back over, and the 12th, and the guy that was drafting out of the 12 and 13 hole, they get the 25th pick, and then you snake it all the way around. So you know, takes away the advantage. We call it at the high stakes level the old LaDainian Tomlinson rule because he changed fantasy football for good.
So that's a great overview. So those listening, if you play NFFC, this is great. If you play in a third round reversal, this is great. And regardless, Chris can give you some great information. So talk about some roster construction as you like to do it in NFFC drafts, Chris.
Yeah, Jim, you know, we live in a zero RB world nowadays. A lot of drafters in the last couple years have adapted to drafting 4 wide receivers straight out of the gate, sometimes even 5. Last year, we saw a little bit of a change. The quarterback became a little, you know, more draft friendly for drafters. I feel like this year went right back to everybody forgetting about the quarterback, especially in the NFFC where it's 6-point passing for a touchdown. I always like to, you know, make sure I get an elite quarterback. But this year, Jim, you're seeing in drafts, you're getting unbelievable talent at the quarterback position in rounds 8, 9, 10. Guys like Kyler Murray, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow going after pick 100 on a nightly basis in drafts. Like, what are we doing here, Jim? You're giving me 6-point passing quarterbacks on stud offenses, and I can build a team full of wide receivers and running backs early. Maybe even this year get one of those nice elite tight ends in the middle. The Kincaids, the McBrides, the Andrews, the Pitts, and then come back and you're giving me Joe Burrow, Kyle Murray, Jordan Love in my lap, Dak Prescott. So that's going to be a popular strategy this year in NFFC drafts, I believe.
Because as you're talking, there's an opportunity cost for the onesie positions, quarterback, tight end. If you push one of those later, that gives you access, like Chris said, to the better running backs and wide receivers that, especially the wide receivers, will dry up pretty quickly. But again, where you can get, like you said, Burrow, Murray, some even say Prescott, Jordan Love, whatever you like there, that is an advantage you can utilize to build up those other positions. So when you're going early in the rounds, what is there a specific position you're prioritizing in those first couple of rounds of your drafts this year?
You're saying if you're in the first half of the board, like picks 1 through 4, Jim?
Do both. Yeah, tell me for first half, then tell me for second.
Yeah, so if you're so I think right now let's start at the back end because I think the back end is you know, the consensus this year is, you know, we don't want to be in the back end of the first round. A lot of drafters have seemed to take this approach here where they're like, hey, I want to be in the first half to the middle of the first round. I think that's because, you know, the first 10 picks are pretty locked in. You know, once you get past the 3 big running backs of McCaffrey, Bijan, and Breece Hall, The other 7 are all the big wide receiver names that we know. We don't have to go through all of them, but 8, 9, and 10 in every draft is Justin Jefferson, AJ Brown, and Garrett Wilson.
Yes.
So if you're sitting there at the back end of the first here with picks 11 and 12, there's no reason to be back there, in my opinion, and want to be back there unless you're looking at one of those big running backs in Gibbs, Taylor, Saquon Barkley. If you're not, if you're back there and you're looking to go receiver heavy, I mean, you might as well move to the middle of the first round and upgrade your wide receiver to Amon-Ra, Jamar Chase type of wide receivers right there. So back into the first round, I wouldn't make that turn, Jim, without grabbing one of those elite 3 bell cows. And then you could look at the Drake London, Marvin Harrisons of the world, and then go from there. You're guaranteed a really solid wide receiver in round 3, in the beginning of round 3, because, again, 3rd round reversal. And, wide receiver this year in high stakes drafts, it dries up around pick 60 to 65 overall. So you're locked into another 2 really good receivers in rounds 4 and 5. So you can take that one big running back to, the one bell cow approach, I like to call it, and then come back with 4 straight wide receivers out of the back end. That's a very popular, I think if I'm back there, that's the approach that I'm looking at, Jim. Other than that, if you're in the first half of the first round, Jim, it all depends on what position you're looking at. If you're going to go with one of those 3 running backs, I'd hit one of those 3 running backs, and then I'd come right back with the receiver position before that dries out for the next couple rounds. And if you want to go and flip it, if you're a CD Lamb guy, a Tyreek Hill guy, well, at some point, I think there's a nice advantage to making sure you get one of those running backs that goes in the top 24. So you might want to come back around, Jim, grab Travis Etienne, Derrick Henry there at the end of the second, and then you could still build out your wide receiver room, in rounds 3, 4, 5, and beyond.
Chris, once you hit the double-digit rounds, and I know your roster could be different depending on different drafts, are there any specific things? I don't know specific things. I'm going to just frame it open for you. In the post 10th round, any things you specifically want to accomplish?
Oh, absolutely, Jim. So I get past the 10th round, and I'm just trying to build my running back room. I'm trying to add the handcuffs to a lot of running backs, that I can get my hands on. Usually, when I get past round 10, Jim, maybe I have 2 running backs I feel good about, depending on my build from either side of the board. Hopefully, I have 3 running backs, but after that, I'm trying to get as many running backs on my roster late because you know what? I'm probably going to have a solid wide receivers at that point. And I'm just trying to build out the running back room, try and hit on those guys that I feel maybe like a Jameel McLaughlin who can help me out in a particular week with a 12-point game if my starting running backs are out that week. Give me a PPR back that could come out and catch 5 balls for me. Just mixing and matching. And then, you got to put if the starter goes down, you have a running back that could come and enter your starting lineup on a week. Bought those lottery tickets, Jim.
Now, I understood exactly what you meant, and I think most of the listeners did. But I want you to clarify something for somebody who may not have gotten it. When you're talking handcuffs, and I know where you're going, do you mean handcuffs of your running backs or handcuffs of any running backs? Explain that to the audience.
Yeah, so Jim, good question there. I'm looking to handcuff running backs that I don't own on my particular roster.
Yep.
Like if I'm a Bijan Robinson owner, I'm not searching out Tyler Algier in a big contest like the NFFC, FFPC. I'm looking to hit the home run here, Jim. So I'm looking for, let's just throw it out there, a Braylon Allen, just say, if I'm not the Breece Hall owner, if a Breece Hall goes down, now I could look at the end of my bench and see my RB6 all of a sudden become my, flex player or possible RB2. So you don't want to cancel your team out in terms of that. I know this industry, Jim, it's very 50-50, it seems, on that approach. But for me, I think as a high stakes drafter, I think our mentality is a little different, and we're looking to hit the grand slams here and go for it all. We're not looking to play it safe and back up my running back. Now, if it comes to me at a decent price, if I'm the Jonathan Taylor first round owner and in round 19, you want to give me Trey Sermon, I know he's a little banged up right now, but you want to give me that and I don't have to pay a premium and I'll add him on the back end of my bench as my RB7 just as some insurance. Yeah, sure. No problem. I don't have any issue with that. I'm talking paying up for the handcuffs. I'm not drafting Kyron Williams in the third and jumping the board to put Blake Corum on my bench.
Exactly. So these are outstanding strategies that you can utilize in your regular drafts, but the high stakes drafts. I call them jackpot leagues. I love calling them that because realistically, you are playing against thousands of others for a big prize, and you really have to be aggressive to make your move. And I love the idea of the handcuff, of other running backs, because that, like you said, it could leaps you into a different stratosphere. About 1 minute. Is there one or two wide receivers, putting you on the spot here, that really, really, really late in drafts that you kind of like targeting? I know you're targeting your running back room, but are any of these late wide receivers that kind of do it for you a bit?
Yeah, Xavier Legette out of Carolina. I love the kid, in college. I think maybe not right off the bat early in the season, but I think this Carolina offense could take a big step up here with Canales coming in. I think maybe second half of the year, one of these rookie, he's a freak, the kid. He's got everything. He's got all the tools. He's got the power, the speed. You could maybe see him playing a role opposite Deontay Johnson and hitting the ground running. Maybe a couple injuries open up in Carolina, but it's one of those guys you draft him as your wide receiver 6. Maybe you look up in November and he's in your lineup going forward for a playoff push.
Chris, remind everybody where they can find you and your great work.
Chris Vaccaro, GST, on Twitter. And then right here, Player Profile podcast, myself, Nelson Sousa, Matt Modica, and Dan Williamson, a bunch of high stakes, well-known guys. That'll be dropping next week. And look for that show. We'll be covering everything high stakes.
Glad we got to formally meet here. Love your stuff. Keep doing the great work. Good luck in draft season, especially those main events hit.
Pleasure.
And we'll talk soon, Chris. All right, we're nearing the end of this marathon. Remember, we had done a show Thursday night, depending when you're watching this, and we're obviously this show now, 10 hours of programming, over 50 guests. So if you missed some, you can always go back. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're actually watching it on the new RotoWire Fantasy Football only YouTube page. And the reason I point that out is we have another great, just all RotoWire page where you get all of the sports. What I want to point out is if you're here and you haven't, if you would like to consider liking, subscribing, and maybe clicking the notifications button. For the preseason prep, we've got way over 100 videos we've done. A lot of them 5 to 8 minutes, some 10-minute videos. Nice, short, to the point, strategy, player breakdowns, whatever it is you need. But we definitely would like that. And remember, if you want to get ready for your draft fast and that doesn't do it for you, free trial at RotoWire, no credit card, rotowire.com/Jim, 2 days. Check out everything you got. If you like it, join the team. If not, no problem. We're glad you joined us. The last hitter of the day, Nate Polvogt in. You find him at Nate, I'll spell it, NatePolvogt. Changed his role, the co-founder of @Optimus Fantasy. Nate, you are going to talk about wide receivers that you're targeting. Going to let you maximize your time. Excited to have you on. So let's talk some wide receivers you're targeting.
Well, first of all, Jim, thank you so much for having me on. Just saw you about a week ago. It's a pleasure to see you again. Let's get down to wide receivers here. So the first wide receiver I'm really heavily targeting right now is Tank Dell. Wide receiver 26. Nico Collins is going considerably higher. I want that value, right? We want a guy like Tank Dell who's going wide receiver 26, but he could finish as high as wide receiver 10. The volume could be there. The opportunity is there in that offense. And we know how much CJ Stroud loves Tank Dell. And I really love Malik Neighbors just 2 slots ahead of him, wide receiver 24. He very well may be the wide receiver 1 in a Giants offense that could end up throwing the ball a lot. No Saquon Barkley. They're relying on Devin Singletary mainly to be their lead back. So those are the first 2 off the top of my head, Jim.
Yeah, and when you're looking at neighbors, Brian Dable is good. Is a good coach. I mean, he's going to be able to figure out a way to make sure you get the ball in the hands of your playmakers. It's a high ADP. So, what do you say about the ADP? Wide receiver 15 in a lot of drafts. Do you think that's about right? Do you think it's a little high? Do you think it's a little low? What do you think?
I think it's a little right where it should be. Quite honestly, you're taking a risk on a guy like Neighbors where he is a rookie and he is in an offense that we don't know. We assume Daniel Jones is going to be the starter, but if he trips up the first few weeks, Dable's kind of fighting for his job here. We might see a guy like Drew Lock come in. We don't know what that means for Malik Neighbors. So you are taking a risk, but he has that upside to be a top 5 wide receiver in 2024. So wide receiver 15 is really good for me. I think that's a good value for him.
So those are Tank Dell, you're actually getting him significantly later than we would have gotten him. Those people are crazy like us, and they've been drafting in February and may have been drafting. Tank Dell was inflated second round. Then Stephon Diggs came into the mix, and all of a sudden now, obviously Dell has moved down. I think the biggest concern is they run a lot of 2 receiver sets, and I think fantasy people want Houston with all their heart to run 3 receiver sets. But Bobby Slowick could have to sell his soul to do that, because realistically, the whole point, and we see it with the 49ers, we see it with the Dolphins, we see it with the Ravens, and also the Texans. You put that second fullback or the second running back fullback on the field. Now, all of a sudden, the defense has to put an extra body down. Your average depth of target goes up. It accesses you a lot more downfield passing. If you go 3 receiver set, all of a sudden it's too high shell, lid over the top, very, very difficult. So, like you, Dell's a very good value. What do you tell the people that are worried about him seeing not quite the snaps that a lot of the other full-time players are going to see?
Well, I think we have to be realistic about what Stephon Diggs is at this point in his career, right, Jim? Now, the last 2 seasons, week 10 and past, he's been wide receiver 25 or worse. And that's a stretch that it's really hard to deal with. I believe last season he was in the wide receiver 40s in that stretch in fantasy. The Texans got a guy. They're paying him a lot of money. But how much of this is they're paying a veteran to be a part of this wide receiver core for the experience? Because you've got 2 young guys in Tank Dell and Nico Collins. Now, is he going to see 100 targets? If he stays healthy, probably more than likely, yes. But is he going to be on the field for more than 60 to 70% of the snaps? I can't see that happening with Stephon Diggs.
I like that. No, that's what we need to hear. We're in fantasy draft season. We got to answer these questions because people have concerns. So you gave me 2 really good receivers you're targeting. Are there more receivers you're looking at?
So some guys kind of down the line that I'm looking at. This one, he's going currently as wide receiver 72. This is according to the underdog, or the 444 cumulative ADP. I like Marvin Mims in Denver, and I know that's a dart throw, right? But we also don't know what this offense is going to be. And as someone who lives in Denver and listening to the local media, Bo Nix is starting to gain some traction, and Troy Franklin is starting to lose some traction in this offense. You would think that the guy that would probably pick up the slack there is going to be Marvin Mims. He's a big-time deep threat. And if you're getting him the back end of drafts, Jim, the thing I love about him is he'll have those flyer weeks. And as soon as there's an injury, which we know that Tim Patrick is kind of a volatile player, he's missed the last 2.5 seasons with serious knee injuries. How much can he be relied on? I think that gives a role to Mims where he's a solid flex play, and he may work into a wide receiver 3 if you have a third wide receiver or even a wide receiver 2 role.
When you're talking about Mims, we have to think back to Sean Payton. You remember the no-name guys like the Devery Hendersons of the world, and there were a bunch of them, and they would always get these big plays downfield. That was a part of that offense, and Mims could maybe do more than that. But man, if they can make that part of his role, that was always like Drew Brees. We knew that he was a Hall of Famer, but didn't have the greatest arm in the world. But everything was always schemed up perfectly. And there is a role beyond Marvin Mims being multifaceted to get some of those deep looks. That could be really, really positive. And especially Denver has a really good run blocking offensive line. They're probably going to use a lot of 2 tight end sets. And that again is going to manipulate box counts, and defenses might have to spin a safety down. There could be some opportunity. Any further thought?
Well, and the one thing I want to point out, this is to your point, some of the players that Sean Payton likes to use in his offenses, if you go back historically, just look at Denver last season. No one knew who Jaleel McLaughlin or Brandon Johnson were, and these guys ended up playing fairly decent-sized roles in the Denver offense last season, to the point where in week 12 and 13, some of us were actually targeting them in deeper waiver wire leagues.
So I want to ask you one more question about. So a lot of people are targeting receivers in the first couple rounds. You gave me great receivers, and those are probably like the fourth round and beyond, which are great. That's what we need. We need that. Are there any specific receivers that you're higher on than maybe consensus in the first 2.5 or so? It's the first 30 picks. Anybody like you're ahead of that you really like? Yeah, this player's going to exceed expectations.
I think we're a little bit too down on Michael Pittman, which I do kind of understand with Anthony Richardson, but I also don't, because the guy has a cannon. And Michael Pittman works the middle of the field really well. So in those situations where Anthony Richardson is scrambling for his life and doesn't want to pass the line of scrimmage, who's he going to throw the ball to? It's not Jelani Woods, because Jelani Woods is is he ever going to play? I think Michael Pittman's the guy who fits in there. Terry McLaurin is a guy that's going a little bit later than I think he should. And what we're seeing out of Jaden Daniels, McLaurin could have a huge season. Ladd McConkey with the Chargers, the rookie, I really like what he brings to the table in an offense that has very minimal receiving weapons, and he's going later in drafts, not dynasty rookie drafts. He's a first round guy, but we're talking redraft here. He is going later. I think maybe Roma Dunze is a guy maybe we're sleeping on a little bit, and I know there are a lot of parts and pieces in that offense, but it's Caleb Williams and DeAndre Swift is their RB1, so we don't know how much they're actually going to be able to run the ball.
And look, Keenan Allen has missed a lot of time in the last 2 years, and players over 30, recovery from injury seems to be a real problem. I mean, look at the ages of players over 30 at running back or receiver. It's a small list. It tops out with Adam Thielen or somebody else at 34. They're done, different stages of done. DeAndre Hopkins is he had so much he could lose and still be decent. So it's injuries. And Tyler Lockett will be 32. We saw he had a lot of targets last year, but decline. So you're also betting maybe that Keenan Allen doesn't make it through or maybe loses something. So Odunze has multiple outs to get to a really good place. Love what you said about Pittman, because the ADP on Pittman has fallen. People are not respecting him. This is not super, but the team paid him. That says something. They made it a focal point to bring him in, and he is their alpha receiver. Downs is a very good slot. I know dealing with an ankle now. Adonai Mitchell probably going to clear out the field more than anything else. People are sleeping. Pittman had good performances, at least one for sure, with Anthony Richardson. So they already had some kind of connection. Last thing I want to ask you, Scott Frankel brought it up, talking about Chris Godwin. Do you have any thoughts, good, bad, or indifferent on Chris Godwin? And then I'll get you out.
He's falling down draft boards. I think people are concerned about what happened last season, and there's still the narrative that maybe Baker Mayfield can't support two receivers, a Mike Evans and a Chris Godwin. Here's what I'm going to say to the people who are sleeping on him. You're making a mistake letting him fall down draft boards. He's going to be 100%. He hasn't been 100% in 2 years. The guy's coming back full bore in an offense where Baker Mayfield, I think, is starting to get comfortable in Tampa Bay. He looked good last season. He's a value for me at quarterback right now in redraft. I think he's going far too late. So I want more pieces of this offense. And Chris Godwin could very well be in that wide receiver 1 tier at the end of the season, Jim. So, buy the dip right now.
Tell everybody, Nate, where they can find you and your great work over at Optimus.
Well, Jim, thanks for having me. You can find me on Twitter at Nate Polvogt and at Optimus Fantasy. Check out our website, optimusfantasy.com. We're on YouTube, youtube.com at Optimus Fantasy. And just a little teaser, we've got a trade analyzer, a draft buddy we're getting ready to launch here the next couple of weeks. So I'm excited about it. We've got some more fun stuff coming.
Love what you got going on. Appreciate you. And I know we'll work together and talk in the future. Nate, take care.
Thanks, Jim.
Everybody, we'd like to thank you for hanging in. Whether you're here for 5 minutes, whether you're here for 10 hours, with the RotoWire Fantasy Football Marathon. We had 50 guests. Again, can go back, check out parts you liked, and hopefully you had something to get you ready for your drafts and get you improved. Appreciate you. Again, if you could, you're on RotoWire YouTube, Fantasy Football only YouTube. We have a regular YouTube channel that a lot of people already subscribe to, but there's a newer channel. So if you could possibly subscribe, like, or hit the notification, we'd be eternally grateful to that. We are going to have lots of great content continuing on this page throughout the season. The Sunday, we'll have the live stream starts at 2 hours before. I always give you the why, not just the what, to show you won't want to miss. And I'll say it again, if you want to get ready for your draft, we got the RotoWire Draft Kit app. You can get that on the App Store's #1 paid app year over year in August. You also can get the free trial at RotoWire, no credit card, rotowire.com/Jim. Hit me up at Jim Coventry NFL on the X machine. If there's anything I can do to work with you to get you ready for your fantasy season, thank you for hanging with me. Appreciate every single one of you. Let's have a big time winning season.